The time limit to gather 10 million lease blood light from Eastern Wasteland's tower is only 1,000 days. And the more this drags on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Immortals. This would mean that they're just giving a perfect chance for Berserkers. That's why Xian is in such a hurry to launch a full-scale battle between Evil Sect and all the other sects, and this must also be the other sect's intention as well. They want to determine who would win and lose with just one battle. Perhaps there's some form of trade going on behind the scenes beyond Death region. Are they going to determine who will be the ones taking charge, and who will be the ones who can only follow when they enter Eastern Wasteland's tower with this battle? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he started analyzing the situation. He might not have concrete evidence to back up his guesses, but he should be close to the truth. After all, this was one of the few methods that could resolve the plan the first god of Berserkers had set up for Eastern Wasteland's tower. The main part of this battle is the fight between Tion's two clones and Xian himself. Only then will come the fight between the disciples from the other immortal sects. But since Xian would dare to launch this battle, then he must have some sort of confidence. If that's the case, Tion, you will die. The killing intent in Su Ming's eyes shone brighter. He wanted to kill Tion, but due to his level of cultivation and Tion's great strength, it was difficult for him to fulfill his wish. But if Tion did not die, then it would be impossible for him to reach Berserker Soul Realm. Because of this, his desire to kill Tion grew even stronger. I'm not your opponent if I face you head-on, but if I hide myself and mix with the cultivators from Evil Sect, then when you fight against Xian and think that I will absolutely not choose to attack during the battle, my chances of killing you will raise to the highest possible level. Xian from Evil Sect will surely not give up that perfect chance either. Su Ming laughed coldly in his heart. After mulling over this particular thought carefully in his head, a determined look appeared on his face. With me around, I won't let anyone be able to see any sort of problems on you when you cast that Great Sky Devourer rune. When you leave 2 days later, I will go with you and fight against those immortal sects. Su Ming waved his arm in dismissal and no longer paid any attention to Bao Qiu, disappearing without a trace from the hall with a single step. Only Bao Qiu remained in the hall with a stunned look on her face. After a moment, a puzzled expression appeared on her face, but she soon seemed to have remembered something. A shudder ran through her body, and she whipped her head around and looked at the entrance to the hall, her breathing picking up in speed. She only managed to recover after a long time had passed. Could it be that the rumors about Tion and Destiny are real? With Tion's strength, it was difficult to judge the possibility of anyone ambushing him while his two clones fought against Xian. Even for a powerful immortal in ascendance, it would still be difficult for him to be useful unless he self-destructed. At the very most, he would only be able to provide a few chances for Xian to be on the offensive. If it was a low-leveled immortal in ascendance, then he would not even need to bother about attacking because he would be completely useless. Unless a person's power had surpassed that of ascendance and they could fight against one of Tion's clones on his own, only then would things be perfect for Xian. Su Ming did not possess this sort of power. Perhaps more accurately speaking, he did somewhat have this power, but compared to that, what was even better was that he was familiar with Tion's divine abilities. After all, when Hong Luo was in control of his body, he had fought against Tion, and after Hong Luo disappeared, Su Ming had killed one of them himself. In fact, just a few years ago, he had engaged in a shocking battle against one of Tion's clone on the Dead Sea Island. During that battle, Su Ming might have needed the old Sunmaker's help to escape, but if he did not possess the ability to force Tion's clone into a pathetic state, then even with the old Sunmaker's help, Su Ming would have still been unable to escape. Su Ming had not died in all 3 battles against Tion, and now he was about to take the initiative and launch the 4th one. I can't depend on Xian for the success of this battle. Su Ming appeared at the edge of Thousand River Valley. This was the place where most outer sect disciples gathered. He searched for a slightly more remote place before he sat down and sank into his thoughts. He touched his storage bag. He had retrieved the God of Berserker's spike after he had used it all those years ago, and while that spike could still be used, he had to be much more careful with his timing this time compared to the past, or else it would not make much of a difference. A flicker of light shone in Su Ming's eyes, and he patted his storage bag with his right hand. A ray of dark light appeared before it instantly vanished into Su Ming's mouth, and it immediately began receiving nourishment in his body. That light had contained the spike. All of my enchanted treasures were destroyed during that battle. One of the only things I can still use is the might of the One Mountain Han Mountain Bell absorbed from Eastern Wasteland's bell. The bell's power has increased by quite a large margin because of this, so at least I'll be able to use it. And then there's the divine lightning Tion was incredibly wary of in the past. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. The powerful strength that had erupted from the nine-holed cauldron that day was something he still could not forget up to this date. Aside from this, I have 3 other divine abilities with me which Tion's clone hasn't seen me use before. They might prove useful. In silence, the first thing Su Ming thought of was the grass knot puppet art he had learned. It's a pity that I'd need Tion's hair or a personal belonging of his to cast this art. Su Ming's pupils constricted. A thought had suddenly struck him. As that thought popped up in his head, Su Ming's heart immediately started racing and pounding against his chest. Perhaps I won't need his hair or his personal belongings. As long as Tion's mind exists in something and he has an incredibly close connection to it, then I might be able to use it. And even if that something is a person, I can still use it. As long as that person is someone close to Tion and is mentally connected to him, then I should be able to do it. A cold sneer curled up on Su Ming's lips. He had just remembered Tion's servant. The old man in black Su Ming had captured in the world of Nine was still in his possession. He had originally wanted to learn about destiny from that old man's mouth. But now, he would be the best possible tool in his plot against Tion. This person is Tion's servant, and he was sent here to keep an eye on me. So clearly, he is a trusted subordinate. He could also communicate with Tion and was protected by Tion's clone in the past, had even fused with him. That's why. This person is definitely mentally connected to Tion. In the mid of such thoughts, Su Ming began laughing coldly in his heart. Tion, you placed a seal on me and could even bring about my failure through a long-distanced attack when I tried to reach Berserker Soul Realm. Today, I will use this grass knot puppet art and have you get a taste of your own medicine. A ruthless look appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but it quickly vanished. There's also the 7 Abyssal Death Seal. This is Shindong's divine ability, but since he's not from Death region, he couldn't reach completion in this art. I copied it that day, and I'm quite certain I can execute it. Su Ming closed his eyes, and once he mulled over that verdant abyssal seal, he blinked them open. His desire to kill Tion grew stronger. The last one is... Su Ming lifted his left hand and looked at 4 of his fingers. The indistinct runic symbols shining on their pads caused Su Ming's eyes to slowly be surrounded by brilliant light. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and winter. Su Ming's gaze fell on his right little finger. 2 days. Su Ming stood up and disappeared without a trace. When he disappeared, a shifty-looking person walked out from the alley beside where he'd been sitting. When the stranger walked over, he started looking all around him, sighing without end. What should I do? What should I do? I'll definitely die in this battle. Chen. Oh Chen, are you really going to die young? Ah, the heavens really do hate talented people. That person was, of course, Chen. He sat down right, with a sigh and a miserable look on his face, where Su Ming had been previously sitting and started daydreaming while looking at the sky. Ah, if I had known about this before, then I wouldn't have wasted all my efforts to descend here in secret. It would have been so much better if I had stayed up there. I could have gotten all the girls I wanted and all the spirit stones I wanted. It's my fault for being greedy. I thought I could get an easier life if I descended to the land of berserkers. Chen Chun pulled his hair and his face was twisted in distress. Judging by his words, this person was an immortal who had descended to the land of berserkers. But perhaps he was the weakest cultivator to have ever descended. While he was sighing, Su Ming had already returned to his cave abode. Once he sat down, he swung his arm, and a black ball of fog immediately appeared before him. Within it was the old man in black robes, Tion's servant. However, The area around him had already been sealed up, causing his presence to be unable to spread out. Su Ming stared at the old man in black, and with a glint in his eyes, he immediately brought out a blade of grass before he started tying knots on it. With each one, he would extract a little piece of the old man's soul. His killing intent and hate towards Dtion caused all of the knots Su Ming tied to be filled with curses, killing intent, and all sorts of sinister arts. Within them were also madness, destruction, suppression, death, and all sorts of other thoughts he wished upon Dtion. As he tied those knots, wisps of chilling air spread out and absorbed the old man's soul before fusing it into the knots. Then, with the power from the knots, Su Ming started stirring up the faint connection between Dtion and the old man in black robes. With this connection, he would use this old man as a medium to curse and plot against Dtion. As Su Ming continuously played with this idea in his mind, he gradually found the dots connecting Dtion and the old man, and slowly, he began to have a feeling as if he was looking at Dtion when he stared at the grass knot doll in his hand. If I don't kill Dtion in this battle, I will definitely not be satisfied. If Dtion doesn't die in this battle, then it will be me who will die. I cannot lose this battle. Su Ming held the doll, and the murderous aura on his face grew so thick that it caused a layer of frost to instantly appear in the cave abode. Time passed, and 2 days were gone in the blink of an eye. 2 hours before evil sect marched out, the sky was getting bright, and a faint green mark appeared on Su Ming's right palm. There was a wave of death contained within it, one which wasn't dissipating. This was the key for verdant abyssal seal, which Su Ming had gathered during these 2 days besides making that grass knot doll. It was the key he had obtained when he copied Shindong's 7 abyssal Yin death seal. It might not be complete and he would need to bear certain consequences when he activated it, but Su Ming still chose to use it. He had seen the art's might with his own eyes, and he had the confidence that the power of Yin death from this verdant abyssal seal activated with his own aura of death would be greater than what Shindong had managed to achieve. Besides this green mark, Su Ming also held a grass knot doll in his left hand. The old man in black robes had already disappeared, but there were wisps of chilling cold air coming from the doll. If anyone stared at it for a prolonged period of time, they would be able to hear shrill screams of pain coming from inside it. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. Once he put away the doll, he stood up and disappeared from his cave abode. The disciples were still flying on something like the giant flying feng shui compass they used when they came to Thousand River Valley, but this time there was not just one but 9 of those things. The amount of evil spirit sect disciples sitting on those 9 gigantic feng shui compasses numbered to thousands. These disciples were all from the outer sect or were berserkers who had changed their blood inheritance. They looked like a large mass of black, and their sheer numbers gave off a feeling that there was great strength lying within them, simply because of just how numerous they were. Beyond these 9 feng shui compasses were 18 gigantic Yin dragons. They were formed by vengeful souls, and each of them were tens of thousands of feet long. They surrounded the feng shui compasses, and as they flew forward, their roars echoed in the air. Nearly 10,000 people could be counted sitting on the Yin dragons, and all of them were the elite disciples from evil spirit sect. Their expressions were ghastly, and there was a wave of killing intent reflected off their aloof faces. As they sat on the gigantic dragons formed of dead spirits, they charged through the air. There were 2 or 3 people sitting on each of the Yin dragons' heads. Most of them were the powerful monsters within evil spirit sect, and Shindong was standing on top of the head belonging to the dragon right in the front of the army. As for Bao Qiu, she was on the final Yin dragon. The presence alone from the army in the sky right then far surpassed what they had when they invaded Thousand River Valley. Clearly, the fight in the valley had just been a warm-up, and the real battle had yet to begin. Right behind these Yin dragons were 9 huge carriages. Each of them was thousands of feet big and covered by a large amount of runic symbols. No one could tell what was contained within them, but the slight waves of pressure spreading out from there allowed everyone to tell that there might be incredibly powerful murderous weapons contained within. These carriages formed a vertical line and were dragged through the sky as if they were following the dragon's lead. But that was not all. This might be able to show just how powerful evil spirit sect was, but it did not show how domineering the sect was. However, once the churning dark clouds in the sky turned into gigantic skulls, it made Evil Spirit Sect's army look terrifying. It was especially so when there was a large banner placed on the two dragons traveling at the left and right outermost edges of the army. These banners were larger than the dragons themselves, and were nearly 100,000 feet long. As the dragons charged through the air, the banners danced in the wind, causing all the people to definitely take notice of them when they caught sight of Evil Spirit Sect. There were only 3 words on the left banner. Evil Spirit Sect. There were also only 3 words on the right banner, and they were words that would give off a bloodthirsty feel to anyone who saw them. Massacre all lives. The flapping sounds coming from the banners, as they danced in the wind, fused with the moaning cries in the air from the charging dragon's roars, turning into a strange, piercing sound that traveled in all directions as Evil Spirit Sect's army rushed forward. Wherever they went, everyone on the ground would fall silent. It did not matter how strong the wild beasts were. They would all feel inferior and lower their heads as if they did not dare to look at the army. The numerous berserker tribes on the land, too, fell silent. Su Ming sat on one of the 9 feng shui compasses surrounded by the 18 dragons and looked at the sky before him with a calm face. He was circulating his power in preparation for this battle that would surely shake the skies. Evil Spirit Sect could be completely destroyed, and the Immortal sects could also be annihilated for all he cared. These things were none of his concern. The only thing that he cared about was Di Tian's death. Di Tian had to die in this battle. Senior, we're really fated together. I didn't expect to see you again here. Senior, you have to save me this time. At the moment killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes, a whimpering sound reached his ears. Su Ming did not even need to turn around to know that it was Chen Chun. The man was holding onto the handle prepared for everyone on the feng shui compass so that he would not be swept away by the wind pressure. He was circulating what little amount of cultivation base he had within his body rapidly, and once he managed to stabilize himself, albeit with much difficulty, he slowly moved around the 8th feng shui compass and started asking for help from a large number of people. Once he saw Su Ming, surprised delight immediately shone in his eyes, and he crawled over to him in desperation, looking at him with pleading eyes. He knew that Su Ming was definitely not some ordinary person and was surely someone who had hidden his strength. Chen Chun also remembered how Su Ming had disappeared during the battle in Thousand River Valley. Senior, all 4 great sects and evil sects are going to march out this time, but we don't know where the gathering point is. However, all the prodigies in Evil Sect are definitely going to appear this time. It doesn't matter whether they're the old monsters or the new generation prodigies. All of them will appear, like Sikong from Evil Dust Sect. This person is the strongest among all the younger generation in Evil Dust Sect. He is someone who is equal to Shan Hen from our sect. A thought appeared in Chen Chen's mind as his eyes twinkled, and he immediately started speaking about these things. He knew that he did not possess any valuable qualities for Su Ming to take care of him, but once he thought about why he would hide his power and come to Evil Spirit Sect, he knew that it would be best for Su Ming to know as much as possible about Evil Sect. At that moment, Chen Chen's life was in peril, and he really could care less about keeping the information about Evil Sect a secret from outsiders. He simply spilled whatever he knew to Su Ming. He was an immortal who descended to this land, and hence, no normal disciple would be able to compare to his status. It was also the reason why he knew a lot more things compared to other disciples. Sikong? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he turned his head sideways to cast the speaking man a glance. Chen Chen's spirits were immediately lifted. He felt that he had just found his chance to show how useful he was, and he immediately spoke up. Senior, please look at that biggest man on the 13 dragon. He's Evil Spirit Sect's Shan Hen. Chen Chen pointed towards the 13 dragon in the distance, and when Su Ming looked over, he also saw the man standing at the top of the dragon's head. That man was incredibly built, and as he stood there, he looked like a small hill. The waves of power coming from within him were not weak, and the vengeful souls surrounding his body gave off a feeling that would cause all those who saw him feel their hearts tremble against their will. Shan Hen? Su Ming looked at that man. In truth, when he first came to Evil Spirit Sect, he had already noticed this person who had been feeding the vengeful souls at that time. Shanhen, Shanhen. If that matter with Bei Ling and Chen Xian had not occurred, Su Ming would not have thought too much about this. Yet now, he had already come to understand quite a large number of things, which was why he hadn't behaved strangely when they first met. He only cast the man a deep look before he averted his gaze. With my current appearance, all those people with these familiar names will be unable to recognize me. Su Ming thought silently in his head. That Sikong you mentioned just now, how do you spell his name? Su Ming asked slowly. Sikong, without any space between the syllables. Chen Chun was momentarily stunned. He did not know why Su Ming would suddenly ask such a question, but he quickly answered it anyway. Sikong, Sikong. Su Ming fell silent. Speaking of which, the strongest among the younger generation in Evil Spirit Sect isn't Shanhen, but Wu Shen. But Wu Shen went out to train many years ago and he's not in the army right now. Still, I believe that the sect must have contacted him, since this is such a huge matter. We should be able to see this person when we reach Evil Sect's gathering spot. When Chen Chun saw that Su Ming was no longer asking any questions, he started talking about everything he knew once more. The strongest disciple in Evil Lust Sect is called Bai Su. The Su in her name is pronounced softly. Bai Su's a girl, but she's incredibly talented and has an incredibly shocking talent. Bai Su, Wu Shen, and Sikong can be said to be incredibly famous among all the evil sects in the land of berserkers. Interesting. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. So Windstream Tribe's Wu San from my memories is the strongest disciple in Evil Spirit Sect. And that Bai Su from my memories is a girl called Bai Su. Su Ming remained calm though. This was not really a secret. It would not be difficult for him to learn about it if he really wanted to know it. What Chen Chun had told him was not really that valuable. Perhaps it was because he had seen Su Ming's composure, but after a moment of hesitation, Chen Chun gritted his teeth and got closer to him, whispering the next few things. There's also Sir Shindong from Evil Spirit Sect. Senior, you should be familiar with him, but you definitely wouldn't know that he has an extraordinary status in the land of immortals. He's one of the 3 apogees in the 3 inferior sects in Evil Sect. Evil Sect is divided into 3 superior sects and 3 inferior sects in the land of immortals. The 3 inferior sects are Evil Spirit, Evil Dust, and Evil Lust, and as for the 3 superior sects, they are Evil Sky, Evil Tao, and Evil Immortal. This time, the one that descended to the land of berserkers is one of the 3 superior sects, Evil Immortal Sect, and they brought with them the 3 inferior sects. A sparkle appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he looked towards Chen Chun. When the man saw his interest, he quickly continued whispering to him. Sir Shindong is one of the 3 apogees in the 3 inferior sects, and the other 2 apogees are Sir Shurhai from Evil Dust Sect, as well as Bitu from Evil Lust Sect. These 3 people have all reached Great Circle in Ascendance, and all of them possess the constitution to be able to descend to the land of berserkers with their full form. The limitations set by the laws of death in the land of berserkers are practically nothing to them. They're unlike the immortals who descended thousands of years ago, who had been suppressed to the point where they could only use a bit of their power. Su Ming stared at Chen Chen. He did not expect that this person would know about these things, and by the looks of it, he was not making it all up. The Evil Immortal Sect is one of the 3 superior sects, and it's incredibly powerful. The people there might not be able to descend with their complete power, but with Sir Ji-en's presence, they could still fully make up for their losses. Sir Ji-en is one of the 3 sovereigns in Evil Sect. Chen Chun was not going to stop unless he managed to shock Su Ming with his words. He continued pouring out everything that he knew so that the other would think that he had some qualities worth protecting. 3 sovereigns. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. That's right. The immortals might only have occupied a third of the galaxy in Morning Dao world, but we are one of the greatest forces there. There are 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors among us immortals. The 3 sovereigns belong to the evil sect, whereas the 5 emperors come from the immortal sects. Sir Ji-en is the sovereign of destruction among the 3 sovereigns. As for that Detion in Great Leaf Immortal Sect, he is the heavenly emperor among the 5 emperors. Chen Chun whispered softly. Su Ming's heart trembled in shock. This was the first time he had heard about things in the land of immortals. If someone who had a great level of cultivation would have told him about all this, he would not have been too surprised. But the person who was informing him was Qian. What are the levels of cultivation of the 3 sovereigns in evil sect and 5 emperors in those immortal sects? Su Ming immediately asked. I'm not certain of the details, but it's rumored that besides Sovereign Qi, the other 2 sovereigns have already reached the 3rd step. As for the 5 emperors besides the Yellow Emperor, the other 4 are all almighty people who have reached the 3rd step. But these are just rumors. I cannot tell whether they are true or false with my status. The 3rd step, the description of the Immortal's cultivation methods Su Ming had inherited from Hong Luo appeared in his head. If that is the case, then evil sect's influence in the land of immortals is weaker than that of the immortal sects. But since they can fight on equal grounds, then there must be something that allows them to do so, Su Ming stated languidly. Qian winked at him and grinned. Once he swept his gaze across the area. He started speaking in a hushed tone as well as a voice that gave him a mysterious air. Senior, you are wise. That is indeed the case because the Yellow Emperor, who is the strongest among the immortals, went into isolation many years ago and still hasn't come out up to this date. It is said that the Yellow Emperor has already died. There are also rumors that the Yellow Emperor has been killed after Tian used some unknown method on him. But these are just rumors. After all, the difference between their levels of cultivation is simply too great. But ever since the Yellow Emperor went into isolation, his royal bloodline was divided. Even his son, Hong Luo, went mad and was subdued by Tian. No one knows where he was sealed. From this alone, we can tell that something unexpected happened to the Yellow Emperor. And even though Sovereign Qi, who is the strongest among the 3 sovereigns, would occasionally send his divine sense sweeping across the land of immortals to intimidate the immortals, he is mainly in isolation. That's why this current state of balance was formed. Qian put on a mysterious look, and when he saw Su Ming listening to him intently, he regarded him in great disdain. He mocked Su Ming in his heart for still being just a berserker in the end, despite having a high level of cultivation. All he needed to do was reveal a little of what he knew about the immortals, and he could already leave Su Ming stunned. You are one of those people who descended here. Su Ming closed his eyes, and once he opened them after a moment, he uttered his words slowly. This was something that could be easily deduced. Qian never thought about hiding it either. He quickly nodded, and he grew even more disdainful towards Su Ming, thinking that any person who was not an idiot would definitely be able to tell in the blink of an eye that he was someone who had descended to the land after hearing him say so many things about the immortals. Clearly, this person had already fried his brain while training, for he actually needed to close his eyes and think about this sort of thing. However, Qian did not dare to show any of his thoughts on his face. Instead, he merely put on an expression of awe towards Su Ming's wisdom. The method you used to descend is different from the rest, Su Ming said calmly. Qian blinked before he nodded again. However, he was feeling slightly nervous in his heart. When he thought about his low level of cultivation, his status that was distinctly not close to that of a prodigy among the immortals, his failure to fulfill the requirements of descending to the land, and his knowledge towards the immortals, he found that there was only one explanation about how he would have come to this place. Once he thought about it, he felt his worries fade away, and while he still harbored disdain towards Su Ming, that feeling had lessened slightly. You are also not from evil sect, Su Ming stated flatly, still calm. Yet when he said those words, Qian was momentarily stunned, and a slight change of expression could be detected on his face. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded his head slowly, and he began to feel anxious and doubtful. Neither are you an immortal. There was a ghost of a smile on Su Ming's lips as he stated that slowly. Qian's eyes went wide and he almost leaped to his feet. His heart also started racing in his chest, as disbelief showed itself on his face and a loud bang rang out in his head. Each of Su Ming's words had brought him greater shock than the previous one, and the sentence he had uttered just now had struck him completely dumb with astonishment. At that moment, there was no longer any hint of disdain in his heart. Finally, he knew exactly what this man had been thinking of when he closed his eyes just now, and that was definitely not about figuring out that he was a person who had descended to the land of berserkers. Senior, don't scare me now. How could I not be an immortal? The disdain in Xianxia's heart turned into anxiety. That faint smile on Su Ming's lips right before his eyes gave him a feeling as if everything about him had been seen through with just one glance, and as if all his secrets had been discovered by his gaze and expression. He had never experienced this kind of thing before, and right then, the more he looked at Su Ming, the more he felt that he was impossible to figure out, and it made his anxiety increase even further. Where you come from has nothing to do with me. Su Ming cut off Xianxia's words, and once he cast a deep look at this person, he said these words languidly. I can protect you and let you have the highest possible chance of surviving during the battle between evil sect and all the other immortal sects. The likeliness of whether you will end up surviving will depend on your value though. Once Su Ming said these words, he stopped speaking. A large variety of expressions passed one after another on Xianxia's face. He had naturally heard the meaning behind Su Ming's words. The higher his value, the greater his protection would be. In silence, Xianxia cast his gaze around the area before sighing in his heart. He knew that if he lost Su Ming's protection, then he would only be able to depend on his luck to survive through the battle. Yet once he remembered how rotten his luck had been previously, a shudder immediately ran down his body, and a wary expression appeared in his gaze when he looked back at Su Ming. Senior, I've had enough of living in the land of berserkers. If you can keep me alive during this battle, then I will tell you how the immortals come to the land of berserkers, and how different my method is compared to theirs. In fact, I'll even tell you how to leave this place. I'll let you see with your own eyes how I leave the land of berserkers and return to my land. Xianxia looked at Su Ming with a pleading look and a face full of sincerity. Su Ming was also looking at Xianxia. After some time, he nodded. When Xianxia saw him accepting his offer, he let out a huge sigh of relief, and a large variety of emotions rose in his heart. He remembered how he had gone to the land of immortals and how he had arrived in the land of berserkers. Sometimes he would feel very satisfied, but there were certain things that made him feel disappointed, and this life and death situation he was about to face soon especially made him feel miserable and agonized. The urge to return home caused Xianxia to make this sort of promise to Su Ming. At that moment, he did not know just what sort of disaster he would bring to all immortals and just how long the sky would remain red because of it. Neither did he know that if Su Ming saw how he left this place and returned to the land of immortals, it would be a setback to Tion's plans like none before it, and it would all happen due to Xianxia's promise. Because of this, Su Ming would bring an even greater amount of shock to Tion that even compared to the time Hong Luo woke up. All of these he did not know. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a few days went by. Su Ming sat on the feng shui compass calmly. Since he was an outer sect disciple, almost no one paid any sort of attention to him. Besides, even though he had physically grown up a little more, his current appearance was still that of a 14 to 15-year-old boy. He looked little different to how he was before. There was still a hint of youthfulness on his face, and because of that, it was easy for him to be ignored by other people. During these past few days, the 18 dragons had dragged the 9 huge carriages behind them, practically shooting through a small half of eastern wastelands. Their traveling speed was so quick that it even made Su Ming narrow his eyes when he occasionally lowered his head and looked down. Another 3 days went by, and a large piece of flatland appeared before Evil Spirit Sect. Perhaps it was not accurate to describe this place as a piece of flatland, because the ground here was black, and there was an air of decay coming out from it. There was also a large amount of deep pits on the ground. These pits came in a variety of size, and all of them looked as if they had been formed by the stars from beyond this world crashing down. Some of the larger ones were several hundreds of thousands of feet in size, but even the smallest ones were thousands of feet wide. There were some places that did not have any pits but were filled with gigantic stones. They filled the cavities, and the part of them that was revealed outside gave of a shocking feeling of age. These stones also came in different sizes and were scattered all over the land. When Su Ming looked over, he found that the number of stones was as countless as the ground was endless, Overall, the number of pits on the ground was about the same as the number of stones on the land. There were several hundred stones that were each hundreds of thousands of feet in size, and if anyone stood on them, they would find that they were all incredibly tiny in comparison. The land here was strange, and the sky, too, was also unusual. There were no clouds above. In their place were stones just like the ones on the ground, and they were all floating in the sky on their own. It was as if there was some form of power from a law that existed between them and the ground that allowed them to not fall nor move, just remain floating in the sky. This spot was close to the center of eastern wastelands. The area of this desert was incredibly big, and it was also not too far away from Eastern Wasteland's tower. This was the battlefield that had been chosen by both Evil Sect and the Immortal sects for their battle. Over here, they would be able to determine who would be the ones taking the lead when they entered Eastern Wasteland's tower, and who would be the ones who had to follow. The ones who lost would have to deliver a sufficient amount of immortal souls, so as to light up that 10 million blood-red light from Eastern Wasteland's tower, and in turn fulfill the requirement to enter the tower. This decision was clearly not made in the land of Berserkers, but had been made by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the galaxy of the Immortals. When Evil Spirit Sect's army charged down to the land from the sky, they became the first sect to arrive in this place, because Thousand River Valley was the closest one to the battlefield, compared to the spots where the other sects were built upon. Thousand River Valley could become a transfer point that would make it easy for those in Evil Sect to advance and retreat. This was also one of the reasons why Evil Spirit Sect had been sent to occupy this region before the battle. The Een Dragon's roars echoed in the world and stirred layers of ripples that caused the sounds in the area to move, albeit slowly and only slightly. As the 18 Een Dragons descended, and the Evil Spirit Sect disciples on them turned into long arcs and leaped down. They took over several dozens of the meteors in the sky and a dozen-something stones filling up the pits in the ground. The 9 carriages were positioned horizontally on the ground, and there were quite a large number of disciples sitting on them and exercising their breathing quietly as they waited for their orders. With Shindong in the lead, the old monsters all sat down on a gigantic stone of 100,000 feet instead of choosing to stand on one of the meteors in the sky. They did not say a single word but merely waited silently. Only the 2 gigantic banners continued floating in the air, causing all those in the distance to be able to see the words Evil Spirit Sect sprawled on one of them, as well as the other 3 words Massacre All Lives shining in bloody red light. Including Su Ming, the thousands of Outer Sect disciples along with the Berserkers who had changed their blood inheritance were cut off from these groups of people. They were not told where they were supposed to go, hence most of them split up and went off on their own. Su Ming chose 1,000 feet stone on the ground, and when he sat down there, Qian Chen followed him, all while looking around himself nervously. "Senior, I know what this place is. This is the spot where the Immortals descend in Eastern Wastelands. The law of Een Death is the weakest here, and it's the perfect place for Immortals to come. Most of them in Eastern Wastelands had chosen to descend here." Qian Chun sucked in a deep breath, and once he swiftly swept his gaze around the area, he lifted his head again and looked at the sky. Could it be that there will be new Immortals coming here during the battle? If that's the case, there's absolutely no need for them to fight here. Qian Chen's heart let out a loud thump in his chest. He had a vague feeling that the battle this time might be greater than what he had imagined. Su Ming remained calm. Once he cast a glance at the sky, he narrowed his eyes. He could feel the ripples of power from the rune in the sky. The ripples from that rune were not strong, but due to the unique environment, it seemed like it had fused with the world, forming a strange absorption force in the place. There must be a reason why the Immortals chose to descend in this place. Su Ming averted his gaze. He was not concerned with whether there would be any new Immortals descending during the battle. From the moment he stepped out of Thousand River Valley, all his thoughts had merged into one single thought, and that was to kill Dition. This thought would not change because of any illusion, any power, or anything else. It represented Su Ming's mind and spirit, as well as the determination lying in the depths of his soul. Dition's real self might be strong, but his clone is not unbeatable in the land of Berserkers. Besides, a barely noticeable glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. Aside from all the things he had prepared, He also had a bold plan towards killing Dition. The possibility of success for this plan might not be high, but it was still high enough. Once it succeeded, then the possibility of him killing Dition would rise out of nowhere, and this increase in that possibility would practically seal Dition's fate. Su Ming remained seated on the rock quietly, as a dark, cold smile formed on his lips. Those from Evil Spirit Sect were the earliest to arrive, and 2 hours after they saw the first signs of others. Numerous long arcs came charging towards them from the sky in the distance. Those long arcs seemed to form a gigantic kirin. As it charged forth in the sky, the sounds the people made sounded like the roars of a beast. That kirin was an illusion that had manifested from a rune that was formed by 9,999 people. All of them worked together in the rune, causing the kirin to look incredibly mighty and alive. The roars that came from the kirin caused all the Evil Spirit Sect members to lift their heads and look towards it coldly, even before it had arrived. Wind swept up the sand on the ground, making it seem as if it wanted to lift up the dust and cover up the sky. Right behind that giant kirin were 7 huge mountains, several, each of which was tens of thousands of feet tall, charging through the air. But this was not what shocked the Evil Spirit Sect's disciples. The real thing that caused their pupils to shrink were the 7 giants under those 7 mountains. These 7 giants were like abnormalities in the world. Each of them was several thousands of feet tall. They had no expressions on their faces, and waves of power that could cause fear to rise in the hearts of all people were spreading out of their bodies. Their eyes were shining with such bloodlust and madness that no one would dare to look them in the eye. Each of them was carrying a mountain and taking huge strides in the sky as they followed right behind the kirin. If anyone took a closer look, they would then be able to tell that these half-naked giants had skin like metal and stone. Clattering sounds came from their bodies and rang in the air. They were not real living beings but were puppets that had been created with some sort of unique method. This is the Hidden Dragon Sect's kirin formed with sacred thoughts. And there's also their galactic warrior immortals. Chen Chun sucked in a sharp breath. His face turned even paler and his teeth chattered, but he gritted his teeth and told Su Ming everything he knew. Hidden Dragon Sect's kirin is formed through the sacred thoughts gathered from 10,000 people activating the methods of their special cultivation. If there is one person among the 10,000 that can cast most of the divine abilities in Hidden Dragon Sect, then the kirin would even be able to communicate with spirits. There are also these galactic warrior immortals. Hidden Dragon Sect actually sent 7 of them here. This shouldn't be possible. From what I know, these galactic warrior immortals are the most valuable treasures in Hidden Dragon Sect, and each of them possesses power equivalent to the peak of the 2nd step. Chen Chen's breathing quickened and disbelief appeared on his face. These 7 giants are known as galactic warrior immortals? Su Ming's eyes sparkled, but after a moment, he shook his head slowly. They all have power equivalent to berserkers who attained great completion in the berserker soul realm, and each of them have a berserker's presence within their bodies. I get it now. These 7 galactic warrior immortals were created using the flesh and blood of the berserkers in the land. They didn't descend here. Chen Chun sucked in a deep breath and mumbled his last words under his breath. Su Ming did not speak. He had already managed to tell this before Chen Chun even said anything. A loud bang echoed in the sky, and the kirin charged through the air, descending on one of the giant stones on the land. At the instant it landed, it seemed as if the stone could not withstand the weight and a large amount of cracks appeared on it, along with cracking sounds. Eventually, it fell to pieces with a bang. There was a wave of hate and enmity in the kirin's eyes. Once it cast a glance at the people from Evil Spirit Sect, it closed its eyes. At the instant it did so, the creature's body dissipated, and right at that moment, 10,000 Hidden Dragon Sect disciples spread out to occupy the area around them. They were all standing right opposite the Evil Spirit Sect in the distance. The person in the lead was a fair, middle-aged man without any beard. He held a dragon staff in his hand, and once his gaze met that of Evil Spirit Sect's Shandong, a bloody red light seemed to shine in his eyes. Right behind that middle-aged man were 8 people. 3 of them were women and the other 5 men. All of them possessed outstanding power, and their aura as immortals surrounded their bodies. Anyone would be able to tell with just one glance that these people were immortals who had descended in the land of berserkers. The other hidden dragon sect members spread out like a fan around this group of people. On the left were a dozen-something young men and women with sullen looks on their faces. Murderous aura filled the air around them. Among these hidden dragon sect members were two people who made Su Ming fall into a moment of absent-mindedness when he saw them. One of them was the first powerful berserker he had seen in the awakening realm. He could still remember that feeling of shock he had experienced at that time all those years ago. That person was Windstream Tribe's elder, Jing Nan. Right then, Jing Nan was the beardless middle-aged man standing right in the middle of Hidden Dragon Sect. From his spot on that stone and the instinctive respect the people around him showed, it was not difficult for Su Ming to tell that this person had an incredibly high position in Hidden Dragon Sect. And his level of cultivation, Su Ming could see the faint ripples belonging to those in ascendance on him. Jing Nan. He was originally one of the sect elders in Hidden Dragon Sect when he was in the land of immortals. He was appointed the sect master of the Hidden Dragon Sect here. Once he descended in the land of berserkers. Even after his power was suppressed, he still possesses the power of those in the Great Circle stage of ascendance. Chen Chun immediately whispered. Su Ming remained silent. After a moment, his gaze fell on the second person. The man from his memories was now standing among one of the young men and women to the left. Chun Chong, as Su Ming remembered him, was a slightly plump person he had met before they climbed up the Windstream Mountain. He was a person who had been slightly comical but had incredible talent that was only second to Yi Wang, and he had also left a deep impression on Su Ming. He was still the same. His current appearance as he stood among the crowd was no different from the person in Su Ming's memories. Hidden Dragon Sect's Chen Chong. This person is rumored to possess the most shocking amount of talent among the younger generation in Hidden Dragon Sect. It is said that while he cannot compare to Yi Wang, he can still somewhat put up a fight to him. But it is also said that he's lazy and does not like training. Instead, he likes making friends, and he apparently has close friends all over the world. When Chen Chun saw the direction where Su Ming looked, he immediately whispered what he knew. Chun Chong might not be laughing and talking with the people in his crowd just as how Su Ming remembered him, but the aloof gaze he cast towards Evil Spirit Sect and the manner of the people gathered around him, as if they were stars surrounding the moon, reminded him of the past. He could still recall how he had stood in the crowd quietly, while standing next to Windstream Mountain, and watched as people lavished praises on Chun Chong. At that time, Su Ming had been completely inconspicuous. Just like now. He was just as unnoticeable in Evil Spirit Sect as he had been back then. He did not know whether this was a coincidence. The scene in his memories seemed to have found a similarity with what was happening right then that allowed Su Ming to overlap his memories with what he was seeing. Once the 7 giants in the sky descended, they threw the mountains in their hands on the ground, and the deafening booming that rose into the air caused even the ground to shake. Right before everyone's eyes, the 7 mountains crashed onto the ground and surrounded the territory occupied by the Hidden Dragon Sect disciples like a rune formed by 7 mountains. After that, the giants stepped on their own mountains and glared at Evil Spirit Mountain while crouching down. The forces of Evil Spirit Sect, the 18 dragons, started roaring and howling. The members of the two sects seemed to no longer be able to contain their desire for battle. Yet right at that moment, howling came from a distance. 9 gigantic blue shooting stars sliced through the sky from the direction where Hidden Dragon Sect had come and charged towards them, causing the world to tremble in their wake. At the same time, 3 dust devils, which seemed to have connected the sky to the earth, came charging forth with loud booming sounds from the direction where Evil Spirit Sect had come, as they swept up everything in the world. The shooting stars and the dust devils that came from 2 different directions did not slow down even a single bit as they approached the future battlefield. Instead, the closer they came to the spot, the faster they traveled. At that moment, the world roared, dust flew in the air, and the universe was cast in shadow. The dust devils and shooting stars immediately made all the people from Evil Spirit Sect and Hidden Dragon Sect lift their heads to look. Almost at the instant both parties looked over, The 9 shooting stars crashed into the 3 dust devils in midair, right above the spot where the Immortals descended. Deafening booming sounds shook the sky, and earth rang in the air, and large amounts of ripples appeared in the sky. Waves of impact spread swiftly in all directions, causing the entire sky to start distorting, as if it was about to shatter. In the midst of these rumbling sounds, the 9 shooting stars fell backwards and landed by Hidden Dragon's sect before they turned into nearly 10,000 cultivators. All of these people had dark expressions on their faces, and quite a number of them coughed up blood once they landed on the ground. Among the people in front, Su Ming saw Sky Mist's ancestor. He also saw Tian Lan Meng, Tian Lan Yu, and a face he remembered clearly from his past Wuxia. At the same time, the 3 dust devils that seemed to have connected the sky and earth too fell backwards due to the crash and descended on the ground, disappearing and turning into nearly 10,000 cultivators. Once they landed on the ground, there was also quite a number of them who coughed up blood, but an even stronger murderous aura erupted forth from their bodies. Evil Dust Sect. Sky Mist Dao. 9 stars of Sky Mist. This is Sky Mist Dao's renowned rune. Can be formed with just 9 people, and it's very famous among all immortal sects. This sect has the greatest enmity with evil sects, Evil Dust Sect, and whenever immortals fight against each other, those two will always fight each other to the death right from the moment they run into each other. Evil Dust Sect's overall power is the same as that of Evil Spirit Sect, but the people in that sect are more skilled in commanding the powers of Earth. Their skills are completely different from Evil Spirit Sect's arts to control vengeful souls. Qian Chan might be a bundle of nerves by then, but he still continued introducing the sects in a low whisper. Chen Chen's words echoed in Su Ming's ears as his eyes followed the few familiar faces standing among Sky Mist Dao. He wanted to retain his composure, but some ripples had still stirred up in his heart, which eventually turned into a sigh. He saw Tian Lan Meng, the woman he had gotten to know in Freezing Sky Clan. He saw Sky Mist's ancestor, the man who had forced him to leave the land of berserkers all those years ago. All these things were like memories of a past life. They were rather blurry, but he would never forget them. There was also that woman that looked exactly as Tian Lan Meng. Su Ming remembered her vaguely, knowing that she was Tian Lan Meng's sister. However, it did not matter whether it was Sky Mist's ancestor or the sisters. All of their images gradually faded away from Su Ming's eyes, along with the near 10,000 other people of Sky Mist Dao. All of them turned into blurry images, except for hers. It was a woman who could not be considered incredibly beautiful, only somewhat pretty and a little more attractive than an average-looking person. She wore a blue dress and stood among the crowd with her short hair, as if she was just another person in the crowd. Yet while she was standing among the crowd, her position was right in front of the sisters and beside Sky Mist's ancestor. So she didn't pass away. Su Ming mumbled softly, in a voice that only he could hear. He looked at the woman Wu La. In his memories, she had called out to Mo Su before she closed her eyes and died in his arms. She was still the same as she was in his memories. Nothing had changed about her, and neither could he detect much difference in her. Su Ming closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he looked towards the old man standing behind Sky Mist's ancestor, right before Wu La, among the 10,000 cultivators from Sky Mist Dao. The old man was of average looks, but the light in his eyes made it seem as if there was lightning circling his eyes, causing no one to be able to look him in the eye. Sky Mist Dao's Zhou Feng. This person was in charge of dealing out punishments when he was in the land of immortal Sky Mist Dao. He has killed an endless amount of people, and the murderous aura on him is troublesome even for those in evil sect. This person has been appointed the sect master in the land of Berserker Sky Mist Dao, otherwise known as the Grand Sect Elder. I don't know the old man behind him, but the woman beside him is a rare prodigy in the land of immortal Sky Mist Dao. Her name is Wu Lu. When Chen Chen's voice fell into Su Ming's ears, he looked away silently and turned his gaze towards Evil Dust Sect, who was located not too far away from Evil Spirit Sect on the side of the battlefield belonging to Evil Sect. The first person he saw there was a young man full of pride and whose presence was like the sun itself, as he stood among the Evil Dust Sect. Most of the disciples avoided his spot, causing the place where he stood to be incredibly eye-catching. It was as if he was afraid other people did not know of his status and his position in Evil Dust sect. He wore an extravagant-looking purple long robe and had fair skin, like that of a white jade. He was incredibly handsome, but the aloof gaze and the arrogance on his face caused him to exude a presence that kept the others away from him. Evil Dust Sect's Sikong. Su Ming heard Xianxia's words, but even if the other had not introduced him, he would still have been able to recognize him with just one glance. After all, this person was the Sikong from his memories, the person from Dark Dragon Tribe, a member of the same tribe as Bai Ling. The prideful and arrogant look on his face was the exact same as in Su Ming's memories, and it brought an incredible amount of dislike within his heart at the moment he first saw him. Su Ming moved his gaze and looked towards the most powerful person in Evil Dust sect. It was also a familiar face, for it was Windstream Tribe's Hai, the old man who had taken him to Windstream Mountain. His power in the Great Circle stage in Ascendance had allowed him to be one of the three apogees, along with Shindong. He stood there with a cold sneer on his lips as he looked at the people from Sky Mistao. The killing intent shining in his eyes was already so strong that it was practically surging out of him. Su Ming had saw far too many familiar faces on this day. If his past self from many years ago had been here, then there would have surely been a huge storm raging in his heart at the moment. He would not have been able to calm down, and would have been in a huge state of confusion in the midst of his shock. But Su Ming had already gone through far too many things. He had already found his answers from Bailing and Qinshin. Still, he really did not want to find his elder and Lei Chun in the crowd. In the midst of silence, Su Ming closed his eyes. After some time, when a loud roar rang in the sky and the world's might fell on them, he opened his eyes and looked towards the sky to see a sea of blood coming towards them. This was a sea of blood about several hundreds of feet wide, and it was churning as if it possessed life. Some corpses would occasionally show up within it, and they were of men and of women, of young and of old. There were also some babies as well, but all of them were dead. They were all corpses now, and there was no longer any blood within them. They were submerged in the sea of blood and brought to this place. At the instant Su Ming saw those corpses, killing intent shone briefly in his eyes, and a dark, cold look gradually appeared within them. He clenched his fists tightly. His sudden reaction was due to the fact that he had managed to tell that all the corpses came from people that came from Berserker tribes, and there was more than just one tribe among the dead. It was clear to Su Ming that those Berserkers had not died too long ago, and it was also equally apparent to him that Evil Lust sect had killed all the tribes they saw on their way to this place to form this sea of blood that surged in the sky. This monstrosity was still closing in, and a thick, bloody stench came crashing into everyone's faces before surrounding the entire flatland, refusing to dissipate even after a long time had passed. As the world roared, the sea of blood arrived in the blink of an eye, and once it took a full circle in midair, a strange laughter traveled from within it. Eventually, the sea of blood crumbled with a loud bang and turned into a bloody rain that poured down on the ground. Once a drop fell, it would merge together with others, and as the bloody red light shone in the air, causing everyone's vision to turn blurry, nearly 10,000 people descended beside Evil Dust sect. The bloody rain that had gathered together rapidly closed in on these people and turned into blood-red long robes on their bodies. The person standing in the lead was an old man with a dark look on his face. He wore a blood-red long robe and held a black wooden staff in his hand. Once he swept his gaze across the area. A bloodthirsty smirk curled up on his lips. Almost all of the Evil Lust sect members standing behind him spotted the same look. There was also a woman behind him dressed in a red robe. She was incredibly beautiful, but the murderous aura coming from her body gave off an incredibly threatening air. The blood-colored robe on her body and the bright red shade on her lips caused all those who saw her to be unable to tell whether her robes and lips were just dyed in that shade of brilliant red, or whether it was really blood. Evil Lust sect loves killing and collecting blood the most. Their Grand Sect Elder, Bitu, is one of the three apogees, and his power is on par with that of the other two. But if we talk just about the number of people killed, then he's definitely the one in the lead among the three. The woman behind him is Bai Su, the prodigy who is equal to Wuxian and Xikong. This woman has incredibly high potential, and she is one of the prodigies in evil lust sect. She also has an older brother by the name of Baisu. The Su in Baisu's name is pronounced quietly, and as for Baisu's name, both syllables are accented. Her older brother is in evil immortal sect, and is the strongest among all the prodigies in evil sect. His potential surpasses that of all the others. He is the person evil sect is training and developing in hopes that he would be able to stand up against Justice Heaven Dao's Yi Wang. Chen Chun immediately explained, as Su Ming sized up Bitu. A killing intent that was on par with the one he harbored for Di Tian lit up in his eyes. It appeared beyond his control, because this Bitu was the elder from Black Mountain tribe that had caused Dark Mountain's destruction in his memories. Bai Tu. He was the person who had transformed himself into a half-human half-bat hybrid, and whom Su Ming had fought in the sky above Dark Mountain. Most of the people in my memories have already appeared. I didn't expect I would be able to see them in the battle between evil sect and all the other immortal sects. When Su Ming swept his gaze past these people, a ray of light that outshone all others appeared in the world, and it was charging forth from the sky behind Hidden Dragon Sect and Sky Miss Dao. It was a sword glare that outshone all the light in the world, and it came from a huge sword that was several hundreds of thousands of feet long. The only other sword that was bigger than it was the ancient bronze sword Su Ming had seen in the world of Ninein. Besides it, no other sword could compare. The sword glare separated the sky and earth. As it charged forward, it made all those who saw it feel their hearts tremble against their will. All those from Hidden Dragon Sect stood up, and the cultivators from Sky Miss Dao did the same thing. At the instant they looked towards the sword, the heads of the two sects, Jingnan and Zhou Fong, cast each other a look before they wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards the incoming sword in the sky. We of Hidden Dragon Sect greet the Heavenly Emperor. We of Sky Miss Dao greet the Heavenly Emperor. Once these two people spoke, all the cultivators from Sky Miss Dao and Hidden Dragon Sect wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards the sky. Their voices as they paid their respects were shockingly loud, echoing in all directions. However, even when the voices of those tens of thousands of people rang in the air, they still could not cover the whistle of the sword as it traveled through the air. They merely served as a contrast. Soon, the sword arrived at the battlefield. Su Ming's pupils constricted and killing intent raged within his body, but he would not show even a single hint of it. Instead, he just looked over with a freezing glare. Once the sword closed in, an innumerable amount of people from atop it turned into long arcs and charged towards the ground. Each of them stood on a sword, and they numbered not to 10,000, but were near 30,000. They spread out across the sky and earth, and with just the power of their sect alone, they could completely put down all the three inferior sects of evil sect. At the same time, two figures appeared on the sword in the sky. They were two people wearing crowns on their heads, and even though the sword glare made it so that no one could see their faces clearly, the waves of power coming from their bodies could suppress all those in ascendance. This was definitely no longer the power that belonged to those in the first step. It was incredibly rare for any immortal to possess the power beyond the first step due to the laws in Death Region set in the land of berserkers. Almost at the instant Su Ming saw these two figures and sensed that familiar power, a brilliant light immediately shone in his eyes. At the same time, his heart also sank. Two of them. Immediately after, he saw Bailing and Qinshin among the 30,000 cultivators that descended on the land, as well as two other people who caused certain faces to emerge in Su Ming's memories. One of them was Bei Ling's father, Dark Mountain's head of the hunters. The other was Chun Xian's father, Dark Mountain's tribe leader. These two well-built men were now dressed in purple robes and stood right in the front of all the cultivators under the sword. Their expressions were cold and aloof, and a power that belonged to those in the great circle stage of ascendance spread out from their bodies. Clearly, this was not their original level of cultivation, but what they possessed after their powers had been suppressed. Su Ming was certain of it because the feeling of threat from them surpassed what he felt from Shindong. With calm eyes, he looked towards the two people in Emperor's robes on the sword in the sky. At that moment, there was not a single thought distracting his mind. He had already set out what he must do, and no matter what sort of price he had to pay, his desire to kill Dition would never waver. He swept his gaze past Bailing, Qinshin, Sky Misdao's Wu Lu, Hidden Dragon Sex Qinchong, Evil Lust Sex Bai Su, and Evil Dust Sex Sikong. All these people are the prodigies off of their respective sex in the land of immortals. I'll ignore why they appeared in my past for now. They lost to me when we were in Windstream Mountain, and now they will lose to me again in this place. The person on the sword is the Heavenly Emperor, Dition. Chen Chen's voice quivered slightly, and he went a little nearer to Su Ming before he spoke up again in a whisper. There is a rumor circulating about the 5 emperors in the land of immortals. It is said that if the strongest Yellow Emperor truly died, then his death is definitely related to Dition, because Dition was the Yellow Emperor's disciple, and the Yellow Emperor's children have all been sealed off and divided by Dition. Su Ming did not speak. He merely sat on the stone and kept his gaze fixed on Dition in the sky, refusing to look away even after a long time had passed. He knew that he had one advantage over Dition at that moment. He could see Dition, but Dition did not know that he was here. While Su Ming was being silent, his gaze fell on Bailing and Qinshin, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. That is Dition's disciple, young Lord Bailing. This person's potential is said to be just right under Yi Wang's and is on par with Qinchong's. He is also said to be a serious and staid person. The woman beside him is his junior sister. Chen Chun looked towards the direction of Su Ming's gaze and immediately started introducing the people he saw. The 2 people behind Bailing and Qinxing were Dharma protectors when they were in the land of Immortal's Great Leaf Immortal sect. Right now, they're the sect masters of the land of Berserker's Great Leaf Immortal sect. It is said that they followed Dition around all the time when they were in the land of immortals, and they are all incredibly trusted subordinates of his. This Chen Chun seemed to know everything. From his mouth alone, Su Ming could already understand the whole world that belonged to the immortals. Almost at the moment Chen Chun finished speaking, rolling black fog immediately appeared out of nowhere in the sky from the direction of Evil Sect. That black fog filled the entire sky, and piercing screeches could be heard coming from within it. The black fog tumbled in the air and looked as if it had covered the whole sky. It seemed endless, for no one could see any light in the distance. This darkness had come incredibly suddenly, along with the piercing screeches that sounded as if they possessed a power to pierce through the soul. It caused almost all the people in the land where immortals descended to feel their hearts shudder. As if needles had stabbed into their bodies, they all started shouting together as if they could not withstand the pain and were almost pushed to the brink of madness because of it. Evil Sect was in a better state though. Besides the weak ones, most of the disciples were fine, but most of the people among the immortal sects instantly turned pale once those piercing screeches rang in the air. Black shadows even swiftly appeared between some of their brows. As they trembled, their bodies started rapidly withering away. Their flesh and blood did not disappear, but were being swiftly absorbed by the black shadows between the center of their brows. It was as if there was some sort of malicious spirit contained there, and it was absorbing these people's flesh and blood to be able to charge out. Almost at the moment these immortals could no longer bear with the piercing screeches, a cold harumph echoed in the sky, and once it fell into everyone's ears, they felt as if they were listening to a sword humming. It sounded as if there was a sword crashing against stone and metal, and it was a clear sound that exuded a biting, chilling air. All the disciples from the immortal sects who heard that sound as it echoed in the air immediately started shivering, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Expressions of wakefulness appeared on their faces, and their bodies stopped withering away. The black shadows at the center of their brows seemed let out silent screams of pain and then were wiped off. Su Ming's pupils constricted. At the moment the evil sound had rang shrilly in the air, he had already lifted his right hand and pressed it against Chen Chen's shoulder, causing him to only tremble under that piercing screech while remaining uninjured. However, The reason behind Su Ming's pupils constricting and a slightly grave expression appearing on his face was because he had vaguely seen an illusory sword slicing down from the sky on the immortal sex as that cold harumph rang in the air. There were few who could see that sword in the battlefield. Even Bao Qiu and the others around her could not detect it. Only those who had reached the Great Circle stage in ascendance like Shindong would be able to see some clues hinting at its existence. That sword seemed like a mere illusion, but it seemed to have executed the law of the world and separated the spot that the immortal sex resided. It might only have been separated for an instant, but it had made the evil sound lose its targets, wiping away the inner devils that had been born among the immortal sect disciples due to that evil sound. More importantly, the person who had let out that cold harumph was not the Dtian in purple robes, who Su Ming was familiar with, but instead the other clone in golden robes. The power of that harumph had immediately allowed Su Ming to make his judgment. Two clones, and the clone in the golden robes is stronger than the one in purple. Immortals and evil immortals curse. Chen Chen's face turned pale and sweat beaded on his forehead as he mumbled. This is the great divine ability of evil immortal sect, and it is also one of the Jian's favorite great divine abilities. In the past, all those who heard this immortals and evil immortals curse would find evil neonates emerging in their bodies, and they would then absorb their flesh and blood, causing their bodies to wither away. Then, once their bodies died, the evil neonates would be born. These creatures would then act as Jian's powerful killing moves, and they could even merge together to form immortal neonates. Chen Chun explained in a quiet voice. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and looked towards the endless black fog charging towards them from the sky in the distance. The black fog got increasingly closer as it tumbled about in the sky. The people on the battlefield could vaguely see an innumerable amount of people within the clouds, but they were nothing compared to the fog's appearance, which was the sight that had truly brought shock to all the people in the immortal sex. As it closed in, the portion right in the front merged together and turned into a gigantic human face. It looked incredibly ferocious, with the black fog as its body and the threads by the side its hair. As this creature approached the area, a dark voice rang in the air with such strength that it shook the sky and earth. Dtian. This voice echoed in all directions, causing all the cultivators on the ground to feel their hearts tremble. Even Shindong and the others were the same. As for Xikong and Chinchong, their faces turned pale. Su Ming sat on the rock, and the brilliant light shining in his eyes moments ago was hidden away. He looked at the black fog in the sky. After having heard this man's name for so long, this was the first time he finally saw him. Su Ming's gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the fog and look within it, where he saw 20,000 people in black armor, wearing aloof expressions on their faces while dark light shone in their eyes. Right before them was a boy dressed in black robes. That boy was incredibly handsome. His black hair danced in the air, and he held a black fan in his hand. If the black fog and all the people in black armor were not around, then this boy would have definitely looked incredibly elegant and graceful. Almost at the instant Su Ming looked towards the boy also seemed to have noticed his gaze and immediately lowered his head. But Su Ming had already averted his eyes by that time. The boy looked at the ground for a moment and a light crease appeared between his brows. But he stopped paying any attention to the ground after that. "Jian," slowly called out the Dtian in golden robes, as the rolling mass of black fog hovered directly opposite of Great Leaf Immortal Sect's giant sword in the sky. "Today, the immortals and evil immortals will fight, and the winner will take control of Eastern Wasteland's tower. As for the one who loses," the Dtian in golden robes said in a low voice. But before he could finish speaking, the rolling black fog immediately exploded and spread out, instantly filling up the entire area on the ground, as if it had separated the sky from the earth. Immediately after, the 20,000 people in black armor lifted their heads and turned into long black arcs that charged towards the fog on the ground. "Why are you being so talkative? Dtian, are you old and senile now? Disciples of evil sect, kill them." Once the fog filled the area on the ground, none of it could be seen in the sky any longer, causing Jian's figure to be revealed in the air. The boy in black robes put on a sinister smile on his face, and his eyes shone with killing intent in his chilling glare. He was completely unbothered and not the slightest bit wary of the two clones. With a step forward, he charged towards the sword where the Detions were. The eyes of both the clones shone, and the one in purple robes took a step forward, with a cold sneer on his face. You might be slightly weaker than our real self's magical body, but you still have to bear with the limitations set by the laws in Death region. I'd like to see how you will fight against two of our real self's clones. Rumbling sounds instantly echoed in the sky, but no one on the ground could see what was happening above, because the fog that filled the sky had blocked off all the gazes directed upwards. The rumbles then turned into waves of impact that swept towards Great Leaf Immortal Sect, Hidden Dragon Sect, and Sky Mist Dao. The battle suddenly erupted at the instant Ji-an arrived. Almost the instant the fog spread outwards and covered all the people's gazes. Su Ming stood up and struck Chen Chen's shoulder. With it, a faint ray of golden light immediately surged into Chen Chen's body through his hand. Close your eyes and fake death. As long your luck isn't too rotten, then as long as you have my power protecting you, you will be fine. Once Su Ming said that, he took a step forward. Chen Chan was taken aback for a moment, but then immediately let out a shrill scream of pain. Ah! You ambushed me, you tards. As he screamed, he started looking everywhere, and once he fell down, he quickly crawled under the stone beside him and laid down under it while his heart raced in anxiety in his chest. Su Ming moved like a ghost. As he charged forward, he moved about in the fog. He did not immediately rush out but instead spread his divine sense outwards. The fog around him might be thick, but it was practically non-existent within his perception. Almost at the instant the fog spread out, Su Ming lifted his right hand with an aloof expression and swiped at the fog to his right. A scream of pain rang out, and a Hidden Dragon Sect disciple was grabbed by the throat. Shock and despair appeared in the disciple's eyes. Up till this point, he still didn't understand why the target he had singled out before the fog appeared would suddenly become so terrifying. The spot where he stood in Evil Spirit Sect was clearly one that belonged to an Outer Sect disciple. A pity, but he no longer had any chance to think about that question. Su Ming squeezed with his right hand and a bang rang in the air. The Hidden Dragon Sect disciple's head exploded, and Su Ming continued walking forward. He could clearly see a woman in white where the three immortal sects were gathered in his divine sense. She had multiple layers of protection placed on her and would occasionally send out jade slips to the people. These jade slips were like orders that caused the 50,000 cultivators among the immortal sects to quickly organize themselves in the fog after only a short period of chaos. As for Evil Sect, they were clearly incredibly familiar with this black fog. As if they had been prepared for it beforehand, at the instant it appeared, they started swiftly killing the immortals under the lead of the 20,000 people in black armor. Su Ming calmly lifted his left hand. The green mark on his left hand was shining rapidly at the moment, and wisps of aura of death started charging towards his left hand from all directions. The true way to use this 7 abyssal Death seal is not to transfer the power of Death, but to offer the aura of death to the seal, Su Ming said flatly, and a chilling glare appeared in his eyes. If Su Ming had enough aura of death to deliver to this verdant abyssal seal, then he would be able to trade in even more power of Death from the world. Then, with this power of Death, he could bring up an explosion that was even greater than what Shandong had managed to summon. This was the epiphany he had gained when he was examining the 7 abyssal Death seal. There was an innate difference between him and Shandong, which was why Shandong had been unable to understand this art fully, but once it was in Su Ming's hands, he would be able to make it shine brilliantly. A fight between 10,000 people. In terms of numbers, they can't compare to the battle between the shamans and berserkers, but the power within each of these people here is much stronger compared to the shamans and berserkers. If that's the case, since the aura of death's thickness will increase because of a person's level of cultivation, then even if there aren't many people fighting on both sides, the aura of death will still be great because of the immortal's power will cause it to increase by multiple fold. Su Ming walked in the black fog at a moderate pace. Roars and the sounds of battle rose and fell in his ears. However, he no longer had the hot-blooded fervor he had during the battle between the shamans and berserkers. His heart remained cold. He had no reason to be fired up for this battle. This was an internal strife among the Immortals and a scramble for power between Evil Sect and all the other Immortal sections. Su Ming was just a guest in this battle, a stranger who came to this battlefield with his own goals. He only had one really, and that was to kill Di Tian. To accomplish this goal, others had sprung up. It was just like building a tower. Several layers needed to be built upon each other before a tower could be formed. I'll need at least half of the people to die to complete the Verdant Abyssal Seal. It'll be even better if I could get more. A glint appeared in his eyes. With his divine sense, he saw the three immortal sects slowly finding their way in the fog as the woman in white led them, issuing her orders with the jade slips. Instead, they started shrinking back, and with the woman in white as the center, they slowly looked as if they wanted to form a formation of 3 rings. A squad was formed with 9 people and a platoon with 9 of these squads. With 9 platoons, a brigade was formed. The dozens of brigades then started retreating in an organized fashion continuously, and as they set up their formation, the evil sect teams that were rushing at them were like fierce tigers that had run into hedgehogs and could not swiftly slaughter a large amount of them, unlike what they had managed to do at the start. The leaders were the ones who had a crucial function within these brigades, and the people with this position were the ones who would directly receive the woman in white's orders. Then, they would send these orders to the platoons in their brigades, and these platoons would then send the orders to the squads. This then resulted in the 3 immortal sects looking like a single being that could not be separated, yet one that was also capable of dividing itself into several dozens of groups at any time it wanted. On the other hand, the charge led by the 20,000 evil immortals clad in black armor was now like the last flickers of a dying flame. Once the 3 immortal sects started fighting back, they gradually lost the advantage they'd had at the start. Aside from that, powerful immortals in ascendants like Shindong and Shihai had been detained by other ascendant cultivators in the fog. Booming sounds kept coming continuously from their direction as these people fought against each other. Even Bao Qiu was fighting against another cultivator in soul transformation stage from Great Leaf Immortal Sect. They would not allow any person who had a high level of cultivation join in the charge between both armies. It was the same for the immortal sections. Once they had been marked by those in evil sect, they were also held back by their enemies. By how things usually progress, they should be heading into a stalemate very soon. Both sides will each bring out all the powerful enchanted treasures against their opponents that are of the same level of cultivation as theirs. And then, they will try to gain the upper hand again and continue with the slaughter. Su Ming's gaze occasionally fell on the fog before him. Once he could vaguely see ahead, he started observing the world outside with caution. The sky above him was not bright. There was a faint layer of purple fog there. It was not thick, and in that thin layer he saw 3 figures crisscrossing each other as they fought. Loud booming sounds that shook the sky and earth reverberated in the air. The ripples coming from the rune above these 3 people were becoming stronger, and it seemed that new immortals would descend to the land before long. I can't afford to wait for such a long time. If I let those from evil sect and the immortal sects act according to their plans, then not many of their people will die and it'll be slow. The rune in the sky also seems rather strange. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. When he saw that evil sect had already reached the end of their slaughter and looked as if they were about to retreat, he took a step forward and charged forward like a specter towards one of the brigades that were setting up their formation. This was a brigade of 1,000 people filled with boundless vitality at that moment. It was composed entirely of people from Sky Mist Dao, and a murderous air filled the area around them. The eyes of each person here from Sky Mist Dao were burning brightly. The leaders of the platoons among them were all cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage. Some of them were in the soul formation state. The leader of the brigade, who was surrounded by multiple layers of people, was a cultivator in the soul transformation stage. This immortal brigade, which was the closest one to Su Ming, was retreating continuously, as if all the wills of the people inside had become connected to each other. They were retreating swiftly to complete the formation. Right before them were numerous evil sect disciples and a large number of people in black armor who were bringing with bloodlust and madness as they continued raining down their attacks on the brigade. Shanhen was right in front of the team, among the people leading the charge. A mighty force burst forth from his well-built body at that moment, and his power spread out while 9 black blades surrounded his body. As he charged forth, he was like a whirlwind sweeping across the land. But the 1,000-man brigade did not show any signs of dispersing despite being in the midst of the charge. They continued retreating in an organized manner, causing those in evil sect to feel incredibly helpless against them, because another brigade had appeared in the direction where these evil sect members were, and it was clear that they had been surrounded at some point without being aware of it. In the midst of that helplessness, these evil sect disciples began thinking of retreating. Bloodlust shone in Xianxia's eyes, but after letting out a cold harumph, he, too, started withdrawing. After all, this was something that could not be helped. They were not the only ones retreating at the moment. The entire evil sect army was retreating to widen the distance between them and the immortal sects. This was something that was part of their plans to begin with, and they were quick on their feet as they began retreating. However, almost at the moment Xianxia started withdrawing, a wave from the fog that would only be formed when someone was charging forward suddenly appeared not too far away from where he was. As those ripples spread out, a faint silhouette of a person could be seen within, and that person was so quick that he seemed like a shooting star charging through the fog as he rushed towards the 1,000-man brigade. Both sides clashed in an instant, and a shocking bang swiftly erupted into the air. The will formed together by the 1,000 people started showing signs of crumbling once that silhouette charged into them. At the same time their will started crumbling, the stranger made his way into the 1,000-man brigade. Wherever he went, shrill screams of pain would travel out and blood would spill everywhere. Naturally, that silhouette was Su Ming. With just 3 steps, he appeared right before the leader of a platoon. That person was a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. The man's pupils shrank and shock appeared in his eyes. He knew that unless it was a cultivator in ascendance, then no person would be able to break into this 1,000-man brigade where he was right at that moment. Yet, all the cultivators in ascendance within evil sect already had someone of equal level from the immortal sects fighting against them. So how did an additional cultivator in ascendance suddenly appear in evil sect? And he was clear that this was a cultivator in ascendance stage, not someone in any other stage of cultivation. Besides, more importantly, this sudden addition was incredibly fatal to one side of the battle among low-leveled cultivators. It was a pity, but this man no longer had any time to think about this. Su Ming did not stop. With one step, he closed in and lifted his right hand. When he moved past that person, he seized his throat, and once he dragged him a dozen steps, he crushed the man's throat and shattered his nascent soul. Once he let go, he moved towards the leader of the brigade, the old cultivator in soul transformation stage. That old man was dressed in green robes, and his eyes were as wide as saucers at that moment. There was also shock in his gaze, and he immediately fell back without any hesitation. A strong life-threatening sense of danger shot up like a sharp needle piercing his heart, causing the only thought in his mind in the midst of his nervousness to be that of hastily fleeing for his life. Yet with Su Ming's speed and power, the old man's speed as he fled was simply too slow. Almost at the moment he started retreating, Su Ming had already turned into a long arc and moved past him in a flash. Blood gushed out like a fountain in the air, and in Su Ming's hand was the old man's head, who could now no longer close its eyes. There were no screams of pain nor shrieks. There was only stunned silence, for the 1,000-man brigade whose purpose was to suppress those from evil sect had their brigade leader and several of their platoon leaders killed in a short span of time, courtesy of Su Ming. After a short period of silence, cries of surprise erupted from these 1,000 people. At the same time, Xianxia and the others who had been retreating nearby were also momentarily shocked, but immediately after, they let out excited roars and no longer retreated. Instead, they rushed into the 1,000-man brigade that was near breaking point like murderous demons and fiends. "I am Xianxia. Thank you for your help, Senior. May I know which evil sect you came from?" In the midst of his crazed slaughter, Xianxia spoke up, but he did not obtain an answer. Su Ming had already left. He moved like the god of death in this piece of land filled with black fog. As he weaved about, he would charge swiftly into one of the brigades and kill its leader and numerous platoon leaders, with his greatest speed and amount of power he could muster. It was as if he was cutting through knots with a sharp knife. While he had only dealt with 8 brigades and not all of them, the effect he brought to the battlefield was still incredibly apparent, causing the originally retreating evil sect to stop moving for a moment before they charged forward to kill once again. The 8 crumbled brigades were gaps in the Immortal sect's formation, and they were continuously being torn wider. Su Ming did not tear open more gaps for evil sect. He did not want a single side to win in this battle. He wanted a complete annihilation of both armies when their strength became equal once again. Only when that happened would he be able to gain a large amount of aura of death within a short period of time. Only then would the might of his verdant abyssal seal reach a terrifying level. Green light surrounded his left hand at that moment, and the aura of death there was rising exponentially at a maddening pace. Go on, kill. The more you kill, the better, Su Ming muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he whipped his head to the side and looked towards the Immortal sect's direction. He saw a woman's gaze locking onto him, and it belonged to the woman in white who had been setting up the formation for the Immortal sects. She can actually find me? A flicker of light shone in Su Ming's eyes. How can this be? There are 8 powerful warriors in ascendance from evil sect besides the 3 apogees from the 3 inferior sects. But these 8 people are just in the early stage of ascendance. From the information we received, one of them died in Thousand River Valley. So there should only be 10 people from evil sect that are in ascendance. We already sent people to handle these 10, and by the looks of it, all of them are still held back by our plans. So who is the new one who appeared? There were some old men standing beside the woman in white behind the multiple layers of protection created by those in the Immortal sections. These old men's faces were filled with shock, and they were all speaking out of surprise. They might be standing in a circle, but none of them possessed the power of ascendance. They were at most in soul transformation stage, yet all of them were in possession of divine senses that had surpassed the limits of their current level of cultivation. They were 4 old men, and they were originally sitting cross-legged on the ground with their divine senses spread outwards to gather on the woman in the middle. Due to the change in the battlefield at that moment, grave expressions appeared on their faces. Could it be that the information we obtained was wrong, and that cultivator in ascendance who we learned was dead didn't truly die? This is the only explanation. The woman in white remained calm as she looked at the rolling black fog in the distance. After some time, she uttered softly, "He noticed me." There was an airy and ethereal quality to her voice, as if it did not belong to this world. Notify Hidden Dragon Sect and send a warrior immortal to kill this person. If it won't be able to kill him, then at least have it tie him down. The woman in white had a flat expression on her face. Once she finished speaking, the 4 old men behind her used some sort of unknown method and contacted Hidden Dragon Sect, and one of the 7 galactic warrior immortals crouching down on the mountains spotted a brilliant light flashing in its eyes. It stood up, and when it took a step forward, it grabbed the mountain with its right hand and leapt into the black fog with it as loud booming sounds echoed behind them. The woman in white rubbed the center of her brows and no longer bothered herself with this matter. To her, this was just an unforeseen accident, and once she sent a warrior immortal over, she would be able to wipe it clean. She placed her gaze on the battle, and a light crease appeared between her brows for a moment before disappearing. She waved her right hand, and dozens of jade slips instantly appeared before her. Once her orders were placed on those slips, they immediately spread out. Su Ming started retreating within the fog. As he moved about, he avoided the evil sect disciples around him. He narrowed his eyes and hid away the chilling glare in his eyes. That woman can see me. This doesn't fit into my plans. By the looks of it, the old men beside her fused their divine senses together and lent her their power. That's why she was able to locate me. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. When he turned his head to the side, he saw a galactic warrior immortal leaping in the air, and as a loud bang echoed from the ground and the earth trembled, the puppet landed several thousands of feet away from him. At the same time, a piercing howl sliced through the air. Right before Su Ming's eyes, when the huge galactic warrior immortal landed on the ground, the mountain it brought with it came charging towards him with loud rumbling sounds. The mountain was several tens of thousands of feet tall, and the force with which it was flung into the air was astonishing. It made all the evil sect members around the area to instantly turn pale and quickly avoid the place. The mountain approached Su Ming, making all the fog in the area it passed through to scatter in all directions, which resulted in a gigantic empty space. The howling sounds were piercing to the ears. With a strange pressure on it, the mountain came charging towards Su Ming. When it closed in and was about to ram into him, the giant that had landed nearby lifted its head and let out a shocking roar. The clattering sounds increased in frequency, and it sounded as if there were some sort of gears turning in the giant's body, causing it to lift its foot swiftly and step on the ground before it rushed at Su Ming. With each step it took, the ground would tremble and the fog would scatter. A monstrous wave of murderous aura came crashing towards Su Ming. There was a mountain descending on him from above, and a galactic warrior immortal closing in on him from the front. But Su Ming did not dodge. Instead, his lips curled up into a cold sneer. This was just a mere galactic warrior immortal, and it was even created in the land of berserkers to boot. It only possessed the cultivation base and power of a berserker who had attained great completion in the berserker soul realm. When Su Ming had recovered just 8/10 of his cultivation base, he could already fight against those who had attained great completion in the berserker soul realm. At that time, he was already halfway through to truly reaching berserker soul realm. Once he started circulating all his power, killing one person or creature at the equivalent to those who had attained great completion in the berserker soul realm was nothing to Su Ming. Not only was he going to destroy this galactic warrior immortal, he was also going to destroy the woman in white's power that allowed her to keep her gaze fixed on him. Only then would he be able to continue moving about in the darkness, without anyone being able to see or find any traces of him. Only then would his plans work as intended. Almost at the instant the galactic warrior immortal took its first step and the ground started trembling, Su Ming lifted his right hand and stomped on the ground. With it, he shot up from the land like a long arc that had erupted from the land and charged towards the mountain, crashing down at him from above. He was so quick that he appeared in midair in almost the blink of an eye, which meant that there was less than hundreds of feet between him and that gigantic mountain. A great wave of pressure fell on his body, but as Su Ming circulated all his power, that pressure instantly crumbled and shattered. With a calm expression, he lifted his left hand and pushed against the sky. At the instant he did so, the mountain fell and crashed into his lifted left hand with a bang. Booming sounds immediately resounded around Su Ming's entire body. It sank down swiftly, but right when it sank 3 inches downwards, Su Ming let out a cold harumph and the power that belonged to the ancient berserkers erupted from his left arm. The berserkers' cultivation methods and inheritance came from the first god of berserkers, but the source of their power lay in their blood, and it was the blood they inherited from the ancient berserkers, the people who were born with the power of berserkers during the time before history was recorded. The first god of berserkers had found a method for berserkers to awaken the blood inheritance coursing through their veins so that they would no longer be barbarians and savages. Instead, they would be able to walk down the ways of cultivation, just like other people, and make their race shine with a brilliant light. A normal berserker had very little of that ancient blood flowing through their bodies. Only when they reached the bone sacrifice realm would they be able to gather up power and form the spine that belonged to the ancient berserkers, who were also the true berserkers. At that point, they would be in possession of extraordinary power. Yet when it came to Su Ming, he had turned all the bones in his body and even his flesh as well as his blood into those of a true berserker. It could be said that his body was already like those of the ancient berserkers that existed before the recorded history. This was something that even the first god of berserkers had been unable to do when he made this cultivation system. That was why, as of then, what right did this puny mountain have to try and crush Su Ming's body? When the power of the ancient berserkers erupted from Su Ming's left arm, the mountain was forced to a stop in midair with just one hand. Su Ming was barely noticeable under that 10,000 feet tall mountain, but he, who was seemingly unnoticeable and insignificant, was holding the entire mountain with just his left hand. He spun his body slightly, causing the mountain to shift to his right hand, and then he threw it swiftly towards the spot where the woman in white was surrounded by the numerous immortals. piercing howls that shook the sky and earth rang in the air, and the mountain charged straight towards the woman in white, while loud rumbling sounds shot up into the sky. This scene was incredibly shocking, and before the woman in white had time to react to what was happening, Su Ming had lowered his head swiftly. A sneer revealed itself on his face, and killing intent shone in his eyes when he charged down towards the ground. He was so quick that before anyone could see what was happening, he had already completed the entire process of descending from midair to the ground. When he appeared there, he took a huge step forward and appeared right before the galactic warrior Immortal that was roaring ferociously. One punch. Su Ming's abrupt appearance was as if he had forced his way into the empty space before the galactic warrior Immortal. When he appeared, his body still remaining as an indistinct blur, his fist landed on the galactic warrior Immortal's body with a loud bang. Loud booming sounds shook the world, and even the powerful Immortals in Ascendance who were fighting against each other in the fog felt their hearts shake. But they did not have any time to take a look at the source of the tremors. They were all fighting, and could not afford to be distracted. With that one punch, the light within the galactic warrior Immortal's eyes instantly vanished, and cracks started spreading rapidly throughout its body from the spot where Su Ming's fist had landed on its chest. In a span of a breath, the gigantic galactic warrior Immortal shattered into pieces with a bang, turning into a large amount of torn pieces and gears that tumbled backwards. At that moment, Su Ming's body was fully revealed in the air. He took a step forward, and with a piercing screech that signaled of the air being sliced apart, he shot through the crumbling galactic warrior Immortal and flew into midair. He was fast, so fast that when he was done killing the giant, the mountain he had tossed from midair was still charging down its trajectory and hadn't yet fallen to the ground. In a flash, Su Ming caught up to the mountain and swiftly landed on its top. As the mountain charged forward, his image as he stood there became the center of attention for all those who saw him, and dazed expressions appeared on their faces. The person on the mountain had long robes that danced in the air and long hair that moved with the wind, and it was an image that filled the stranger with an indefinable, elegant air. It was a pity that there were not many people who were paying attention to Su Ming at that moment. The place was filled with fog that had caused even the divine senses of everyone to be slightly blocked off, making it seem as if it sealed off all the people's gazes. However, there were still people who managed to see the sight. The woman in white's pupils shrank, and an incredibly rare expression of intense solemnity appeared on her face. In fact, her breathing had even paused for a moment. The four old men beside her could no longer find it in themselves to remain seated. All of them stood up and looked towards the sky as they sucked in sharp breaths. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. He killed a galactic warrior Immortal with just one punch. Who is he? When did such a powerful person appear in Evil Sect? Why didn't we receive any information about him? A glint appeared in the woman in white's long and narrow eyes. When she lifted her right hand, the four old men immediately formed a seal with their hands. Immediately, their divine senses joined together and surged into the woman's body. She swiftly widened her eyes, and her divine sense immediately grew several times in size. As if it had gained physical form, it charged towards the incoming mountain, as well as towards Su Ming who was standing elegantly on its top. A loud bang shot into the air, and it turned into an endless amount of echoes. Once the mountain crashed into the woman's powerful divine sense, it instantly shattered into pieces and crumbled apart. A large amount of broken stone pieces shot outward, and for a time, it looked as if female deities were throwing down petals from heaven. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Once the woman in white cut off Su Ming's charge, exhaustion appeared on her face, but immediately after, her expression changed drastically. Something's not right. The mountain was destroyed too easily. Once that thought appeared in her heart, she whipped her head around and saw a shadow flashing past two of the four old men behind her. Then, their heads were separated from their bodies, and shock appeared in their eyes as their heads flew into the air. That shadow was originally going to disappear, but it stopped for a moment and turned its head around to look towards her. It opened its mouth and moved its lips, but no sound appeared, neither were there any thoughts sent to her. He didn't come to kill me. He just wanted to destroy the support I had that allowed me to cast that divine ability to keep my gaze on him. The woman in white's face turned pale and she staggered a few steps backwards. There were multiple layers of immortals surrounding her. Yet none of them had noticed anything. This made a chill creep through her entire body despite the fact that she was surrounded by a crowd. "Don't provoke me, huh?" The woman bit her lip. She had been able to understand the words Su Ming had mouthed before he left. Su Ming left. No one could stop his arrival, and neither could anyone stop his departure. If he wanted to kill that woman in white, he could do so with ease, and no one would be able to stop him. The woman was rather beautiful and would make others pity her. But in Su Ming's eyes, it did not matter whether his enemy was a man or a woman. They were nothing to him. Su Ming was not concerned with the woman's survival, but she could not die at this point because if she died, then perhaps other forms of change will appear in the immortal sex, and the goal of making both sides fight against each other until they died would not be accomplished. He only came here to destroy the focus the woman in white had on him. It was just like destroying one of the eyes on a person, so that he or she will be unable to continue sensing him. From there, Su Ming could fuse back into darkness and make sure no one noticed him. The woman in white shuddered lightly and watched Su Ming's shadow disappear. The focus she had on Su Ming had also disappeared without a trace and she could no longer find him. The two old men beside her had incredibly dark faces, but they did not do anything extreme. The power in their opponent had completely stunned them to their feet. Only at this point did the immortal sect disciples that had provided them with those multiple layers of protection notice what had happened. As their hearts trembled in shock, expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces. A light breeze blew past the land. That wind could not blow away the fog, but the bloody stench in the area was swept up and started spreading outwards. The two headless corpses on the ground started giving off a presence that chilled others to the bone. The woman in white remained silent for a moment. When she closed her eyes and reopened them shortly, calmness returned to her eyes. She continued sending out the orders on her jade slips to the other immortals, but she no longer did anything against Su Ming. To her, the death of the two old men in the sect was a warning. The voiceless words Su Ming had sent to her before he left also gave that warning a bloody air. If she continued provoking him, then the ones who would die next would be her and the remaining two old men. She was not a part of the three sects and was only invited here to organize this battle. She had no reason to give up her life for this. As Su Ming left, the sounds of battle continued reverberating in the air and grew more intense as time went by. There were few who could see Su Ming's actions due to the fog. Even if they did notice it, they would still lose track of Su Ming's presence as Su Ming hid himself away from the fog once again. At that moment, Su Ming stood on one of the corners of the battlefield. Fog surrounded him, and with an aloof expression on his face, he spread out his divine sense and watched the changes in the battlefield. The verdant abyssal seal on his left hand was absorbing all the aura of death coming swiftly towards him from all directions. Screams of pain and booming sounds crisscrossed with each other and reverberated in the air throughout the entire battlefield. The battle between both sides were intense and there seemed to be no end to it. The evil sect's charge in the start and Su Ming's attack had caused the immortal sects to remain on passive, and this had caused them to pay an incredibly large price. Most of those who died were the disciples from the immortal sects. However, once the woman in white fell into a brief moment of silence and started sending off her orders again, Su Ming noticed something different in the corner of the battlefield. He saw a change. He saw the brigades in the immortal sects suddenly change. They were no longer brigades formed of 1,000 people, but were brigades formed of 3,000 people. Once they fused together, they seemed to have formed a new formation, causing the momentum of the battlefield to abruptly change, and once the brigades that had lost their leaders fused together with the others, they turned into a fan-shaped formation and started retreating. In Su Ming's eyes, the actions of several tens of thousands of people doing such a thing was an incredibly grand thing. As the ground continued shaking and rumbling, Su Ming's eyes immediately started shining when he saw the immortals doing such a thing. There has been quite a lot of deaths in the immortal sects. Now it's evil sect's turn. Su Ming did not want any side to obtain a kill count that would decide the tide of the battle, or else there would not be too many people who died at the end. He wanted both sides to suffer huge losses and wanted both evil sect and the immortal sects to be completely annihilated. A cold smirk appeared at the corners of his lips. With one step, Su Ming moved, and he immediately began swimming about in the fog. There were a few evil dust sect disciples not too far away from him. All of them were surrounded by sandstorms, and they were all charging towards the immortal sect brigades in the distance. But as Su Ming closed in and a loud rumble rang in the air, those sandstorms collapsed, the evil sect disciples within them widened their eyes. A bloody hole appeared at the center of their brows. A cold shadow from the fog in the distance also appeared in their eyes before it swiftly disappeared. He stopped the charge from evil sect and gave a chance for those in the immortal sects to change from being on the passive to taking the lead in the attack. Su Ming believed that even if the people from those immortal sects would be hesitant and doubtful, they would still walk down the path for the plan he had after having so many of their own die. At that moment, Su Ming moved about the fog at an extremely fast pace. He lifted his right hand and seized a completely evil lust sect disciple charging past him while roaring in bloodthirst, completely unaware of his presence. At the moment he was taken aback, Su Ming had already pressed his right hand on the top of that person's skull. He did not kill him, but that evil lust sect disciple started trembling viciously. A dead look appeared in his eyes, and veins started popping up on his face, as if he was suffering through an unimaginable pain. But he could not make a single sound. His skin grew dark, as if a layer of black smoke had appeared on him, and it was continuously spreading through his entire body. With the person in hand, Su Ming started moving through the fog like the wind. Wherever he went, Su Ming would not hesitate even a single bit and point towards all the evil sect disciples he met on the way. All those people from evil sect who he touched with the tip of his fingertips would shudder and their life force would immediately leave their bodies before they breathed their last. The limitation on their power caused all the people Su Ming killed to have no possibility of defending themselves against his attacks. However, there were far too many fights in this place. Su Ming might have a high level of cultivation, but it was still difficult for him to kill all these people with just his power alone. However, the slaughter he rained down as he moved like a fish in water in that fog made his existence become like that of a nightmare in this battlefield. This nightmare continued. Su Ming moved freely like flowing water in the fog. The path he chose leaned close to the front of Evil Team's assault team. Wherever he went, blood would fill the area, and shrill screams of pain would immediately reverberate in the air. When Su Ming rushed to the middle of Evil Sect's team, and he pulled back his left hand right before the confused gaze of an evil sect disciple. At the instant that evil sect disciple fell down, the evil lust sect disciple who Su Ming was still holding onto in his right hand had already turned completely dark. All his hair fell off from his head, and it was the same for his teeth. The bones in his body also became soft and limp, and his entire body had already withered and shrank into a bundle. There was a strange and enchanting air within this darkness, causing all those who saw it to be unable to help themselves but feel their hearts tremble. There was also a faint fragrance coming from this person's body, and all those who breathed in that fragrance would feel relaxed and happy, but if they breathed in that scent for too long, they would start nauseous and would want to puke out even all their organs. This strange smell and sensation came from the curse. As Su Ming's level of cultivation increased, his ability to utilize the curse also became much stronger than before. The curse he cast at that moment was another way to use this art. It was a cursed person formed after he fused the curse with shamanic spells, causing the person to be in a state of being alive and dead, like a living dead person, and like a dead living person. As the power of the curse continuously fused into the person's body, he would turn into a cursed body, and the more curses he contained in his body, the level of destruction would be greater once he self-destructed. In fact, it would even bring a disaster to the area. This was also the first time Su Ming used this method. As he grabbed that cursed person in his right hand, he moved about in the fog until the vague shadows of nearly 100 people from evil sect appeared before him. Without any hesitation, Su Ming jumped up, then threw the evil lust sect disciple in his hand to the ground with one powerful throw. The evil lust sect disciple's eyes began shining in a strange and enchanting light. At the instant he fell on the ground. His body exploded with a bang, and a layer of fog that was similarly black in color instantly swept towards all directions with loud rumbling sounds. Wherever it went, all those evil sect disciples that were touched by this fog would immediately start trembling viciously, and a large amount of black spots would appear on their skin. Su Ming was still in midair. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, his heart suddenly leaped in his chest. He clenched his right hand into a fist and hurled a punch straight towards the air to his left. A loud bang rang in the air, and the fog to Su Ming's left instantly disintegrated. A person was revealed in the fog, and he coughed up blood as he fell back. When his face was revealed, Su Ming recognized him with just one glance. That person was Xikong, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief at that moment. Su Ming turned his head around and cast Xikong an aloof gaze. "Who are you?" Xikong's voice was rather piercing to the ears. Almost at the same time he said these words, blood trickled down the corners of his mouth once again and sharp pain shot up in all his organs. His cultivation base had even begun showing signs of instability. The jade pendant hanging over his chest also shattered as cracking sounds shot into the air. A small black patch had also appeared on his skin due to the curse seeping into his body, and it was still spreading continuously while spreading out a presence that made Xikong's skin crawl as terror filled every fiber of his being. What is this divine ability? It has a power that surpasses those in the Great Circle stage for ascendance. This is... Xikong sucked in a sharp breath. His jade pendant could withstand one full-powered blow from an immortal at the Great Circle stage in ascendance, but it had shattered just now, which meant that the punch this person delivered just now had already surpassed those in the Great Circle stage in ascendance. He was shocked. The black patch on his body was already the size of a fist, and while there was no pain coming from it, when Xikong swept his gaze towards that black patch, he could feel a strong, threatening presence from that patch. It made him nervous, and he swiftly retreated. As his heart pounded in fear, he almost reached the fastest speed he could muster while he retreated. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. There was a pair of powerful cultivators in the Great Circle stage in ascendance from Evil Sect and Immortal Sect fighting in the direction where Xikong retreated. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence before he let out a cold harumph. He did not chase after Xikong. Killing or sparing Xikong was a small matter to him. Turning the battlefield into chaos was more important to him right then. "How dare you try to ambush me, who came from Great Leaf Immortal Sect, with your puny power?" Su Ming spoke flatly, then turned around and disappeared from the spot. Great Leaf Immortal Sect. He's a person from Great Leaf Immortal Sect. Xikong could not control himself and coughed up blood once again. As he swiftly retreated, he saw that the person did not chase him down, and when he saw this, he clenched his fist. Hatred as well as madness appeared in his eyes. As the power of the curse spread out from the spot where Su Ming was, black patches immediately appeared on quite a large number of evil sect disciples. Panic descended on these people, while Su Ming leapt into the distance. Two more rapidly darkening bodies appeared in his hand, as he moved without a sound. After a moment, once the sounds of two explosions spread out, the curse's presence became thicker in the air. The curse did not act fast, but looked incredibly terrifying. It did not matter who it was. When they found a large amount of black spots appearing on their bodies and smelled the sweet but nauseating scent while feeling the black patches on their bodies continue spreading and rotting away, terror would crawl up from deep within their hearts. After a moment, Su Ming went past between some evil sect's assault teams. The fear creeping in their hearts exploded, resulting the teams becoming more and more chaotic as time passed. This chaos was immediately discovered by the Immortal sects and spotted by the powerful warriors in ascendance from Evil Sect and the Immortal sects fighting against each other. However, it was difficult for them to break off from the life and death battles they were engaged in at the moment, so they could not pay too much attention to it. A glint appeared in the woman in white's eyes. She could immediately see that this chaos was a perfect opportunity to turn the tides of the battle. She lifted her right hand, but just as she was about to send her orders, she instinctively paused. She was incredibly hesitant. This chaos was clearly man-made, but who exactly would create such an opportunity for the immortal sex? The first person that came to her mind was Su Ming. She had originally thought that he came from evil sect, but due to her survival after high attack, she began to have other thoughts regarding his origins. When she saw the chaos among the evil sect, there was no way she would be unable to guess what was happening with her intelligence. She sighed softly. Even if she was able to tell that the person had intentionally caused this, she still had to seize this chance. She no longer hesitated. She swung her arm, and a dozen-something jade slips flew into the air. Have all the remaining 6 galactic warrior immortals from Hidden Dragon Sect attack. You must absolutely change the tide of this battle right now. When evil sect is in chaos. One of the woman in white's jade slips flew towards the direction where Hidden Dragon Sect was. It was caught by Chinchong, who was standing on one of the big stones. His eyes sparkled, and when he formed a seal with his left hand, loud booming sounds that shook the sky reverberated in the air. The 6 galactic warrior immortals lifted their heads from the mountains and roared. As they roared, the 6 giants flew into the air with a bang. The 6 huge mountains also rose up and followed right behind them, slicing through the air with rumbling sounds in their wake. When the 6 bangs connected with each other and echoed in the air while the ground trembled, the 6 mountains crashed into evil sect's army. The pressure that spread out from them caused all those who were enveloped within it to feel as if their bodies had been bound. They could not dodge, only stare as they were crushed and turned into minced meat as they screamed in pain. The ground trembled once again, and this time, it was because the 6 galactic warrior immortals had landed from midair. Once they descended, a bloodthirsty, murderous aura spread out from their bodies. These giants' eyes were bloodshot. Roaring, they charged forward into 6 different directions. Wherever they went, the evil sect disciples would be completely unable to retaliate. From the giants' mad charge, these disciples would usually either have their bodies broken, or be ripped apart and tossed away once grabbed. Go on, kill. Kill more. Then my verdant abyssal seal will become stronger. Su Ming mumbled under his breath. He cast a glance at the green mark on his left hand. It was now letting out an enchanting light, which made it look incredibly strange. At that moment, Su Ming's gaze fell on his right palm. There was a black bundle there, which was letting out a sweet scent. Naturally, that was the curse. Su Ming had come up with this form of the curse on the spot, to use nearly 100,000 bodies to provide nourishment so that the curse would become more terrifying as time passed. When the 6 galactic warrior immortals started their counterattack in the fog, once chaos became apparent in evil sect, the immortal sects received orders to no longer retreat, but instead turn around. All of them transformed into long arcs with loud roars. They brought out their divine abilities and enchanted treasures and charged against those from evil sect. The tables had been turned. The booming sounds from arts and divine abilities rang loud within the fog. The waves of power from the spiritual aura in the world continued spreading outwards, but it still could not make the fog show any signs of disappearing. Su Ming no longer paid any attention to the battle. He rose into the air until he reached the edge of the fog. When he was there, he lifted his head and looked at the sky. At that moment, clouds were tumbling about, and the 3 figures within were executing a series of divine abilities. Ripples spread out from it, making it seem as if the sky was about to shatter, and it was a shocking sight to behold. However, there were 2 spots in the sky where the ripples and waves of impact would immediately dissipate when they closed in on them. Those 2 spots were 2 vortexes that were showing faint signs of their existence. These 2 vortexes were spinning slowly at that moment, and when Su Ming saw them, he had a strong feeling that they were the spots where the immortals descended. He shifted his gaze away and finally looked towards the 3 fighting figures in the clouds and fog. Su Ming saw Tion's clones. One of them was casting that art to mend the sky, and the other was casting the art to submerge the sun. As the 2 clones executed these 2 divine abilities, the world lost its color, causing Su Ming to narrow his eyes. He looked towards the boy in black. Jian's magical body was still holding the fan in his hand. His expression could not be seen, but his movement of swinging the fan was clear. Immediately, A huge ghost face appeared before him. It was 10,000 feet big and looked incredibly ferocious. It opened its mouth wide before it snapped its jaws shut, as if it wanted to swallow the whole entire world. The sight made Su Ming's pupils shrink for an instant. After some moment, he closed his eyes and suppressed the urge to attack. When he reopened them, he cast a deep look toward Di Tian's clones. Su Ming knew that he could not be hasty in this. Only when verdant abyssal seal and the curse became stronger as the people from both sides continued dying would the time come for him to truly attack. Besides, this was not the time for him to launch any sort of ambush either. The moment he walked out the fog on the ground, he would be immediately discovered by GN and the two Di Tians in the sky, and more importantly, their battle has just started. There's no heat to it as of yet. And neither are they injured. Su Ming suppressed the urge in his heart. He knew that if he made a single mistake he would be easily revealed. He had to continue hiding, and when the time came for him to launch his attack, he would burst forth with a will to kill even the 9 heavens. The 7 abyssal death art and the curse are the first burial gifts I've prepared for you, Di Tian. Su Ming mumbled softly. He still had a few burial gifts he had in store for Di Tian in the depths of his heart, and they were all gifts aimed to take the man's life, all fit to bury an emperor. At that moment, booming sounds from the ground shot through the fog and arrived near Su Ming, breaking his thoughts. He looked down towards the direction of that sound. There were now only 3 of the galactic warrior immortals left on the land. The 6 giant mountains shattered, one by one, and the booming sounds he heard just now were due to them exploding. The cause for their destruction and the reason behind the deaths of the 3 galactic warrior immortals were the 18 dragons from evil spirit sect within the fog. However, there were no longer 18 of them. Only 9 remained. These still alive dragons roared and swept through the land within the fog, charging straight towards the last 3 galactic warrior immortals. Most of the evil sect disciples had already recovered from the chaos, and the ones who were injured were sent to the rear. The main body then organized itself into a formation with those from evil immortal sect clad in black armor right at the front, those from evil lust sect in the middle, those from evil dust sect to their left, and those from evil spirit sect to their right. They were fighting against the immortal sects in the land where they descended. Su Ming saw Chinchong, Shanhen, Baisu, Bailing, and Qinshin in different locations within the fog fighting against their enemies. He also saw the Tianlan sisters, as well as the woman who he knew as Wu La and Wu Lu. They were all in the fog, and as booming sounds rang from both sides, each of these people showed off their brilliance. They were prodigies and geniuses of their sections. Even among the crowds their talents still shone brilliantly, causing all those who saw them to be able to see their breathtaking abilities. They were either skilled with runes, or with divine abilities, or with seals, or were in possession of shocking arts, or were skilled in laying out defenses. They had all sorts of abilities, and Su Ming was able to tell them apart with just one glance. Besides them, Su Ming also saw the evil immortal sect members clad in the black armor while he was in the sky. One of those people positioned near the front line of the army hurled his fist against the ground, causing it to tremble and explode. The earth gathered together into an earth sword before it went rushing towards the immortals before it. That cultivator in black armor let out a shrill roar towards the sky and yanked off his helmet, revealing long black hair that danced in the air. It was a man, and he looked incredibly similar to evil lust sect's Baisu. However, the hard lines of a man on his face let Su Ming know that he had the exact same face as Baisu in his memories. He was the Baisu from evil immortal sect, the person Chen Chun had mentioned earlier, but that was not all. What made Su Ming feel anguish was that he saw an old man standing to Baisu's left among the cultivators clad in black armor. There was no way Su Ming would forget that old man's face. It was Nansong. There was also an old woman to Baisu's right. Su Ming still remembered her. She was Bai Ling's grandma and Dark Dragon Tribe's elder, Lu Su. It doesn't matter whether they are real or fake. Su Ming closed his eyes and sucked in a deep breath. When he reopened his eyes, he quelled the emotions in his heart. At that moment, a voice that echoed throughout the battlefield appeared from the immortal sect's side. Bring out Sky Mist's battle corpses. At the instant that voice traveled through the entire battlefield, 9 shooting stars appeared out of nowhere from the direction where Sky Mist Dao was located. With a shocking boom, they charged towards the battlefield, and they were so quick that they closed in on the war zone in the blink of an eye. Loud rumbling sounds shot up into the air, and the 9 shooting stars disappeared. Instead, nearly 100 shadows appeared in the battlefield. There were 99 of them, and all 99 of these shadows exuded a powerful presence that belonged to shamans. And one of them made Su Ming's head roar right at the instant he saw them. That shadow served under his eldest senior brother, and he was the bald man who had fought with Su Ming in Phantom Deus tribe in the past. It's him. Su Ming froze for a moment and his breathing quickened. His gaze was fixed on the bald shadow. He could see the empty look in his eyes, as if he had lost his soul. Right then, he was only a walking corpse. However, the presence that belonged to a shaman had not diminished on him. Instead, it had become stronger. He seemed to have reached the bone sacrifice realm, but there was something different about him as well, and that difference caused Su Ming to immediately look at the shadows around the bald man. Each of those shadows was similar. They were filled with the presence of shamans, which was incredibly thick, and because of it attracted a large amount of attention from those in the battlefield. It was like a stone had been thrown into a lake, bringing up a large amount of splashes and ripples in its wake. All of these are eldest senior brother's 300 shaman souls. By the looks of it, their minds are being controlled now. If that is the case, then eldest senior brother is. In silence, Su Ming whipped his head toward Sky Mist Dao, and killing intent shone in his eyes. This was an incredibly important clue to Su Ming. A clue that would help him find his eldest senior brother. Almost at the instant the 99 shamans appeared, their presence erupted from their bodies and they charged into the distance. They did not seem to possess any corporeal form as they moved forward and looked rather indistinct, just like illusions. This made all the shaman shadows to possess undying and imperishable forms, even though their power was only that of the bone sacrifice realm. Su Ming saw these shamans fighting against people from the evil sect, and even when they shattered under divine abilities, their crumbled bodies would immediately merge back into one after a moment. But that was not all. In truth, every single time they merged back, the waves of power coming from their bodies would also become stronger. Right at that moment, a shocking roar suddenly came from Evil Dust Sect. A sandstorm abruptly appeared in its location and swept out in all directions. It might not be able to move the black fog on the land, but it managed to gather up a large amount of dust and earth to form 3 huge dark turtles. These 3 dark turtles were the color of earth. Once they appeared, they let out roaring sounds and charged forward. There was a person standing on each of the 3 dark turtles' heads. These 3 people wore yellowish-brown long robes, and their bodies swayed along with their ride's movements. Almost at the moment the dark turtles leaped up from the ground, the 3 people immediately formed seals with their right hands and lifted their left hands and swung them in the air before themselves. With it, 9 yellow pieces of paper were immediately tossed out. There were no runic symbols drawn on these yellow papers, but they had instead 9 young boys drawn on them. Let the Emperor clear the path. Let Heaven's Howler destroy everything. Let the dust stallions become the steads, to bring forth the bodies for the 9 beings. Once the strange words tumbled out of the mouths of the 3 people, the 9 yellow pieces of paper immediately started burning. As they burned, piercing howls came from the fires, and 9 boys appeared, tearing through the flames to emerge into the world. Once they came out, they immediately let out a shrill scream towards the sky and charged towards the shaman warrior souls. The entire battlefield was immersed in the battle between enchanted treasures. All of the sects possessed incredibly destructive enchanted treasures. As they continued fighting against each other, they started bringing all these items to the table. Su Ming still remained silent in midair. Most of the time, his gaze would go over towards the shaman warrior souls, and during those times he would have to suppress his urge to save them. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He had more important things to do at the moment, and that was to kill Dition. Before he managed to do this, he could not attack too frequently, or else he would attract the attention of Detions in the sky, and then he would have to pay with his life. The number of deaths on the ground continued increasing. The 99 shaman souls and the 9 paper boys were engaged in an intense battle with each other on the battlefield. The 3 dark turtles also split into 3 different directions and trapped the shaman souls within as if locking them up in a cage. Not too far away, the 9 remaining Yin dragons were fighting against the 3 galactic warrior immortals, with booming sounds ringing in the air. In all the other directions around Su Ming, the people from Evil Sect and the Immortal sects had already descended into a killing frenzy. Blood filled the ground under their feet, and torn limbs as well as mangled corpses could be found everywhere. This battle would have originally not accelerated to this point so quickly. By the leaders' plans, they should have held back a little. After all, the main role of this battle did not lie with them. The ones of the ground did not have too much of a deciding factor towards the end result. The real deciding factor was in the sky. However, for some unknown reason, this battle had accelerated with such an explosive force that it had exceeded everyone's expectations. It seemed as if there was an invisible hand that was slowly pushing everyone forward, causing the number of deaths to increase exponentially. That hand was Su Ming. He was standing in midair at the moment, all while watching the ground and looking at the massacre he had personally caused. His eyes were aloof, and the green light on his left hand shone brighter than before. The power of the curse in his right hand also grew stronger. Kill them. The more you kill, the greater my chances to kill Detion will be, Su Ming mumbled. However, not all of the people had lost their rationale. At that moment, when the intensity of the battle had exceeded the expectations of both armies, the powerful warriors in ascendance who were fighting against each other spotted changes in their expressions. Shrill screams of pain were traveling continuously into their ears, each one possibly belonging to the members of their own sect. The battle should not be like this. The person fighting against Evil Dust Sect's Grand Sect Elder, Xianxia, who was one of the 3 apogees of the 3 inferior sects, was Jingnan, the sect master of Hidden Dragon Sect. These 2 people had already reached the Great Circle stage in ascendance. At that moment, both of them were attacking each other, and their divine abilities were clashing against each other non-stop. A long series of crashes and rumbles rose into the air. The spot in which they had chosen to fight was closer to the center, and they were the first to notice that a change that could not be controlled had happened in the battlefield. There's something wrong. Xianxia's eyes shone, and once he formed a seal with his right hand. He pushed his palm forward so that the seal he formed would crash against Jingnan's divine ability. As booming sounds rose into the air, he took a few steps backwards and formed a long series of seals with his left hand before he seized the air. Immediately, a jade slip appeared on his hand, and once he threw it backwards, that slip charged straight into the fog. Jingnan, too, frowned, but he was still somewhat uncertain in his heart. With a cold harumph, he also chose to throw out a jade slip before he re-engaged Xianxia in battle. Questions had also formed in Xianxia's heart. He could not tell just what was the reason that had caused both sides to lose control over the battle and whether the Immortal sects truly wanted to destroy Evil Sect. Despite their uncertainty, the duo did not stop attacking each other. After all, their power was too great, and even if they had a feeling that something had happened to the battlefield, they could not personally check the situation. Their presences would easily incite more chaos. That was why they chose to throw out those jade slips. In the midst of the rumbling sounds, their jade slips went in the same direction. Their 2 cultivators in the early stage of ascendance were fighting against each other. One of these cultivators came from Evil Dust Sect, and the other was from Hidden Dragon Sect. When the 2 jade slips charged towards them, the 2 people began retreating while still fighting. Once they grabbed those jade slips, they swept past their contents with their divine senses at the same time, and their expressions immediately changed. These 2 people cast each other a glance that was still filled with killing intent, and without exchanging a single word, they stopped attacking and swiftly left in 2 different directions. Su Ming saw this scene clearly from the sky. A freezing glare shone in his eyes, and he disappeared without a single sound, turning into a dark shadow that charged through the fog. His target was that hidden dragon sect cultivator in the early stage of ascendance. That person was incredibly quick, and he was rushing towards the Immortal sect's base. He had received Jingnan's orders to check what was wrong within the battlefield. Yet before that person managed to close in on the base, his pupils shrank and he came to an abrupt halt. Right before his eyes, Su Ming walked out from the fog in front of him, then turned into a shadow that closed in on him in an instant. Booming sounds immediately rose within the fog. They were incredibly powerful but lasted for only 10 breaths before Su Ming walked out. In his hand he held a head, and right behind him, the headless corpse of that cultivator in the early stage in ascendance was slowly falling down. Su Ming seized it through the air and it flew up on its own, following him. Su Ming's expression was cold and dark. While holding the head, he moved into the fog. This time, his target was the Ascendance cultivator from Evil Sect, but before that, Su Ming had his own plans. With a single move, he disappeared into the fog. Chinchong, the prodigy of Hidden Dragon Sect, leading nearly 100 Hidden Dragon Sect disciples, was fighting against the disciples from Evil Sect in the fog-covered battlefield. He did not notice that there was a shadow flashing past him in the fog around him. That shadow was Su Ming. With his speed, he had located that Evil Dust Sect cultivator in the early stage in ascendance in the blink of an eye. While charging forward, Su Ming swiftly closed in on him, about to launch an ambush. Yet at the moment he neared him, that Evil Dust Sect cultivator in ascendance swiftly turned around, positioned 2 of his fingers into the form of a sword, and slashed towards the fog behind him resolutely. A muffled groan came from there, and a shadow appeared, staggering a few steps forward before he rushed deeper into the fog in an attempt to flee. The Evil Dust Sect Ascendance cultivator's eyes shone, and he let out a cold harumph as he gave chase. The 2 of them charged forth, one after another. After pursuing him for some distance, the Evil Dust Sect cultivator in ascendance immediately noticed the shadow before him disappearing. At the same time, a strong gust of wind with the ripples of an art contained it within came crashing towards him. That Evil Dust Sect cultivator smiled coldly. He lifted his right hand, positioned his palm vertically into the shape of a blade, and swiftly cut towards that wind. A scream of pain came from the fog, and Su Ming's body disappeared without a trace. Yet when the Evil Dust Sect cultivator in ascendance looked over, he saw a headless corpse and a head falling down before it landed by his feet. When he saw the head's face clearly, his expression immediately changed drastically. He well knew that there was no way that the slash he delivered just now would have been able to bring about such an effect. There was no way he would be able to kill a person with the same level of cultivation in an instant. Someone had definitely orchestrated this scene before his eyes secretly. A chill rose from the depths of his heart, and at the same time, his gaze suddenly fell on the storage bag that was exposed on the dead Hidden Dragon Sect cultivator's body. Right at that moment, Chinchong brought the Hidden Dragon Sect disciples and showed up in the fog before that Evil Dust Sect cultivator. Then, as if everything was just a coincidence, Chinchong saw the corpse of the great sect elder from Hidden Dragon Sect who was second only to Shuhai, along with the Evil Dust Sect cultivator in ascendance who was standing beside the corpse and was clearly looking at the Grand Sect elder's storage bag after he had killed him. Chinchong's pupils shrank. Without any shred of hesitation, he quickly withdrew. The eyes of the Hidden Dragon Sect disciples behind him turned red, but they forced down the madness raging in their hearts and ran, intending to leave the place. Right behind them was that cultivator in ascendance. Almost at the same time the group with Chinchong at the head started retreating, the Evil Dust Sect cultivator turned his head towards them with an incredibly sullen face. After a moment of hesitation, a murderous glare appeared in his eyes. He could not offer any sort of explanation on the battlefield, and even if he did, it would be of no use. The only thing he could do right then was to kill all those who saw this to prevent more chaos. Once he killed all these people, then even if they investigated this matter in the future, he would still have a way to avoid it. After all, if he let these people escape due to a moment of hesitation, then while the other people's words might not be that believable, he knew that a single one from Chinchong would be much more credible, because he was Hidden Dragon Sect's prodigy. And even though he knew that this was someone's scheme, He could do nothing about it. In frustration, he lifted his right hand and seized the air. Immediately, the storage bag from the corpse flew up. Once he caught it in his hand, he started chasing after Chinchong and the others. However, he was only giving a small amount of his concentration to Chinchong and the others in the front. Most of his attention was directed towards the fog around him, where that mysterious person who had killed the hidden dragon sect cultivator in Ascendance was. He might not be able to see him, but he knew that the person was definitely still lurking around. Yet now, besides chasing down Chinchong and his group, he no longer had any other solutions to this problem. Once he let Chinchong escape, then no matter how he tried to explain his actions, it would be useless. Besides, this was war. If he ended up killing someone, then that was that. Chinchong's expression was incredibly dark. He might have seen that scene just now with his own eyes, but there was a sliver of doubt in his heart. No matter what, he was a man with extraordinary wit, and if he thought about this carefully, he would find something off about the situation. However, everything had happened too quickly, and he had too little time at hand. He had to think about this carefully before he could figure out the whole situation. After all, before the war began, Evil Sect and the Immortal sects had arrived at a silent consensus: no powerful warriors in Ascendance were allowed to die in this battle. Even for the prodigies, they would only be in slight danger and might even be exposed to possible death. But the possibility of that happening was slim to none. Deaths could occur in this war, but they had to be controlled. After all, it did not matter whether it was Evil Sect or the Immortal sects, they were all immortals. They had all naturally understood the first god of Berserker's blatant plot against them. That was why they had come to an agreement to control the deaths among their people. Yet the chaos in the battlefield right then seemed to have caused an accident to happen in this controlled situation. The death of the cultivator in Ascendance. It made Chinchong's heart tremble in shock, as well as filled him with uncertainty. However, all of these disappeared when the Evil Dust sect cultivator started chasing after him, and a sense of danger rose within Chinchong's heart. He could sense others' killing intent, and because of that, all his uncertainties and questions disappeared like a puff of smoke, to be replaced by rapid thoughts of fleeing. Could it be that Evil Sect really wants to destroy all those from Immortal sects here? A glint appeared in Chinchong's eyes. Several shrill screams of pain came from behind him, all of them belonging to his fellow sect members from Hidden Dragon's sect. When he turned his head around to look, he saw that the powerful Evil Dust sect cultivator in Ascendance was killing his sect members. Time flowed by quickly. The face of the person from Evil Dust sect turned incredibly dark, and frustration filled his entire body, but he quelled it. This was not caused by anyone's art, but was due to his own heart becoming increasingly filled with anxiety. He could not catch up to that Chinchong. It was not because he did not have enough power, and neither was it because someone was interfering with his actions. Instead, it was because Chinchong had executed the fleeing blood art and even possessed a plethora of endless enchanted treasures that he used without stop. This resulted in not only his speed reaching an extremely fast pace, but he had also managed to not die after being hit with 3 strikes. Just how many defensive and escape treasures did Hidden Dragon Sect give this boy? The Ascendance cultivator from Evil Dust Sect gritted his teeth and gave chase once again. Damn it! Why did this happen? He had to continue chasing Chinchong. Things had already progressed to this point, and he could not give up right then, or else he would be unable to explain his actions, especially since he knew full well of the agreement in this battle. As these two people continued their game of cat and mouse, Su Ming moved about in the fog and watched their antics. Most of the time his gaze fell on Chinchong, and he had the same feelings as the Evil Dust sect cultivator when he saw just how many enchanted treasures he possessed, as well as how quickly he moved. He had originally decided to help Chinchong in secret, but by the looks of it, there was no need for him to do anything. All of the things happening at the moment were just allowing his plan to come to fruition even more perfectly. Chinchong was in an incredibly pathetic state. All of the Hidden Dragon sect disciples around him had either scattered or been killed by his pursuer. At that moment, there was no longer any doubt in his mind. He had only one thought in his head, and that was to run as fast as possible while holding back the person behind him so that the scattered disciples could notify their sect. Evil sect wanted to destroy the immortal sects in this battle. Yet as shrill screams of pain sounded around him, his heart trembled, and his eyes became bloodshot. He was familiar with those screams. They all came from his fellow sect members who had chosen to split up and escape. All of them were being killed in an attempt to silence them. Whenever Chinchong heard a scream of pain coming from a certain direction, he would instinctively choose to avoid that place. He charged forward in a manner of following some kind of path, one he was completely unaware of. If there was an incredibly skilled hunter watching by the side, he or she would definitely be able to tell that Chinchong was escaping like a trapped animal who had its entire path controlled. Every single one of his actions were decided by the hunter who had hid himself in the fog. This was an advanced hunting skill, and Su Ming had mastered it in Dark Mountain when he was still a teenager. When he was in Dark Mountain, the first Black Mountain tribe member he killed had died because he had his every move controlled by this skill. I can't die. I have to tell my sect about this. Chinchong bit his tongue again and coughed up blood. His speed increased and he shot out in a dash. A loud boom rose into the air behind him, and a layer of yellow light appeared around him. Vague outlines of 9 golden dragons surrounded him, but once the booming sound reached him, 3 of them instantly died. But his speed increased exponentially due to his crazed dash and his attitude of not caring about his injuries. In the span of a breath, he charged into the area before him. The evil dust sect cultivator behind him was giving close chase. The 2 of them rushed ahead, one right behind the other, and they ran straight into the center of the battlefield. Over there was the spot where hidden dragon sects Jingnan and evil dust sects Shihai were fighting. When a loud bang reverberated in the air, Jingnan let out a cold harumph and fell back. He was feeling heated up due to his fight, but he still managed to control himself and did not truly fight with the intention to kill. Yet when the bang shot into the air and he took a few steps backwards along with Shihai, something suddenly seized his attention, and he swiftly turned his head around. In a glance, he saw the prodigy of his sect, Chinchong, rushing over from not too far away. Grand Sect Elder, the Great Sect Elder has died. I saw him killed by an evil dust sect descendants cultivator with my own eyes. He's chased me all the way to here, and all my fellow sect members were killed by him on the way. Right at the instant Chinchong saw Jingnan, he immediately shouted with agitation brimming in his heart and soul. Once he finished delivering his words, it looked as if he had spent the last ounce of his strength and fell headfirst to the ground after coughing up blood. Jingnan was momentarily stunned by the news, and Shihai's pupils also narrowed because of it. Right at that moment, the Ascendance Cultivator from Evil Dust Sect appeared in the area in a flash. When he saw Shihai and Jingnan, his face instantly turned pale. He instinctively turned towards Shihai, wanting to explain his actions to his Grand Sect Elder. But immediately after, true killing intent appeared for the first time in Jingnan's eyes. With one move, he charged towards that cultivator. Shihai's expression was as dark as thunderclouds. He could vaguely tell that there was something off about this, but he was also uncertain. After all, the person who said these words was hidden dragon sect's prodigy, Chinchong. The extent of his injuries also made it clear that he had been on a desperate run here, and this sect elder from his own sect had chased him down to this place. Yet even so, Shihai could not just stand by and watch a powerful immortal in ascendance from his own sect being killed. With a single move, he immediately blocked off Jingnan's path by standing in front of him, and for the first time, the 2 of them brought out their full power that crashed against each other. As loud booming sounds surged into the sky, Jingnan's rage-tinted laughter immediately echoed through the entire battlefield. Shihai, your sect killed my great sect elder, and you even wanted to kill our top disciple to silence him. How dare you try and stop me? Once his voice resounded through the entire battlefield and everyone heard it, the land fell silent for an instant. Moments later, a furious roar came, immediately shattering the silence. How dare you kill our great sect elder? We will absolutely not forgive this. This voice was filled with an infectious power. Once it burst forth into the air, it caused a completely different wave of rumbles and fights to swiftly stir up in the entire battlefield. The woman in white staggered and her face turned pale. She had finally managed to see through the mysterious person's plans, and when she wanted to stop this, a chill suddenly appeared in her heart. She had a vague feeling that there was a pair of eyes looking at her coldly from the fog in the battlefield, and if she did anything at all, then she would die on the spot, just like how the old men in her sect had done long ago. "Don't provoke me, right?" The woman in white closed her eyes in silence. She was not part of the three sects, and did not want to die because of this. The battle instantly reached an intense state due to the death of Hidden Dragon Sect's cultivator in Ascendance. Su Ming watched it coldly from midair. The verdant abyssal seal on his left hand was becoming richer in color, and the power of the curse in his right hand was also increasing swiftly. "The more you kill, the better," he mumbled softly. His gaze fell towards the spot where Hidden Dragon Sect was on the ground. At that moment, there was a shocking roar resounding from that spot. That roar did not come from a cultivator, but a dragon that had been summoned by some unknown method. This was a real dragon, due to the presence of flesh and blood. It might only be 10,000 feet long, but right at the instant it appeared, a powerful pressure swiftly spread out through the area. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Once he cast a glance at the dragon, he lifted his head and looked towards the sky beyond the fog. Over there, GN and the Detion's battle had already reached an intense point. The waves of power stirred up by the booming sounds were much stronger than before, and in fact, not long after Su Ming began watching them, he saw one of Detion's clones wiping the corners of his mouth. "Is he injured?" A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The battles on the ground were growing more intense at an incredibly fast pace. The sounds of battle were mostly hidden within the fog, but some also traveled outwards, causing those who heard the muffled roars and howls to be able to feel just how terrifying was the situation below. When the dragon from Hidden Dragon Sect roared and moved, Su Ming lowered his head and looked. A barely noticeable freezing glare shone in his eyes. He saw that the instant the giant dragon roared and moved forward, Evil Spirit Sect finally brought out the 9 giant carriages they had taken with them. Cracking sounds came from the 9 carriages in the fog. A large number of Evil Spirit Sect disciples formed seals and chanted under their breaths, and the carriages immediately shattered to reveal what was within them. They contained 10 giant rocks. Their surfaces were uneven, and they were purple in color, but the shades of it changed between darker and lighter ever so often. At the instant pressure spread out from these rocks, they flew up on their own and, with piercing whistles, charged straight towards that 10,000 feet dragon. Some subtle changes manifested instantly in the battlefield's atmosphere once those 10 giant stones appeared. Su Ming's divine sense also detected some raised voices ringing in the air. "Hidden Dragon Sect's true dragon. That is Hidden Dragon Sect's true dragon." They actually had a true dragon descend in this place. It's said that Hidden Dragon Sect has 5 true dragons, and each of them possesses incredible power. This one might seem weak, but it has had most of its cultivation base limited. Now that it has appeared, it will only become stronger with each passing moment. It's really a true dragon, but those things from Evil Spirit Sect they're the Grand Sky Stones, the sacred items from Stone Soul Nebula. Evil Spirit Sect must have obtained these stones after occupying Stone Soul Nebula. You're right, they're indeed Grand Sky Stones. It's said that these stones are unique to Stone Soul Nebula and possess unfathomable power. In the midst of all the outbursts made by those watching, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. He watched the giant stones charging towards the huge dragon. Once they crashed into each other, loud rumbling sounds reverberated through the air, mingling together with the dragon's roars. The 9 giant stones connected together and turned into a colossal giant on the ground. The giant was made up entirely of purple stones, and looked as if it possessed unlimited power. It was a full 1,000 feet tall, and it continued clashing with the dragon, keeping Hidden Dragon Sect's true dragon locked in place, unable to escape with just its power alone. The Immortal sects have a lot of history. That's why they had managed to collect so many powerful enchanted treasures. Su Ming looked at the stone golem and dragon fighting against each other, and a hint of longing appeared in his eyes. He sucked in a deep breath and forced down that strange emotion in his heart, telling himself that he would one day rush into the land of immortals and see with his own eyes just how the world of the immortals looked like. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and descended into the battlefield before starting his slaughter once more. There was no pattern to his kills, and there was blood from both immortal sex and evil sex on his hands. However, when he chose, he would try as much as possible to not make any side obtain an advantage that would guarantee their victory. He also withdrew all his qi, causing all the powerful immortals in ascendance to find it difficult to discover him. He moved like a ghost, and wherever he went on the battlefield, rivers of blood would flow. The aura of death on his left hand's verdant abyssal seal grew thicker, and it was the same for the curse on his right hand. It had now become much stronger than earlier, especially when he was in the battlefield. As Su Ming's curse spread out, many people fell under its power, but they did not notice it. There were already quite a large number of people like this. When Su Ming moved forward, he continuously spread the curse's presence. And because of this, the number of cultivators who were affected grew as time passed. Su Ming's blood boiled, and his killing intent grew at a mad pace, but he continued forcing it down. It resulted in him looking like a silent man most of the time. Since the start of the battle, he had coldly watched the battles unfold beneath him for most of the time, but he was already on the verge of being unable to quell the urge to kill Tion. It was especially so when he had seen Tion wiping the corners of his mouth. Still, after some time, he finally managed to force down the killing intent once more. This suppression of his emotions time and again not only didn't result in his killing intent diminishing, but only made stronger each time he did so. If he did not erupt in the midst of silence, then he would die in the midst of silence. These words were the perfect description of Su Ming's heart at that moment. He moved about in the battlefield, making the war become increasingly more chaotic, so much so that almost no one would be able to control it. At that moment, an awe-inspiring voice from Evil Lust sect reverberated through the entire battlefield, reaching every place. All evil sect disciples, Bitu, will now temporarily attack. Immediately retreat and return to your own sex. Almost at the same time those words were said, another voice with the similar awe-inspiring quality reverberated in all directions from the immortal sex. Immortal sect disciples, hear me? Retreat to your own sex. Su Ming did not know the owner of that voice, but the voices from evil sect and immortal sects both pertained the intention to make the battle temporarily stop. However, the battlefield was already in an extremely chaotic state, and while these shouts of command for the disciples to stop fighting had brought about some effects, they were unable to immediately make the people stop fighting. It was especially so for Hidden Dragon sect. They had already lost one of their great sect elders, and there was no way they would stop just like that. Su Ming stopped moving for a moment, and when he lifted his head, his expression turned dark. If the battle truly stopped, then he would be unable to fulfill his plans. This was something he could not allow. With a cold harumph, he disappeared into the fog. The disciples from each sect on both sides gradually grew uncertain. Just as they were about to slowly test the waters and stop fighting, a large amount of screams suddenly came from the battlefield. Those voices instantly made all the disciples who had stopped fighting to be on their guard. The 3 galactic warrior immortals that were fighting against the 9 Een dragons were already extremely exhausted. 2 of the 9 Een dragons had also shattered. Right at that moment, suddenly, the 3 galactic warrior immortals shuddered, and distortions appeared behind, revealing a shadow. That shadow moved, and the 3 warrior immortals who were becoming weaker with each passing moment crumbled and shattered at the same time. Once they died, the remaining 7 Een dragons roared and rushed straight into the immortal sect's army. Even if the evil spirit sect members wanted to immediately order them back, they too hesitated due to the screams of pain around them. Soon after, the 9 boys and 3 dark turtles that were fighting with the near 100 shaman souls let out a shrill roar, and one of the 3 dark turtles exploded, turning into a large amount of dirt that scattered everywhere. 3 of the 9 boys who were fighting against the shaman souls were immediately torn apart when a shadow flashed past their side. The death of the dark turtle and destruction of the 3 boys caused a gap to appear in the cage, allowing a large amount of the undying shaman souls to be able to rush into the evil sect's army. At that moment, a furious roar swiftly traveled through the air. "Who's hiding among us?" After that voice spoke, a long arc from evil sect flew swiftly towards the spot where the dark turtle had died in the fog. Soon after, a similarly furious voice shot rang out from the immortal sects, reverberating through the air. A long arc sliced through space and charged towards the same direction. Right at the center of these two long arcs was Su Ming. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he spread out his divine sense. It was already stronger than of those in ascendance, or else he would have been unable to hide himself from the cultivators in that stage. Once he spread out his divine sense, he messed up the ripples of power around him, causing the two people coming over to be unable to investigate the spot where he was with their divine senses clearly. The cover provided by the fog also caused people to be unable to see well. With this premise, almost at the instant the two people arrived, Su Ming charged towards that person from Evil Sect who was on his left. The person who had come was Evil Lust Sect's Bitu. He came charging here with a sullen expression on his face. The area before him in his divine sense was pure chaos, and he could not examine the place. Because of the fog, he could not see clearly either. The only thing he could sense was a wave of killing intent crashing into his face. With a cold harumph, he lifted his right hand and seized the air right after he formed a seal on it. Immediately, 5 black veins appeared on the back of his right hand, then twisted about before turning into a ferocious ghost face. This was the divine ability that belonged to Evil Lust Sect's Bitu, the art of 5 ghost incarnations. Once he attained complete mastery for this art, 5 ghosts would appear indistinctly when he attacked, causing the power of his divine abilities to increase. At the instant that killing intent came charging towards Bitu, he had already pushed towards it with his right hand. Su Ming walked out of the rolling fog with one step right before him. His expression was calm and he did not say a single word. His head was clear, and in his mind he saw the battle between Hong Luo and Di Tian all those years ago. That battle had been etched in his mind since that time, but he had not managed to gain a lot of epiphanies from it. However, once his power increased, the epiphanies he had gained during that battle had turned into a serendipity, allowing him to understand even more. Just like at this moment, Su Ming lifted his left hand, and his palm swiftly crashed into Bitu's right hand. There were no rumbling sounds, no ripples of power. In fact, the fog around them did not even move a single bit. It was as if Su Ming's body had suffered the full brunt of the attack. Su Ming closed his eyes. At the instant their arms met, his left hand bent slightly, and 5 purplish-black waves of aura surged into his body. At the instant a destructive power was about to erupt, Su Ming's body seemed to have turned into a transition spot. He lifted his right hand, and 5 veins appeared on the back of his right hand, and it was those 5 waves of aura gathering on his right hand after swimming through his body. Hong Luo had done this in the past. Once Su Ming used it, 5 waves of aura that were the exact same as Bitu's immediately spread out from his right hand, and he pushed his palm at the fog. It went straight in the direction of the person from the immortal sects that had come to this place and was about to show himself. A violent bang exploded in the fog, and the powerful ascendance cultivator from the immortal sects became incredibly sullen. The violent waves of power around him caused his divine sense to be unable to see what was going on clearly, but there was no way he could mistake that strike just now. That was Evil Lust Sect's art. The immortal instinctively withdrew and wanted to temporarily leave this place, but before he could retreat too far, Su Ming swiftly caught up to him. He lifted his right hand and pointed towards him. In the eyes of the ascendance cultivator from the immortal sects, there was Su Ming, and there was also Bitu. He was right behind him and moving towards him with a face as dark as thunderclouds. This scene made the immortal's heart lurch, and because of the attack just now, the first thing he thought of when he saw this was that it was a trap. Fellow Taoist son, don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do. When Bitu saw that the expression on that man's face, he immediately tried to offer an explanation. He knew that he had to make things clear as soon as possible and absolutely not hesitate in this matter. Yet before he could finish speaking, Su Ming had already closed in on the retreating Ascendance cultivator with his quick speed and tapped his chest. A shudder wrecked that man's body, and as he coughed up blood, he moved to dodge. I was also fighting against this person just now. He was the one causing the chaos. There's no need to waste our breaths. We just need to work together to kill him. Bida's expression was incredibly dark. When he finished speaking, he took a step forward to charge towards Su Ming, and since he was afraid that the immortal sex would misunderstand him, he started forming a seal with his right hand as he lifted it. A green lotus immediately appeared and rushed towards Su Ming. Brother Bai, why are you wasting your breath with him? I've already injured him. All we need to do is kill him. At the same time Bita spoke, Su Ming's aloof voice rang in the air. He clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a punch towards the dodging old man named Sunday. His attitude of completely exposing his back towards Bitu was seen clearly by the old man in Ascendance. When he had originally heard Bitu's words, the path of his retreat had changed, and uncertainty grew in his heart. But when he heard Su Ming's voice, he became even more undecided. In the end, when he saw Su Ming exposing his back to Bitu, his heart trembled, and he withdrew even faster. However, in his haste, he did not notice Su Ming gently flicking his left wrist behind himself when that Lotus Divine ability closed in on him. Due to it, time seemed to have flowed backwards, and the Lotus Divine ability as well as the Raging Bita both moved backwards slightly. Because of that, Su Ming could calmly take a step forward and charge towards the escaping old man. In a flash, he disappeared. This made it look as if Su Ming didn't need to dodge Bitu's Lotus Divine ability. The Ascendance Cultivator, due to Su Ming swiftly appearing beside him a moment after he had disappeared, saw an illusion. Before he could even process what it was, Su Ming had already thrown a punch towards him. That man is skilled in imitation arts. Fellow Taoist son, be careful. Bitu glared over with fire burning in his eyes. He was just about to take action, but shock appeared in his heart. He could not move his body forward, only backwards. When his movements finally recovered, a loud bang rang in his ears. The Immortal's Ascendance Cultivator was only in the mid-stage. When Su Ming threw his fist, he might have formed a seal with both his hands and pushed forward swiftly, but his body still exploded. However, right when it happened, his nascent divinity swiftly escaped, and in an instant he was already 10,000 feet away. He was madly escaping back to where the immortal sects were located. Brother Bai, don't worry. That man's nascent divinity won't be able to escape, Su Ming stated flatly and charged towards it with a whistle in the air. Shut up. Madness appeared in Bitu's eyes. A bang rang out in his body, but he could not fight against the time reversal art. He might have spoken, but his body was still moving backwards, and anyone who saw this would only see a clear scene of him working together with Su Ming. My fellow Taoists in the Immortal sects and fellow sect members in Evil Sect, there is someone causing trouble in this war, and he wants both sides to fight to the death. He's skilled with imitation arts and looks like a boy. He also has an art that can control time and make others move back. Brother son, don't misunderstand. This is... Bitu yelled out quickly, but the more he spoke, the more he found even himself unable to believe in his own words. Almost at the same time he said these words, hatred that surged into the skies rose within the fleeing Ascendance Cultivator's heart. He had seen everything with his own eyes just now. It did not matter whether it was that art of 5 ghosts that was executed right at the start, Bitu's withdrawal in the middle, the destruction of his body, or his nascent divinity being chased down. All of these things made him certain that this was not just a misunderstanding. If it was really just a misunderstanding, then he would have Bitu go through that misunderstanding as well. It was especially so when he heard Bitu's words. It only made him start laughing in anger as he continued escaping. Bitu, you old coot. My fellow sect members in all immortal sects, those goons from Evil Sect want to cover up their misdeeds while destroying all immortal sections. Sky Mist Dao disciples, you mustn't stop fighting, even if you die. Almost at the instant the Ascendance Cultivator said these words, a shrill scream of pain cut them off, ringing through the entire battlefield. Su Ming flashed past that cultivator's nascent divinity, and with one punch, shattered it. Due to the fog, only the man's voice had traveled through the entire area. However, all those who heard it could tell clearly that he had been silenced. The temporary ceasefire which might have possibly happened became impossible. The Een dragons rained down chaos. The shaman souls continued their slaughter, while havoc occurred everywhere else along with never-ending screams of pain. Evil sect and the immortal sects had come to an agreement, but that consensus between them was incredibly fragile. Both sides were on guard against the other, and once this string of events occurred, it was practically impossible for any new agreement to be made between them. Banging sounds echoed within the fog on the ground. As the battles continued at a frenzied pace, a red wave of ripples instantly came from Sky Miss Dao. Those ripples came from an oil lamp, and it was currently floating in midair. The oil within it was red, just like blood. The lamp being lit up caused the blood on the ground to begin exuding an endless amount of blood fog as if it was boiling. It fused with the black fog, as if it contained some sort of venom. There were waves of burning heat that instantly rose within the battlefield, as if they wanted to burn down everything. This was Sky Miss Dao's retaliation after their great sect elder died. And since Hidden Dragon Sect as well as Sky Miss Dao brought out powerful enchanted treasures, it was only natural that Great Leaf Immortal Sect would not remain uninvolved. For huge logs, several hundreds of feet wide, materialized right before it. There were a large amount of runic symbols drawn on them, and as they glowed, the 4 logs fell on the ground simultaneously. Violent rumbling sounds spread out, and the entire ground immediately started shaking. Cracking sounds shot into the air as cracks tore the ground before the earth shattered. Thick waves of earthen aura gushed out, causing all the cultivators from Evil Sect who were touched by that aura to immediately start trembling. They then soon withered away and turned into skeletons. In the midst of this uncontrollable situation, Evil Sect also brought out its ultimate moves. Each of Evil Lust Sect disciples brought out a blood-red skin pouch from their storage bags, and once they drank the contents, they instantly lifted their heads and roared. Loud sounds rang from their bodies, and they swelled up, growing much larger in size. Their eyes turned bloodshot, full of crazed killing intent. As those roars echoed in the air, their power increased exponentially, and as if they did not know pain and fatigue, they rushed out with sounds reminiscent of wild beasts. Red beads of sweat appeared on their bodies, and as they moved forward, this red sweat bounced off their skin and swiftly gathered in midair to turn into a gigantic blood-red Kirin. This creature might look indistinct, but when it appeared, its presence shook the sky and earth so greatly that it made even the fog in the area sink slightly. This was true war. The outburst of new battles and the increase in the number of deaths let Su Ming suck in a deep breath of the bloody stench in the battlefield. Pain appeared on his left hand, and it was the type that would only appear if his hand was swollen. This was caused by absorbing too much aura of death, but he still continued making the mark on his left hand continue absorbing more. The curse on his right hand had already made it turn black. The number of people who were affected by the curse also grew, and every single time one of them died, their bodies would explode, and the people around them would be infected. Su Ming hid away all his presence. He could feel several divine senses stretching out madly through the battlefield, clearly looking for him, but they could never manage to find him. As the war continued, the number of people who tried searching for him decreased, but there were still about 3 or 4 of them. Su Ming was leaning against the stone on which he'd sat at the start of the battle. Chen Chun was behind him, still lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. He might not know what was happening around him, but the continuous booms and screams of pain, as well as the boiling blood on the ground, filled him with shock and fear. A little while after, the amount of battles increased exponentially, and the number of deaths jumped by leaps and bounds. Su Ming noticed 2 war chariots of 1,000 feet in size appearing within Great Leaf Immortal Sect in his divine sense. A destructive presence that made even his pupils shrink spread out from those war chariots. Soon after, as shocking booms erupted from them, 2 rays of white light rose into the air from with a bag and charged towards Evil Sect. At that instant, the world turned white. It was as if time had stopped during that instant. Immediately after, a deafening noise shot up. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The aura of death coming from 10,000 people was surging towards him madly, without being seen by anyone else. The shocking presence erupted once more from the 2 war chariots from Great Leaf Immortal sect. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath, and an incredibly solemn expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that Great Leaf Immortal sect would be in possession of such a terrifying enchanted treasure. His eyes sparkled, revealing a hint of excitement within them. This was the first enchanted treasure from all those he had seen among all these sects that had ignited a strong wave of interest in him. Just as he was about to go forward, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. His expression swiftly changed, and he instantly lifted his head to stare fixedly at the area above him. At that moment, a gigantic vortex had appeared in the fog above him, and as booming sounds came there, a long purple arc came charging through it. That long arc had descended from the sky into the fog, and it was the purple-robed Tion. His body crashed down with a loud bang, and right behind him was a black fan that was staying on his heels in its spread-out form. At that moment, Su Ming could no longer suppress his killing intent and madness. In fact, he no longer wanted to suppress it. He did not expect that one of Tion's clones would descend here, resulting in the 2 clones being separated. This was a chance that was, to Su Ming, given by heaven. His eyes immediately turned bloody red. Should he fight, or should he not? Should he attack, or continue holding back? This was an incredibly difficult choice. However, Su Ming had to make his decision as soon as possible, right at that moment. If he chose correctly, then his chances of killing Tion's clone would increase. But if he chose wrong, then everything he had done up to this point might come to naught. Tion's clone had already descended to the ground. Once a loud bang shot up, the fog swiftly spread outwards, making it seem as if was about to be completely chased away from the ground. The land trembled, and the fan that chased after the purple-robed Tion swiftly closed in on him. By the looks of it, it seemed like the thought of killing Tion was embedded within the very core of its being. Su Ming's eyes turned blood red. Veins filled his entire face. This decision was too important. This chance was too rare. This threw Su Ming's original plan completely off balance. His chance was right in front of his face, but was this a real chance or a gigantic trap? Su Ming could not tell. I'll take that risk. A red glow shone in Su Ming's eyes. He was unwilling to accept giving up on this chance, even if it was a trap. If that was really so, the bait within that trap was still enough to tempt Su Ming. His goal was to kill Tion's clones, and if those 2 clones were separated, then it would be the best chance for Su Ming. Even if it was a trap. So what? Resolve appeared on Su Ming's face. He sucked in a deep breath, and in an instant, his entire presence retreated inside, not a single hint spilling out. Then, like a sword in its scabbard, he began swiftly charging towards Tion without a sound. There was no sound of anything slicing through air. Neither was there any piercing whistles. There was only a wave of killing intent that would not retreat or back down until it tasted blood. That killing intent was kept within Su Ming, and it was a powerful will that would either burst out in an explosive force in silence, or die in it. Su Ming charged towards Tion, and he was so quick that no words could describe his speed any longer. Not even saying he was like a flash of lightning would suffice. Everything before him turned into a blur. The only thing clear was the purple figure, that person who he hated to his very core and had sworn to kill. The existence which prevented him from reaching Berserker Soul Realm, which controlled his life, and even turned everything in Dark Mountain into an illusion. During the 2 battles they had fought against each other, Su Ming had once killed Tion with an external force, and during the second time, he had lost horribly, even sustaining grave injuries. Even if it's a trap, I will still attack. An astounding roar shot up in Su Ming's heart. It rumbled within his body, but not a single sound spread out. It gathered within him, fused with his will, and turned into the astonishing speed of his movements right then. In an instant, no, not even arriving within an instant could describe Su Ming's speed any longer. The flow of time slowed down in Su Ming's eyes. He swam past an endless amount of disciples from Evil Sect and the Immortal sections. All these people's movements were incredibly slow. It did not matter whether it was their movements or their roars, their attacks or their retreats. Everything had slowed to a pace that it seemed as if they were putting in their last struggle as they were caught in mud before they eventually sank into it. All the scenes, all the bodies around Su Ming had slowed down into a blur. Only Di Tian's body remained clear. At that moment, he was just about to lift up his head as he stood up on the ground and wipe away the blood at the corners of his mouth. His gaze was not directed towards where Su Ming was, but at the fan that was closing in on him from the sky. Time froze at this instant. Su Ming traveled even faster with each passing moment, just like a sword that was slowly being drawn out of its scabbard. At the instant, he was less than hundreds of feet behind Di Tian. All his power, life, chi, will, and every fiber of his being fused together and gathered into one small that broke through the space within the world to appear right behind Di Tian. Everything about him turned into a single finger. At the instant he pointed forward, the world lost all color. The universe rumbled. Everyone and everything around him were no longer moving in slow motion, but became completely still. Only his finger charged towards that purple-robed Di Tian like the shadow of death. Right at the instant that finger of his was about to land, Di Tian, who had his back turned towards Su Ming, turned his head around swiftly, and a brilliant ray of light erupted forth from his awe-inspiring eyes. I knew I would be able to lure you out. Even at the instant that purple-robed Di Tian said these words, not a single hint of emotion stirred up in Su Ming's heart. That sentence only meant that his previous uncertainties were not unfounded, and they also showed that the purple-robed Di Tian's descent to the ground was completely intentional. He wanted to use this method of separating one of his clones from the other to lure out destiny who Di Tian believed might come. Su Ming had first-hand experience of just how calculative and intelligent Di Tian was since a long time ago. When he encountered it again, even though he was guessing whether he would fail if he attacked, but with enough bait, it was still enough for Su Ming to choose the option to attack, despite knowing just how dangerous it would be. Di Tian was fishing. He scattered his bait, thinking that he would just be fishing for a normal fish, and a normal fish would surely die without a doubt if it took that bait. But Di Tian should be afraid of not only losing that bait, but also catching a murderous dragon that would devour him. With a calm expression, Su Ming's finger swiftly landed against Di Tian's lifted right hand. At the instant they touched, the dot that was formed after Su Ming fused his power, life, will, and everything else erupted with a bang. Then, like a sword that was drawn out from its scabbard, the killing intent he had suppressed for a long time erupted at full force. Di Tian. Su Ming's low growl fused together with the astonishing booms that shook the sky and earth, and like the might of heaven itself, he poured out every fiber of his being into his attack. Such a loud bang was something that had never appeared before on this battlefield. Even if there had been an endless amount of battles on the ground previously, a noise of this intensity had never come to be. This bang sounded as if it should not have appeared in this world. When it echoed in the air and spread out, an innumerable amount of disciples from Evil Sect and the Immortal sects shuddered and coughed up blood as they fell backwards. There were even quite a few that could not withstand the shock and exploded. A layer of ripples with Su Ming and Di Tian as their center spread out with loud rumbling sounds towards all directions. Wherever they went, the fog on the ground would fall back. The bodies of the disciples from both sides would be swept up against their will, and the endless amount of stones on the ground would turn into smithereens with a bang. In the midst of that sound, a shudder wrecked through Di Tian's body. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. This body of his had already sustained injuries when he fought against Jian, and with that clash, the power that erupted from Su Ming caused his heart to tremble, and he took a few steps backwards. Su Ming's right index finger exploded. As it was reduced to a bloody mess, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood, but he forced himself to stop, preventing any signs of retreating to appear on him. An even quicker speed erupted from him, and he charged straight towards the purple-robed Di Tian. I've been searching for you for a long time. I deduced that if you learned of our battle against evil sect, you would surely conceal your identity and come to this place. Indeed, you did not disappoint me. A brilliant light appeared in Tion's eyes. His goal in this fight against evil sect was not destiny, but truly the control over Eastern Wasteland's tower. However, using this incident to lure out destiny was one of his intentions. He could not find destiny. No matter what sort of arts he cast, he could not find him. That sort of feeling that made him feel as if something was stuck in his throat made him remember the battle he had had against Su Ming all those years ago, and killing intent would rise within him whenever he recalled it. All immortals knew about destiny, but only Tion alone had executed a plan to use him. This plan had dragged in too many people, and there were some other sects that were involved in it, but he hid the real truth from them. If he succeeded, then Tion might even have a chance to usurp Dao Chun and replace him. However, when he fought against Su Ming all those years ago, he had witnessed Su Ming's power to turn back time, had seen him turning into destiny. This was something he would never forget, and his heart had even shuddered lightly, something that rarely happened to him. It was also right at that moment that he clearly realized that a fatal flaw had appeared in his plans for destiny. A crack that could not be closed up had opened up, and the possibility of him succeeding in his plans was already slim to none. In fact, it was already completely impossible for them to work. He thought about that he would have to face Su Ming once he grew up into a terrifying existence, as well as the series of problems that might be brought to him once more people learned of his plans, and his thoughts changed. He endured the pain and gave up on the plan that could no longer succeed even after he had prepared it for 10,000 years. He wanted to destroy destiny and wipe away all traces of that plan without making a single ruckus. The battle between the immortal sects and evil sect was a great chance to lure him out in Tion's eyes. That was why he had descended to the ground earlier, so that he could use himself as bait and make Su Ming attack him. He knew that no one else would dare to attack him if he descended on the battlefield due to his status. Once anyone tried to ambush him, then that person would definitely be the destiny that he had been unable to find. However, he had not expected that the power Su Ming could bring forth would be so much greater compared to what he possessed in the past, just a short few years back. That one tap had actually made Tion's pupils shrink and even torn through the injuries in his body. As Tion retreated, Su Ming swiftly rushed forward and lifted his left hand. At the instant he pushed his palm towards the sky, a large amount of green fog instantly spread out from his left hand. That green fog stirred all the aura of death in the battlefield, and as it gathered and was absorbed into Su Ming's hand, the world rumbled at the instant he raised his left arm, its palm facing the sky. So what if it's a trap? As long as the bait is good, that is enough. The green fog surrounded Su Ming's left hand, then spread out to turn into 7 green shadows. They swiftly grew larger, and in an instant, surrounded the entire space between the sky and earth, catching everyone's attention in the battlefield. The fog G and placed in the battlefield had already been torn into several pieces due to the impact just now. It fell backwards in all directions, as if several pairs of invisible hands were chasing it away, and for the first time since the battle started, the ground became clear. There were only several tens of thousands of people left at that moment, and their gazes all gathered on Su Ming and Tion. Even the eyes of Jian, who had been fighting against the golden-robed Tion in the sky, flashed with a brilliant light. He whipped his head around to look towards Su Ming, and a strange smile gradually curled up on his lips. "I see. So that's it." His smile grew wider. "Who is he? That boy looks like he's only 15 or 16, but the person he's fighting against is the Heavenly Emperor Tion. It's Lord Tion. He can fight against Lord Tion, not perishing from that first strike, and not only did he not withdraw, he even took the initiative and attacked. This is..." Once the fog on the ground scattered away, tens of thousands of gazes instantly gathered on Su Ming and Tion, and an uproar immediately rose into the air. All of this was because of Tion. If Su Ming was not fighting against him, then it would be difficult for him to catch such a shocking level of attention, and cause such an astonishing level of commotion among the people. Tion's status was simply too high. He was one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors among the immortals and had the highest level of cultivation among all those in the immortal sex who descended in the land of berserkers, even if this was just his clone and not his real self. Even if he was just a clone, he still possessed power that was enough to cause all those around him to look up to him, causing all those who were currently watching the fight to feel their breathing stop. Disbelief appeared on their faces. It was especially so for those who knew Su Ming. Their faces were rife with the inability to accept this. Bao Qiu looked at the sky with a dumbfounded face as she stood on the battlefield. Her head was ringing and her thoughts were in a mess. Even though she knew that Su Ming had extraordinary power and she had even witnessed him fighting against Shindong, but she would never have expected that he would dare to attack Di Tian. Who was Di Tian? He was one of the 5 emperors, and these people were the strongest among the immortals, those who had reached the pinnacle of all pinnacles. Even if it was just a clone, this sort of person could still make the weather change if he wanted to. A dazed expression appeared on Bao Qiu's face, and she didn't manage recover even after a long time had passed. It was especially so when she saw that exchange of blows between Su Ming and Di Tian just now. Su Ming might have gained an advantage because he laid out an ambush, but the fact that he had not managed to get himself killed by Di Tian's attack was still enough to make his name ring through the world. But she did not know that this was not the first time Su Ming had fought against Di Tian. In truth, this was his 3rd time. In fact, Su Ming had even managed to kill one of Di Tian's clones. He might have used the power from the god of berserkers, but the clone had still died, and that was fact. During the 2nd time, Su Ming might have been wounded badly and lost horribly, but he had made Di Tian pay for the consequences. He had forced him into an incredibly pathetic state. This was the 3rd time. With Bao Qiu's power, what she saw was Su Ming ambushing Di Tian. But that was not the truth. Di Tian was not completely unprepared. The exchange of blows just now was a true clash between the 2 of them. Qian Chun was originally pretending to be dead, but when the fog scattered and he saw Su Ming fighting against Di Tian in midair, he started trembling and rubbed his eyes hard before a stunned expression appeared on his face. "Senior, that guy is too bold. To the point he's reckless. He actually went and challenged Di Tian. Oh dear, it's over now. I trusted the wrong person. This guy's dead meat." As these thoughts appeared in Chen Chen's mind, his heart started racing in his chest. He might be regarding Su Ming's situation with a rather pessimistic outlook, but in the depths of his heart, he was gradually growing more excited. His gaze as he looked at Su Ming made him feel as if he was getting to know him again. Shindong's expression changed several times. He looked at Su Ming, who was fighting against Di Tian, with a complicated look on his face. The 7 verdant abyssal shadows in the sky were extremely familiar to him. This was originally his divine ability, the 7 abyssal in death seal. This was also one of the reasons why he had been able to recognize Su Ming at first glance. This person, who had fought against him just recently, had left a deep memory in Shindong's mind. He had also gained a lot during that fight, but he had never imagined that their second meeting would be under such circumstances. He immediately remembered the chaos that had occurred between Evil Sect and the Immortal Sects just moments ago, and knew that it must have come from this person's hands. As for why he did it, he wants to kill Di Tian. Shindong's heart trembled. The answer he obtained made him think that his thoughts were incredibly absurd, but what he saw right before his eyes made him suck in a deep breath. This was because Di Tian was retreating while wiping the corners of his mouth, while Su Ming's chi was growing with each passing moment. In Shindong's eyes, this Su Ming was already far too different from the one who had fought against him. They gave off 2 entirely different feelings of power, and if the one who had fought against him previously had been the one who attacked Di Tian, then their battle might have immediately ended right when it started. "It's him. It's him." There was a person mumbling right next to Shindong, and the one who was doing it was Evil Lust Sex Bitu. He stared at Su Ming in the sky, and all his blood turned cold. This was a person who could fight against Di Tian. This thought made all his original intentions of searching for Su Ming to kill him so that he could take revenge vanish like a puff of smoke. However, for a reason that was unknown even to him, when he looked at Su Ming, a vague sense of familiarity rose in his heart. Yet his face and his divine abilities were incredibly foreign to him, making this sense of familiarity really out of place. It was odd. In truth, Bitu was not the only one who had this sense of familiarity rising within the depths of his heart. When all those familiar faces within Su Ming's memories gathered their gazes on him as they stood on the battlefield, that sense naturally rose within them as well. Yet this familiarity ran into conflict with the unfamiliar sight before them, causing all the people who had this feeling to not say a word. All of them only thought that it was a figment of their imagination. However, even though Su Ming's appearance had changed, due to their encounter in Freezing Sky Clan, Bailing and Qianxi's sense of familiarity gradually overlapped with Su Ming's current appearance. This feeling then turned into a complicated look on their faces. The woman in white from the immortal sex had a pale look on her face, and she did not regret her previous decision. Right then, the sight before clearly proved that if she had exposed this person earlier and affected his plans to kill Tion, then the only outcome waiting for her would have been death. Her death would have been nothing, but since this person possessed the courage to fight against Tion and had even laid out such a plan to kill him, then he must surely have some level of confidence to do so. Once she provoked this sort of person, then there was a high chance that she would be bringing a large problem to her own sect. Su Ming stared at Tion. He knew that there were tens of thousands of eyes looking at him at the moment, but he paid no attention to them. Right then, the only thing that existed in his world was Tion. There was only one thought that existed in his mind at that moment as well: kill Tion. 7 large green shadows connecting the sky and earth surrounded him, forming an indescribable wave of pressure that made the world lose its color, caused the earth to tremble, and made a solemn look appear on Tion's face. 7 abyssal in death seal. The more aura of death it absorbed, the greater the power it would deliver. At that moment, this seal had absorbed the aura of death from tens of thousands of people, and as Su Ming executed this art, the 7 shadows instantly gained corporeal form. Their green robes, thick waves of death, and their hidden faces caused the 7 shadows to look like the kings of hell. At the same time, a dignified air spread out from their bodies, and they looked as if they were connecting with the underworld. They took a step forward simultaneously and appeared around Tion. At the instant they surrounded him, Su Ming spoke at a shocking volume, his words falling into the ears of all those who were watching the battle. 7 abyssal. When Su Ming let out a low growl, the 7 shadows lifted their heads at the same time. Dark light shone from within the robes that covered their bodies, and an exceedingly thick wave of death immediately spread out from them to cover the sky and seal off the ground. The light in the world started twisting and getting indistinct at that moment. The world seemed to have lost a large amount of color within a moment, turning into a desolate land of only black and white. In death, Su Ming growled. The 7 shadows instantly bent their backs and bowed swiftly towards Tion, who was surrounded in the middle. At the instant they bowed, Su Ming flew up and pushed his left hand swiftly towards the sky. Activate Verdant Abyssal Seal. The purple-robed Tion's expression changed. At the instant the 7 shadows around him bowed, he suddenly felt his life force swiftly disappearing. It was as if his life matrix could not withstand the 7 shadows bowing towards him. It was rapidly disappearing, and for the first time, signs of death descended on him. The purple-robed Tion let out a cold harumph. He prepared to lift his hand to form a seal to cast an art so that he could fight against Su Ming's divine ability. He had confidence that he could kill Su Ming in this place, and he would not allow any situation where he could not find him arise again. This time, to make Su Ming appear, he had even used himself as bait. When he lifted his right hand to form the seal, he was almost certain that he could make this divine ability shatter, no matter how extraordinary it was. Yet right at the instant he formed that seal with his right hand, suddenly, Su Ming pushed his right hand into his bosom and clenched the grass knot doll in his robes. A shudder wrecked Tion's body. His cultivation base started becoming chaotic, as if he could no longer control it, which was a rare sight. This sort of chaos was completely inconceivable to him, especially when he was fighting against someone. The appearance of this chaotic cultivation base left Tion momentarily stunned. He might have quelled that chaos in the span of a breath. But he was too late. When the seven shadows bowed to him, the world roared. Even GN and the golden-robed Dtion swiftly retreated with their expressions changing. Then, right before their eyes, a large amount of clouds in the sky started flowing backwards, revealing the clear sky behind them. Cracks started appearing swiftly in the sky, and with a bang, it shattered, as if a hole been opened up. An endless amount of death fog madly surged in during that instant, as if it was sucked in. A roar reverberated through the air, and the death fog charged towards Dtion. From the distance, it was as if a gigantic pillar of fog had descended from the sky beyond and crashed down. Dtion was just about to dodge, but he suddenly felt a sharp stab of pain. His cultivation base became chaotic again. His expression changed drastically, but he could no longer dodge. Crash! A gigantic pillar of fog that was 1,000 feet wide descended to the ground from the sky, with Dtion right in the middle of it. He was completely covered by it. The pillar of fog charged towards the ground, and when a roar surged into the sky, a tremor so great it had never appeared before spread out through the land, causing the tens of thousands of people left in the area to immediately withdraw in an attempt to dodge. Shock-filled eyes gathered on Su Ming from all the directions. Those gazes were filled with shock, disbelief, confusion, and even more so, astonishment. Xikong stood at the edge of the battlefield. He had been injured too badly previously, and the power of the curse within him was incredibly difficult to deal with. Right then, his whole body was filled with a large amount of rotting black patches. His hate towards Su Ming was already running so deep that it reached the depths of his soul. But after he saw his battle against Dtion, and especially after he saw the pillar of fog that descended from the sky, his breathing quickened and his heart trembled. Su Ming's strength made Xikong completely hide away his thoughts for revenge. He did not dare reveal even a single hint of it. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of danger rise within him, making him look swiftly towards the black patches on his body. The intensity of that sense of danger was like a flood that almost drowned him. Xikong had a clear hunch that if he did not manage to get rid of these black patches within a short period of time, then his body and soul would be destroyed. This feeling was too strong, causing him to no longer hesitate, and he brought out an incredibly valuable medicinal core his sect had given him before. The core's name was Sacred Half-Step. It was a medicinal core that was rare even in evil sect, and only prodigies like him would be given one of these things. This core had no use towards training. Its greatest effect was to heal injuries. Xikong had always been reluctant to use this, but now he brought it out without hesitation. With gritted teeth, he placed it in his mouth. Shindong's eyes went wide and he sucked in a sharp breath. There was no one else who was more familiar with this verdant abyssal seal than him in this place. But at that moment, Shindong looked as if he was seeing it for the first time. His heart trembled, his mind rang, and he suddenly understood the true method to use this verdant abyssal seal. It was unlike what he had previously done. Su Ming's method was the true way of bringing out its might. The verdant abyssal seal he cast could let him fight against powerful warriors at the same stage as he was. But in Su Ming's hands, it had managed to gain such power that it could threaten Dtion's clone. The golden-robed Dtion's face turned livid with rage as he stood in the sky. He glared at Su Ming, who was standing beneath him, and took a sudden step forward. Right at the moment he was about to charge down, though, his footsteps came to a sudden halt. Then, right before his eyes, Jian walked out from the air in front of him. He could manipulate the power of death in this place and make it descend. That child down there must be that destiny, no? But by the looks of it, you seem to want to kill him, Jian asked with a smile. Dtion's expression grew dark, but before he could say a single word, the gigantic pillar of fog beneath gradually disappeared to reveal a pit of about thousands of feet deep on the ground, as well as Dtion, who was sitting within a ball of dull purple light. That Dtion's expression was pale. When he lifted his head, the purple light around him instantly shattered, and the Emperor's robe on his body swiftly turned dull. Not a single hint of color remained. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and it spilled on the ground before him. At that moment, The purple-robed Tion's face was incredibly pale, but killing intent rose like surging waves in his eyes. He slowly stood up and glared at Su Ming. There was also blood at the corners of Su Ming's mouth. When he wiped it away, he lifted his left hand and pressed it swiftly on his right arm, all while keeping his gaze fixed on Tion. With those actions, his right arm instantly grew taut. His flesh and blood on that arm changed and looked as if it had become like that of a golden statue. Su Ming cut open a gash on his right arm with his left index finger. Multiple bloody gashes could be seen under his skin. This bizarre act instantly caught the attention of all those around him. Even the purple-robed Tion also found his pupils shrinking at that sight. With a calm expression on his face, Su Ming pushed 2 fingers into the wound on his right arm, and slowly, right before everyone's eyes, he brought out something from within the flesh and blood of that limb. That was a blood-red ring. Su Ming had obtained it many years ago from Madame Ji. It was something Ji Yunhai had obtained by coincidence, and it was the source of the curse. Su Ming had hidden this ring in his right arm, which was why his curse had become stronger and gained more depth as his power increased. It was also the true reason why he had been able to gather the curse on his right hand. Almost at the instant Su Ming brought out that red ring, the presence of the curse swiftly surrounded the wound, and the gash closed up in an instant. Su Ming placed the ring right where he had lost his right index finger. That finger had shattered into pieces, but when Su Ming placed the ring on that appendage, the presence of the curse instantly exploded. It gathered together into a finger, which was the curse's finger. At the instant the ring was on the curse's finger, the power of the curse spread out from Su Ming's entire right hand. It caused the weather to change, and the hearts of all the people watching trembled. Even Ji narrowed his eyes, and a brilliant light shone briefly within them. At the same time, a strong sense of danger rose within the purple-robed Tion's heart. He could not let Su Ming continue. The feeling of danger from his right hand was actually much stronger than that from his left hand. But what truly shocked Tion was how his cultivation base had become chaotic when Su Ming had used that verdant abyssal seal earlier. That chaos and that stab of pain he'd felt had come incredibly suddenly, causing him to be completely incapable of predicting and reacting to them. This strange occurrence made Tion have a strong feeling that there was a distinct difference between his current self and his past self. I have to destroy him in this battle, or else, if he has more time, then it'll be even more difficult to suppress him. The purple-robed Tion swiftly took a step forward and turned into a long purple arc that flew straight out of the pit and closed in on Su Ming within an instant. He might be injured, but those injuries were forcefully suppressed. He had confidence that this particular clone of his still contained an overwhelming advantage in strength over Su Ming. If no one interfered with his actions, then there was no way he would fail in killing him this time. Besides, even if someone tried to stop him, the other clone would do everything he could to delay that person at all costs. Almost at the instant Tion closed in, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pushed it against his chest before he immediately opened his mouth and spat out a ray of green light. It immediately turned into Han Mountain Bell and charged towards Tion. As bell chimes reverberated through the air, the shadow of the 9-headed dragon manifested instantly above it. When the bell appeared, Ji turned his head swiftly around. But once he saw that it was the shadow of the 9-headed dragon, he calmed down. However, the tens of thousands of people from Evil Sect and the Immortal sects around the area could not see it too clearly. Because of that, once they saw Han Mountain Bell, they were instantly unable to quell the roars in their hearts, and voices rose into the air once again. Eastern Wasteland's Bell? Could this be Eastern Wasteland's Bell? But it's impossible. Who is he? He can fight against Tion's clone, and even has the priceless treasure that is Eastern Wasteland's Bell. He's a berserker. In the midst of those voices, Hidden Dragon Sect's Chen Chong stared blankly at Su Ming. His mind was a mess. That sense of familiarity had become even clearer, but no matter what, he could not recall where he had seen this person before. His face and divine abilities were also incredibly unfamiliar to him. Hidden Dragon Sect's Jingnan had an incredibly dark expression on his face. He stared at Su Ming in the sky, and gradually, A frightening guess rose swiftly from the depths of his heart. He brought so much of Lord Dition attention on himself, and he set up such a plan to kill Lord Dition. This child? Could he be? Jingnan's breathing quickened, and he turned his head swiftly towards Qinchong. Then, right before his eyes, he saw a dazed look on Qinchong's face, who had now woken up from his grave injuries. His heart let out a loud thump against his chest. Could it really be him? Shihai's expression changed swiftly. In his entire life, there was one thing that had changed the path in his life. This was something he had always kept buried deep in his heart. At that moment, his heart trembled, and as he looked at Su Ming, the sense of familiarity brought a sense to him as if even his blood was trembling. There was also evil spirit sex Shanhen. He looked dazed, and the familiarity he felt brought a stab of pain in his head. This sensation made him feel as if some sort of memory which had been sealed away was trying to break free to reveal itself. There were also a dazed expression on Chunlong from Great Leaf Immortal Sect and also on the man who was the head of the guards in Dark Mountain within Su Ming's memories. Their hearts trembled, and they looked at each other. In the midst of their uncertainty, shock appeared within their hearts. There was also Sky Miss Dao's Wu Lu. This ordinary-looking woman also had a dazed expression on her face. She looked at Su Ming blankly, and that sense of familiarity made her sink into her thoughts for a long time. However, all of these feelings remained indistinct. Some people had begun asking questions, while some continued feeling lost and dazed. The bell chimes from Han Mountain Bell caused all of their hearts to tremble, and their attention was drawn towards it. Han Mountain Bell turned into a bell that was 1,000 feet big and blocked Dition's path. At the same time, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pushed his palm towards the ground. The land trembled with a loud bang. Then, a large number of Immortal Sect disciples started shuddering violently and let out shrill screams of pain. Their bodies were instantly filled with a large amount of black patches, and in the blink of an eye, they started melting as if they were rotting away. As these Immortal Sect disciples died, Su Ming's right hand turned into a black mess. It looked as if there was some sort of color spreading out from it, and there was a strangely enchanting radiance to his hand. Right then, a shocking roar reverberated through the entire world. The purple-robed Dition had executed his world punishment art and caused Han Mountain Bell to instantly disintegrate. Then, he turned into a sharp, long arc that sliced through the air and charged towards Su Ming. Right at the instant he closed in, Su Ming brought out a grass knot doll with his left hand from his bosom. The doll was gray, and there was a thick aura of death surrounding it. At the instant it appeared, a shrill howl that was voiceless but could be detected faintly with divine senses rang out from within it. Killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. With the curse's black aura swirling on his right hand, he pressed it against the grass knot doll, causing the doll to be instantly dyed in black. At the instant the doll was dyed black, Dition's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, coming to a complete stop hundreds of feet away from Su Ming. His expression turned incredibly dark, for a large amount of black aura had appeared around him out of nowhere. He couldn't not stop. At that instant, he felt as if he had lost control of his own body. A power that actually terrified him seemed to be staring at him in the form of a pair of eyes in the endless universe. This was a form of might. It was a form of pressure that came from the ground, the world, the entire land of berserkers. For some unknown reason, it now had gathered on his body. Black smoke surrounded him, and it grew extremely thick in an instant. This was Su Ming's curse. The black smoke was his killing intent, his desire to kill Dition. It was originally impossible for the curse to gather on Dition, but due to Su Ming's skillful execution of his art, the connection tying the grass knot doll and Dition was successfully used to lead the curse on Dition. I curse you, that you will fall into the rivers of the netherworld and never see light again. Su Ming took a step forward, and with his curse-ridden right hand, he ripped off the doll's right arm. I curse you, that no matter in which universe they are, all those with your blood coursing through their veins would perish, die, and sink into hell along with your soul. Su Ming took another step forward and ripped apart the grass knot doll's left arm. Panic appeared on the purple-robed Tion's face, which was a rare sight. He could feel pain coming from his right arm, as well as the pain of his left arm being torn. More importantly, the black smoke had already seeped into his body, and he could not even move an inch. "This is impossible," Tion roared in his heart. To him, Su Ming was somebody whose fate had always been controlled. Even if he was able to free himself from its shackles some time ago, since he had yet to grow strong, he was still just an ant in Tion's eyes. Tion was confident that he could crush that ant, even if he had to do it a few times. Still, whatever happened, Su Ming would be unable to escape from his palm. That was why he had thought of using himself as bait, but now, Su Ming had attacked twice. The first time was when he had used that verdant abyssal seal, which had made Tion use his divine ability and his enchanted treasure to resist it. This time he had attacked with the curse's power, and he had lost all his mobility. He could no longer control his own body. The shadow of death looming over his heart grew endlessly, making him have the impression that at the moment he made himself bait, he had cut off all his escapes. This bizarre scene made all those who saw it to suck in a sharp breath. They were unfamiliar with this particular art, especially since that doll in Su Ming's doll looked simple and even comical, yet no one could laugh. A chill that came straight from the depths of their hearts filled all their souls at that instant. An art that could control someone with just one doll. An art that could curse others with just one doll, and there was no way to guard against it. Right then, Su Ming had turned into the epitome of malice and strangeness in the eyes of those tens of thousands of people in the area. The golden-robed Tion's pupils shrank as he remained in the sky. In fact, a large amount of black smoke had appeared around him as well. As it did so, he could clearly feel the panic within the purple-robed Tion's heart. However, the golden-robed Tion was clearly more powerful than its counterpart. At that moment, golden light shone on his body, and as it did, it looked like it was fighting against the black smoke, allowing the golden-robed Tion to be able to move. And he did so, but just as he was about to charge out, he was once again blocked off by Jian. "Jian, this has nothing to do with you. This is my private matter. How dare you stop me?" The golden-robed Tion's voice reverberated in the air. "The Candle Dragon's curse. He's quite remarkable. As for you, well, I can choose not to stop you, as long as you admit defeat and let Evil Sect have control over Eastern Wasteland's tower." Jian smiled. He lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the ground. Immediately, a fan swiftly flew up from the ground. Once he held it in his hand, he looked towards the golden-robed Tion. A dark glint flashed briefly in the golden-robed Tion's eyes. Without a single word, he lifted his right hand and formed a seal before he pointed towards Jian, who responded with a loud laugh. He swung his fan forward, and the two people were immediately engaged in a battle in the sky. One of them wanted to rush forward, while the other would not allow it. In an instant, the battle between them erupted and grew intense. As the two of them fought, Su Ming's voice reverberated in all directions. "I curse you, that your soul will suffer through billions of reincarnations, then suffer through the grudges of the world and endless destruction. I curse you, that your skin will disintegrate, that your flesh will rot, and you will have a taste of the greatest pain brought to you by the world, forever and ever. I curse you, that your bones will shatter, inch by inch, into fragments and turn into sharp spikes that will devour your flesh and blood." Su Ming ripped off the doll's legs and tore apart its body. There was an indescribable hatred and madness within his voice, and just by listening to it, it was enough to make anyone begin trembling from the depths of their hearts. It was even more so for the frozen purple-robed Tion. "I curse you, that your bloodline will end, that your soul will scatter, that your body will rot, that your bones and flesh will be destroyed, and that you will suffer an eternity of being devoured by wandering souls. I curse you to die. 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 Die." Su Ming let out a loud roar and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. The blood fell on the grass not doll, and the world instantly started roaring. Thunder rumbled without end in the sky, and a blood-red vortex even manifested with loud banging sounds. The edges of that vortex were black, and it covered the entire sky. This was not the only spot in the sky where something like this happened. At the same time, 8 other identical gigantic blood-red vortexes appeared all over eastern wastelands. They were like eyes of the sky that remembered Su Ming's words, were bearing witness to his curse, and were obeying his voice. An anomaly in the world. For the first time, Jian's face changed drastically as he fought against that golden-robed Di Tian, who also had a similarly shocked face. This person's curse actually brought about an anomaly in the world. This can only mean that the world has obeyed his curse. This is not a single person's curse, but the curse of the entire land of berserkers and their universe. Di Tian, just what did you do to offend this person? Jian's pupils shrank. A shocking clamor shot up from the ground underneath, and all of it was because of that anomaly that had appeared in the world. With my life, with my power, with every single fiber of my being, I curse all of Di Tian's clones to perish in the land of berserkers, and from now onwards, this world forbids Di Tian's existence. Blood poured out from Su Ming's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His right hand was no longer black. All the black smoke from it had already surged into the grass knot doll. And with his right hand, Su Ming ripped off the doll's head. The sky roared, the earth trembled. And those rumbles did not just come from eastern wastelands, but also South Morning, the alliance of the western region, and from northern province as well. The entire sky in the land of berserkers was roaring. Blood-red vortexes appeared in large quantities throughout the whole world. The trembling of the land was not limited to just eastern wastelands, either. Those tremors shook through all the continents in the land of berserkers, all the islands, and all the living beings. It was as if Su Ming represented the entire world of berserkers at that moment. He lifted his right hand at that moment and pointed towards Di Tian. Su Ming's long hair danced in the wind as he stood in midair. His face was pale, but the brilliant shine in his eyes made him into the most eye-catching existence in the world. At that moment, it was as if Su Ming had turned into the beloved child of the entire world of berserkers. All the land was trembling because of his will, was hateful because of his dislike, and was roaring because of his intent to kill. This was a divine ability that stirred up the entire world of berserkers, and it was the first time any of the tens of thousands of people in the land saw something like this in their lives. A cold chill rose in all of their hearts, and they suddenly had a feeling that they did not fit into this world. The sand on the ground tumbled about above the ground, as if the tens of thousands of immortals' existence there obstructed its path. Wind would occasionally blow past them from all directions, and while it seemed gentle, it would suddenly become strong when it fell on their bodies. The clouds in the sky far ahead sank a lot further down, and at the same time a shadow loomed over everyone. The numerous blood-red vortexes in the sky let out loud rumbling sounds as they spun in a terrifying manner, as if all the lives within the world of berserkers were roaring. These roars came from the vortexes in the sky, the wind, the clouds, the sand on the ground, all the mountains, the rivers, the deserts, the plains, as well as the endless amount of lives in the world, be they dead or alive. Everything within the world of berserkers had fused into those roars. Within them were the cries of infants, the grudge-filled shrieks of women, the furious roars of men, the piercing howls of anger from ferocious beasts, and the biting, threatening sounds that came from the plants as they sashayed in the wind. They contained the strikes of water against rock as rivers flowed down the mountains, the roars from the plains, the collapse of the mountains, and the surging waves from the Dead Sea. Everything had fused together with the roars coming from the berserker's sky. At the same time these roars rang in the air, it was as if a voice that could not be heard with human ears leapt into those sounds. This was an indescribable will that had appeared once all the sounds within the land of berserkers had fused together. Get out of our world! It was the will contained within all the roars that caused the world of berserkers to surge towards all the immortals with an unseen force at that instant, as if all the immortals were being rejected by the entire world at that moment. It was as if the land had been persecuted for tens of thousands of years while enduring through all that suffering throughout the ages, and at that moment, it reached its breaking point. It was as if the land and its people could no longer bear with it, and they wanted to surge out like an explosion to expel all immortals. It did not matter whether it was the immortal sex or evil sex. All the cultivators' expression immediately changed. Even Jian's expression changed drastically as he fought against Di Tian, and he whipped his head around to look at Su Ming. That moment was when Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed towards the purple-robed Di Tian. The golden-robed Di Tian's pupils shrank. At the instant, Jian was shocked because of Su Ming causing the entire world of berserkers to roar due to one finger. The golden-robed Di Tian took a swift step forward and charged towards Su Ming. Resonance. This is resonance. This is the entire world of berserkers resonating with this child. Jian sucked in a sharp breath. He had noticed the golden-robed Di Tian leaving the place, and after a moment of hesitation, he chose not to stop him. After all, he was also an immortal. This resonance was too shocking to him. He had never heard of anyone capable of making the entire world resonate with him. Perhaps only the first god of berserkers had been able to do such a thing in the past. Even the master of a world would not be able to resonate with his world. Even the strongest person of a race, too, would be unable to cause this sort of resonance, unless Jian's pupils shrank. Even if the golden-robed Di Tian was charging forward, he could not change what was already set in stone. At the instant Su Ming's finger swung down, he pointed towards the purple-robed Di Tian. When he completed the motion of bringing his finger downwards, a thick wave of fatigue appeared in Su Ming's eyes. There was a dull look within them, but it did not matter whether it was the fatigue or the dull look that showed. What lay within the deepest depths of his soul was tranquility. The purple-robed Di Tian shuddered, and disbelief appeared in his eyes. For the first time, he was shocked, and it was to such a degree that even Su Ming's calm heart was pleased when he saw it. Di Tian was afraid. This was the first time Di Tian clearly showed his fear before Su Ming, and that fear caused his haughty image to crack. So, you know fear as well. Su Ming's finger swiping downwards instantly caused the purple-robed Di Tian's face to turn pale. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth, and a large amount of black patches appeared on his body. As they started rotting away, it made Di Tian suffer an indescribable pain while he remained frozen in place. He could also feel his body being strongly rejected by the world at that moment. It was as if there was no possible way that he could coexist with this place. If he did not die, then the killing intent of this world would never cease. Murkiness replaced the clarity in his eyes, and if anyone had seen the muddy rivers of the netherworld, they would be able to tell with just one glance that the murky shade in Di Tian's eyes was no different from those rivers. It was as if the purple-robed Di Tian's eyes had turned into the rivers in the netherworld. They covered his eyes, causing him to never be able to see light again. This was the fulfillment of Su Ming's first curse. I curse you, that you will fall into the rivers of the netherworld and never see light again. The purple-robed Di Tian could not open his mouth. His throat churned rapidly, as if a shrill scream of pain was raging in his body, but could not find release. His right arm looked as if it had been grabbed by a huge invisible hand at that moment, and it was yanking it outwards. Then, right before tens of thousands of shocked gazes, the purple-robed Di Tian's right hand was torn off his body, just like how Su Ming had ripped off the grass knot doll's arm previously. It was as if the purple-robed Di Tian had turned into the doll in Su Ming's hands just moments ago. At the same time, the golden-robed Di Tian, who was closing in from the distance, stopped as a loud bang rang in the air. His face turned pale, and blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. When he looked towards his right arm, he saw the signs that it was about to be ripped off. A murky shade had also appeared in his eyes, and it was fighting against the golden light within them. He had to stop because during the previous instant, the wind before him had instantly grown stronger and had come charging towards him in an unseen manner. Even with the golden-robed Di Tian's powerful strength, he still had to stop moving before the wind. This was not any ordinary wind. This was the will that came from the entire world of berserkers, from the incredible force rejecting his existence. If the golden-robed Di Tian dared to take one more step forward, then this force rejecting his presence that was formed from all the power in the world would become even stronger. How could this be? This is impossible. The golden-robed Detion let out a low growl. He took a swift step forward, for he had to save the purple-robed clone. He might be a clone himself, but the will of his real self in the land of immortals had let him know that his real self had 4 clones, with the addition of one more that he had just recently obtained a few months ago. However, from the 4, one had already died previously, so no more deaths could occur, or else it would cause quite a significant effect on his real self. Almost at the instant the golden-robed Detion paused. The purple-robed Detion lost his right hand, and that limb instantly turned into black ashes. When it scattered away, not a single drop of blood fell from the now empty shoulder, because he no longer had any blood. His blood and his veins had already been completely corrupted due to Su Ming's second curse. As a result, the blood at the corners of the purple-robed Detion's lips was swiftly dissipating while his face remained pale. At that instant, his left arm was also torn off by the invisible arm, just like his right arm. The purple-robed Detion shuddered, and his hair was slowly changed from black to white. His face seemed to have aged within an instant, and with just one glance, it could be seen that his current appearance was different from how Detion looked. All his life, Detion had never expected that his clone would one day be injured so badly by Su Ming's curse. This curse had already surpassed the limits of his power. It had fused with the will of the entire world of berserkers, and it stood right above all forms of power gained from cultivation. However, the purple-robed Detion's curse was far from over. The outburst had just begun. As his limbs were torn off and his blood as well as his eyes were corrupted, he opened his mouth, unable to control himself, then lifted his head. His soul's presence seemed to have been sucked out during that instant so that it would suffer through the endless cycles of reincarnation within the world. Piercing, shrill roars swiftly rose from all directions at that moment, and they came from the endless hate-filled spirits in the world. These spirits showed up in the sky, and they were of men and women, of the elderly and the young, and all of them were those who had died in the land of berserkers. The raging hate within these spirits rushed towards the purple-robed Detion at that moment and surrounded him before they started devouring his soul and his body with madness and enmity. This was Su Ming's third curse. I curse you, that your soul will suffer through billions of reincarnations, then suffer through the grudges of the world and endless destruction. As the endless hate-filled spirits devoured him, as the tens of thousands of immortals shuddered and were overwhelmed by terror, as the golden-robed Detion roared and rushed over while throwing all caution to the wind, and as Jian was shocked, full of complicated feelings, the purple-robed Detion shuddered violently. Pain. It was painful, but he could not let out a single sound. It made him suffer through the utmost amount of suffering, and this suffering was enough to make a person's will crumble. More black patches appeared on his body until they covered most of him. The disintegration of his skin, the decay of his bones as well as his blood, and the extreme situation of being unable to scream even though he was in pain was as if the greatest amount of pain in the world had landed on him, and it would never end. This was Su Ming's fourth curse. I curse you, that your skin will disintegrate, that your flesh will rot, and you will have a taste of the greatest pain brought to you by the world, forever and ever. The purple-robed Detion, who had lost his arms and whose flesh was rotting away, was beginning to twist in a bizarre fashion. This was because all his bones were shattering inch by inch under the curse. As they did that, they turned into bone spikes that reversed their positions and stabbed the purple-robed Detion's body from the inside. This sort of pain was enough to make anyone's skin crawl once they thought about it. What sort of enmity could possibly make a person curse another like this? What raging hate could make a whole world resonate with a person's curse? The pain the purple-robed Detion suffered from the bone spikes in his body at that moment came from Su Ming's fifth curse. Moreover, at the instant the curse was activated so explosively, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a large amount of lightning appeared out of nowhere, once again blocking off the golden-robed Detion's path, who had once again intended to move forward. This was no ordinary lightning, either, or else it would not have been able to stop the golden-robed Detion's path. It was formed by the whole world rejecting his existence. It had the strength equivalent to the lightning strikes from heavenly judgment, and it had the same strength as the berserker's sacred vessels. Under the loud thunder, the purple-robed Detion's legs were torn off by the invisible hand, just like how Su Ming had ripped off the doll's legs previously, causing the purple-robed Detion to no longer have any legs. Su Ming's sixth curse was fulfilled then. I curse you, that your bloodline will end, that your soul will scatter, that your body will rot, that your bones and flesh will be destroyed, and that you will suffer an eternity of being devoured by wandering souls. Once the purple-robed Detion's body collapsed, Su Ming's seventh curse was fulfilled. A large amount of black smoke surrounded Detion's body, causing the majority of it to shatter, and his expression twisted. By then, his hair had already turned white. As his appearance changed, what appeared was no longer Detion, but a stranger. Detion's presence on this stranger was rapidly disappearing at that moment. It was also at this moment that Su Ming's eighth curse arrived. Lightning crackled. All the blood-red vortexes in the sky started shattering. The rivers boiled, the mountains roared, the plains collapsed, and all manner of lives fell into a daze, and the ground still trembled and the sky roared. The final curse made the resonance Su Ming had with the entire world of berserkers reach a state that it had never achieved before. With it, the force of rejection formed by the entire world swiftly gathered in three directions. One of them went toward the purple-robed Detion right before Su Ming. The other was aimed at the golden-robed Detion located 1,000 feet away from this place, who was walking closer slowly as lightning and an endless amount of dimensional cracks appeared around him. The final one landed in the direction where Sky Miss Dao was located, among the tens of thousands of immortals on the ground. That place was originally empty, but right at that instant, as the air in that space distorted, a black coffin appeared. That coffin was placed vertically on the ground, having been hidden previously. Not even Su Ming had been able to detect it. But right then, when the world of berserkers rejected Detion's presence, it appeared. There were numerous complicated runic symbols on the coffin. They were glowing, and all of them looked incredibly strange. A shocking boom rang in the air. The purple-robed Detion's body crumbled before Su Ming, for the invisible hand had grabbed the man's head, and just like it had ripped off all his limbs previously, it now tore off his head. Once the purple-robed Detion's head was ripped off, Su Ming's eighth curse was fulfilled. With my life, with my power, with every single fiber of my being, I curse all of Detion's clones to perish in the land of berserkers, and from now onwards, this world forbids Detion's existence. The purple-robed Detion's body turned into dust. His head turned black while in midair, rapidly decaying. As it rotted away, Detion's presence within it was destroyed with a loud bang by the repelling force from the world. Once Detion's presence dissipated, for the first time, clarity appeared within the rotting head's eyes. His face was no longer that of Detion's, as if he had never been Detion to begin with. Clones were people who had their minds and intelligence wiped off to be turned into puppets once Detion obtained control over them. He would forcefully take over their bodies and refine them, turning them into his clones to descend in the land of berserkers. At that moment, as Detion's will was forcefully wiped off and the clone was going to die, that person remembered his identity, remembered who he was, remembered his memories. A large part of his head had decayed, and it looked incredibly hideous and terrifying. Yet there was calmness in his eyes and a momentary astonishment when he lowered his head to look at Su Ming. It then turned into a dazed look that was soon followed by a smile that shook Su Ming's heart. "You grew up." These were the only words spoken by the stranger through his unfamiliar lips. They were clearly not uttered by Detion, but by the real owner of the body. They were the words that belonged to the stranger Su Ming had never seen before, and they were the last things he said before he died. There was an air of age contained within those words, along with a sense of relief. Once the head completely disappeared, the words gradually faded away. Detion's second clone died. At the instant he died, a purplish-black stone flew out from the recently disappeared head. An incredibly thick in-death aura spread out from it, and there was a ripple spreading out from that aura that caused Su Ming's heart to tremble. It was this ripple that made Su Ming open his tired and dull eyes. In truth, once he pointed forward, he had already started slowly closing his eyes. He had offered his life, his power, and everything within him to bring forth a curse that resonated with the entire world of berserkers, allowing him to finally kill Di Tian's purple-robed clone. However, just killing this clone alone had made Su Ming pay too great of a price. At that moment, there was no longer a shred of strength left in his entire body. At the instant he opened his eyes and saw the purplish-black stone. Blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth, and his body plunged to the ground. As he fell, the world before his eyes gradually turned indistinct, until he eventually saw nothing. However, he could sense that the ripples spreading out from that purplish-black stone were so incredibly familiar. They had his presence. When he fell, the tens of thousands of immortals' gazes were trained on him. There were complicated feelings in their eyes, and a variety of emotions such as fear and relief. Up till now, they still did not know Su Ming's identity or his name. They only knew that he was a berserker, and that he had used a strange art that could not be described with words. Then, right before the eyes of all those from Evil Sect and the Immortal Sects, he killed Di Tian's clone. Everyone only knew that this person with a boy's appearance, whose name they did not know, had used all sorts of sinister methods, did everything he could at all costs, like causing tens of thousands of deaths, just to kill Di Tian. He did it. Even if he had killed just one of Di Tian's clones, he still did it. They watched Su Ming struggling to lift his right hand as he plunged to the ground, as if he wanted to seize something from the sky. Su Ming was indeed trying to grab something. At that moment, his consciousness had already scattered, but he was instinctively lifting his hand to grab the stone that was giving him that incredibly familiar feeling. The purplish-black stone in midair shuddered and turned into a long black arc that charged straight towards Su Ming. At the instant his body crashed into the ground, the stone fused into the center of his brows and disappeared within him. Su Ming's heart shuddered. He did not know how much time had passed before he eventually reached the ground, not feeling much of a rebound. He did not know how much time had passed, because he could not see his body and because his vision had already turned indistinct. However, the tens of thousands of immortals around could clearly see exactly what had happened during the time Su Ming was falling from the sky. A great commotion resounded in the air, and the voices within were filled with shock. But it was a pity that Su Ming could not hear them anymore. Jian was staring at Su Ming blankly from the sky. His expression constantly changed, occasionally showing killing intent, and at other times hesitation. Su Ming's curse and the resonance from the world of berserkers was the reason why the usually resolute and sinister evil sect sovereign would make such expressions. He saw a strange sight that had left everyone in shock. When Su Ming fell to the ground just now, the berserker's kismet fused into him, Jian mumbled. When Su Ming fell, his rapidly plunging body was supported by thick clouds that had appeared out of nowhere. Birds which had come out of nowhere charged in, supporting Su Ming's body even at the risk of their bodies being shattered. There was also the wind that existed everywhere. It suddenly started blowing, slowing down Su Ming's descent. It was as if everything in the world was feeling compassion towards Su Ming and could not bear seeing even a single wound on his body. The dimensional cracks that had appeared as he fell were also swiftly disappearing. The bolts of lightning that came towards him flashed as they surrounded him, as if protecting him and warning all the others in the area to not get even half a step closer to him. In fact, the innumerable vengeful souls in the sky were also surrounding him while letting out anxious roars, as if they were trying to wake him up. There was also a large amount of green grass sprouting out below, where only empty ground had been previously. That grass only grew in a small portion on the ground, and the speed of its growth was a startling sight. Because of everything, the speed at which Su Ming's body plunged down continued slowing down, and when he eventually reached the ground, not a single hint of injury could be detected on his body. He was loved by the world, and the berserker's kismet was placed in his body. Almost at the instant Jian's expression filled with hesitation and complicated feelings, Su Ming's body landed on the grass. His vision scattered, and at the instant he looked as if he had sank into a state of unconsciousness. The golden-robed Tion let out a furious and shrill roar. His body was surrounded by a large amount of black smoke at that moment, and that black smoke was the curse. Clearly, once the curse from the world of berserkers destroyed the purple-robed clone, it gathered on the golden-robed one with the full intention of destroying it as well. The clone swiftly turned his head to look at the ground and at Su Ming, who was lying on the ground. As his expression twisted, he did not care about the power of the curse spreading into his body at that moment and moved towards Su Ming. His power surpassed that of the purple-robed clones, and since Su Ming had not directly cursed him, he could move. His speed was incredibly quick as he charged towards Su Ming. At that moment, Jian did not stop him. All the immortals around him were also just watching by the side. The conclusion of this fight was almost set in stone within everyone's minds. Yet right at that moment, Su Ming's eyes suddenly flew open, and a change happened. The northern part of Eastern Wastelands was formed when 12 tribes in Eastern Wasteland fused together 10,000 years ago to form one of the 4 great factions of power, All Entities Clan. The old man who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm and had fought against Su Ming indirectly in the past was trembling at that moment as he stood in the sky above All Entities Clan. Right below him were tens of thousands of berserkers prostrating themselves on the ground, and excitement that had never been seen before appeared on their faces. The old man looked at the distorting sky in midair and started laughing maniacally with his head thrown back. As he cried, tears of excitement fell down from his eyes. Our blood has been set on fire, and the god of berserkers has been born. The berserkers are saved. All tribe leaders in All Entities Clan, come with me to pay our respects to the berserkers' 4th god of berserkers. The time has come for us berserkers to retaliate. The old man's laughter made it seem as if he had gone mad. But it was only that he had waited for this day for far too long. At this moment then, the day he had been waiting for so long, the day spoken of in the legends, had arrived. The people from the 12 tribes in All Entities Clan let out roars that shook the sky and earth. Those roars were cries of excitement, shouts of madness. The resonance formed as the berserkers' blood burned. Long arcs swiftly flew up, and under the lead of the old man from All Entities Clan, a large half of the sky was replaced by an endless amount of long arcs. Whistling sounds rose and fell, and nearly 10,000 people charged through the sky. They were moving in the direction their blood led them. It was the spot they could sense vaguely in their souls, the spot that was an unknown amount of distance away from this place. The spot where Su Ming was. None of the berserkers needed a precise direction. They only needed to go the way their blood boiled. The closer they were to him, the stronger their blood would boil, and that was the best guide they could have. In another direction in Eastern Wastelands was a place filled with trees that stretched endlessly. Poisonous fog surrounded the area, causing this place to look as if it had become a forbidden ground for all manner of life. Even if the Immortals knew that there was a berserkers tribe in this place, most of them would have been unwilling to come here. The tribe here was one of the berserkers' 4 great forces of power that stood toe-to-toe with All Entities Clan Berserker Fang tribe, as well as all the near 100 small tribes that were its affiliates. The members of this union of tribes didn't leave their forest easily. It was as if they had cut themselves off from the world. If the Immortals did not come to this place and offend them, then they would not go out and provoke the Immortals. This forest was their bottom line. There was no black smoke spreading out from this forest, but it did not mean that there was no berserker who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm in this place. The elder of Berserker Fang tribe was known throughout Eastern Wastelands to have attained great completion in that particular realm many years ago. Almost at the moment the old man led nearly 10,000 people from All Entities Clan away and charged towards where Su Ming was. A large number of trees in the originally tranquil forest started swaying in the poison fog. Human faces emerged from the trees, and all of them had the exact same expression: shock and perplexity. These were the expressions born from the confusion they felt as blood burned in their veins. A large number of figures also appeared at that moment from the endless amount of swamps on the ground. They had the same expressions, felt the same perplexity. The kindling of their blood had caused all the members of Berserker Fang tribe to be filled with shock in their hearts. Within the depths of the forest was an empty space. There stood an old man dressed in a beast's skin, and 8 people were kneeling on the ground behind him. Waves of power that were not weaker than those of the Berserker soul realm were spreading out from all of them. In fact, if anyone took a closer look, they would find that there were even more of these presences coming from the forest. However, the chi from these presences was chaotic at that moment, as if they were showing just how unable to calm down were these people. Gazes filled excitement gathered faintly on the only old man who remained standing, as if waiting for his choice. The expression of the old man in beast skins constantly changed and would not settle for a single emotion. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. His eyes would occasionally show excitement, and at other times, hesitation. He could feel his blood being set on fire in his veins and could even feel a faint call coming from the distance. "I know that all of you want to go." After a long while, the old man slowly spoke up. No one around him spoke, but their desire could be felt from their harsh breathing. "I, too, can feel my blood kindling. This is the sign of the god of berserkers appearing. But this burn is still too weak." The old man in beast skins sighed lightly and shook his head. He did not dare take the risk. On the west and south of Eastern Wastelands were 2 big tribes in Eastern Wasteland that had been forced into hiding when the Immortals invaded the continent. Even though both tribes had occupied an incredibly large area, one of them was hidden in the depths of the ground and lived in karst caves. They spent their days nursing their grievances and anger, but they did not dare appear on the ground, because once they appeared, they would come face to face with the Immortals' siege. The other tribe hid itself among an endless mountain range. It no longer possessed its past glory and only had a future filled with no hope. At the same time, the old man in the forest made his decision. Roars filled with excitement reverberated and spread out in the depths to the south of Eastern Wastelands. As they rang beneath the ground, cracks that ran deep appeared in that region. Lights containing a multitude of colors shone from within, and those were from all sorts of statues of the god of berserkers. A thin old man swiftly shot out from behind those statues and stood in midair. He lifted his head and laughed at the sky, in a manner as if the grudge he and his tribe had harbored over the years had completely erupted from his body. "The great tribe of Surging Cloud's hope has arrived. Our blood has been set on fire, and the god of berserkers has been born. My fellow tribe members of Surging Clouds, how long are we going to hide?" The thin old man roared at the ground, as if he had descended into madness. I, Xianxia, elder of Surging Cloud's tribe, had originally given in to despair, but now, the light showing that we berserkers will rise has appeared. Even if the entire tribe will be destroyed because of this, it will be still a fate better than what we suffer now. My fellow tribe members, come with me to pay respect to our 4th god of berserkers. The thin old man moved his body, and an endless amount of roars instantly left the cracks on the ground. Long arcs swiftly flew out, with thin, emaciated people who looked like skeletons within them. Clearly, ever since they went into hiding in the depths of the ground, their lives had been incredibly bleak and miserable. They already had nothing else to lose. If that was the case, then they would go and fight for their dignity. However, perhaps it was because the living conditions of hiding in the mountains were slightly better than hiding underground. The big tribe to the west of Eastern Wastelands silently forced down their urge to go. Perhaps it was not because they were unwilling to leave and pay their respects to the legendary 4th god of berserkers who had made their blood boil, but had more to do with the fact that they did not dare to give up everything for a legend. Besides Eastern Wastelands, there were also those who found their blood boiling in South Morning. Long arcs flew into the air, either in crowds or by themselves. All of these people then charged towards Eastern Wastelands in the direction where their blood boiled. This boiling of their blood was like a calling. This was the sign of the berserkers' rise. Among the numerous islands in South Morning were a group of people who lifted their heads at the same time at that moment. These were the people who identified themselves as fated kin. They existed on many islands at the edges of South Morning. Some of them were scattered, and some of them were gathered together. They were all trying to search for each other, But due to South Morning's collapse and subsequent change, it was difficult for them to look for one another. The people on the Fated Kin's Islands were all worshipping the statue of their god at that moment, and during that instant they started trembling. They could feel their blood being set on fire, but this burn was different from that of the berserkers. It was direct, and their blood was boiling in a manner they could not describe. At the instant Su Ming had turned into the Fated Kin's god, it was as if there was already a connection that could never be weakened or broken between Su Ming and this race. It was also this connection that existed between them that made the Fated Kin feel their hearts quivering at that moment. Their blood being set on fire had caused their power to increase by a large margin during that instant. It was as if a river had been split into hundreds and thousands of small streams as it flowed downwards. A large amount of those split streams swiftly dried up, but there were also some that still had water running. But if one day an endless amount of water suddenly appeared at the start of this river, then the endless branched-out streams would also change because of it. It was how the density of a big tree's branches and leaves was determined by sunlight, but also by the water at the roots of the tree. This was the power of the source. Respected Senior MO is calling us. The Fated Kin on the small islands that belonged to their race lifted their heads slowly. Excitement and desire appeared on their faces, and without a single bit of hesitation, they flew up together and left the island, charging towards eastern wastelands with all the members of their tribes. At the same time, there were also numerous long arcs flying out from a large amount of places among the islands around South Morning. All of these long arcs were the Fated Kin that had been separated from their people. Among them were those who had remained silent for many years, those who were somber and stayed unnoticeable to others, and there were also those who had become outstanding people who stood above all others among their factions of power. However, all of them gave up everything without any hesitation and charged towards eastern wastelands to follow the direction where their burning blood and that faint connection existing within them was leading to, all so that they could search for their respected Senior MO. I can no longer serve you. Please excuse me. On a small island, a strong and able-bodied man wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards the middle-aged man before him. There was resolve on his face, and without any attachment within him towards the place, he turned around and rushed towards the sky. He even tore off the silver armor he wore on his body, and he left the people behind him, along with their silent gazes. Booming sounds were continuously echoing from a small island, along with low growls. Nan Gong Hen, our master has treated you well over the years. You know that. Why are you betraying him? Our master has been kind to me, and I have been serving him with my life over the years. But respected Senior MO is calling me. I have to leave. As those booming sounds roared in the air, a middle-aged man turned into a long arc and charged into the sky. There was another small island where a young man stood silently at the top of the mountain. Right behind him was a woman, and she was biting the bottom of her lips as she stared at the young man blankly. Must you go? She asked softly after a long while. When I was young, he was the one who brought me and my entire race out of that place. At that time, I looked at his back and swore that I will be as strong as he was in my life. Now, I've grown up and have my own family, my own life, but I am a Fated Kin. The young man closed his eyes, then opened them swiftly after a moment and took a step into the air. He left the woman behind him, who looked as if she had lost all her strength as she watched him silently. Wait for me. I will return eventually. A similar scene appeared on a large number of islands, among the vast amount of scattered forces of power around South Morning. No matter what forms of power or what people, they were unable to stop the Fated Kin from responding to their respected Senior Mo's call and leaving in search of him. The northern part of Eastern Wastelands was formed when 12 tribes in Eastern Wasteland fused together 10,000 years ago to form one of the 4 great factions of power, All Entities Clan. The old man who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm and had fought against Su Ming indirectly in the past was trembling at that moment as he stood in the sky above All Entities Clan. Right below him were tens of thousands of berserkers prostrating themselves on the ground, and excitement that had never been seen before appeared on their faces. The old man looked at the distorting sky in midair and started laughing maniacally with his head thrown back. As he cried, tears of excitement fell down from his eyes. Our blood has been set on fire, and the god of berserkers has been born. The berserkers are saved. All tribe leaders in all entities clan, come with me, to pay our respects to the berserkers' fourth god of berserkers. The time has come for us berserkers to retaliate. The old man's laughter made it seem as if he had gone mad. But it was only that he had waited for this day for far too long. At this moment then, the day he had been waiting for so long, the day spoken of in the legends, had arrived. The people from the 12 tribes in all entities clan let out roars that shook the sky and earth. Those roars were cries of excitement, shouts of madness. The resonance formed as the berserker's blood burned. Long arcs swiftly flew up, and under the lead of the old man from all entities clan, a large half of the sky was replaced by an endless amount of long arcs. Whistling sounds rose and fell, and nearly 10,000 people charged through the sky. They were moving in the direction their blood led them. It was the spot they could sense vaguely in their souls, the spot that was an unknown amount of distance away from this place. The spot where Su Ming was. None of the berserkers needed a precise direction. They only needed to go the way their blood boiled. The closer they were to him, the stronger their blood would boil, and that was the best guide they could have. In another direction in eastern wastelands was a place filled with trees that stretched endlessly. Poisonous fog surrounded the area, causing this place to look as if it had become a forbidden ground for all manner of life. Even if the Immortals knew that there was a berserkers tribe in this place, most of them would have been unwilling to come here. The tribe here was one of the berserkers' 4 great forces of power that stood toe-to-toe with all entities clan Berserker Fong tribe, as well as all the near 100 small tribes that were its affiliates. The members of this union of tribes didn't leave their forest easily. It was as if they had cut themselves off from the world. If the Immortals did not come to this place and offend them, then they would not go out and provoke the Immortals. This forest was their bottom line. There was no black smoke spreading out from this forest, but it did not mean that there was no berserker who had attained great completion in the berserker soul realm in this place. The elder of Berserker Fong tribe was known throughout eastern wastelands to have attained great completion in that particular realm many years ago. Almost at the moment the old man led nearly 10,000 people from all entities clan away and charged towards where Su Ming was. A large number of trees in the originally tranquil forest started swaying in the poison fog. Human faces emerged from the trees, and all of them had the exact same expression: shock and perplexity. These were the expressions born from the confusion they felt as blood burned in their veins. A large number of figures also appeared at that moment from the endless amount of swamps on the ground. They had the same expressions, felt the same perplexity. The kindling of their blood had caused all the members of Berserker Fong tribe to be filled with shock in their hearts. Within the depths of the forest was an empty space. There stood an old man dressed in a beast's skin, and 8 people were kneeling on the ground behind him. Waves of power that were not weaker than those of the Berserker soul realm were spreading out from all of them. In fact, if anyone took a closer look, they would find that there were even more of these presences coming from the forest. However, the chi from these presences was chaotic at that moment, as if they were showing just how unable to calm down were these people. Gazes filled excitement gathered faintly on the only old man who remained standing, as if waiting for his choice. The expression of the old man in beast skins constantly changed and would not settle for a single emotion. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. His eyes would occasionally show excitement, and at other times, hesitation. He could feel his blood being set on fire in his veins and could even feel a faint call coming from the distance. "I know that all of you want to go." After a long while, the old man slowly spoke up. No one around him spoke, but their desire could be felt from their harsh breathing. "I, too, can feel my blood kindling. This is the sign of the god of berserkers appearing. But this burn is still too weak." The old man in beast skins sighed lightly and shook his head. He did not dare take the risk. On the west and south of eastern wastelands were 2 big tribes in eastern wasteland that had been forced into hiding when the Immortals invaded the continent. even though both tribes had occupied an incredibly large area. One of them was hidden in the depths of the ground and lived in karst caves. They spent their days nursing their grievances and anger, but they did not dare appear on the ground, because once they appeared, they would come face to face with the immortal siege. The other tribe hid itself among an endless mountain range. It no longer possessed its past glory and only had a future filled with no hope. At the same time, the old man in the forest made his decision. Roars filled with excitement reverberated and spread out in the depths to the south of eastern wastelands. As they rang beneath the ground, cracks that ran deep appeared in that region. Lights containing a multitude of colors shone from within, and those were from all sorts of statues of the god of berserkers. A thin old man swiftly shot out from behind those statues and stood in midair. He lifted his head and laughed at the sky, in a manner as if the grudge he and his tribe had harbored over the years had completely erupted from his body. The great tribe of Surging Cloud's hope has arrived. Our blood has been set on fire, and the god of berserkers has been born. My fellow tribe members of Surging Clouds, how long are we going to hide? The thin old man roared at the ground, as if he had descended into madness. I, Xianxia, elder of Surging Cloud's tribe, had originally given in to despair, but now, the light showing that we berserkers will rise has appeared. Even if the entire tribe will be destroyed because of this, it will be still a fate better than what we suffer now. My fellow tribe members, come with me to pay respect to our fourth god of berserkers. The thin old man moved his body, and an endless amount of roars instantly left the cracks on the ground. Long arcs swiftly flew out, with thin, emaciated people who looked like skeletons within them. Clearly, ever since they went into hiding in the depths of the ground, their lives had been incredibly bleak and miserable. They already had nothing else to lose. If that was the case, then they would go and fight for their dignity. However, perhaps it was because the living conditions of hiding in the mountains were slightly better than hiding underground. The big tribe to the west of eastern wastelands silently forced down their urge to go. Perhaps it was not because they were unwilling to leave and pay their respects to the legendary fourth god of berserkers who had made their blood boil, but had more to do with the fact that they did not dare to give up everything for a legend. Besides eastern wastelands, there were also those who found their blood boiling in South Morning. Long arcs flew into the air, either in crowds or by themselves. All of these people then charged towards eastern wastelands in the direction where their blood boiled. This boiling of their blood was like a calling. This was the sign of the berserkers' rise. Among the numerous islands in South Morning were a group of people who lifted their heads at the same time at that moment. These were the people who identified themselves as fated kin. They existed on many islands at the edges of South Morning. Some of them were scattered, and some of them were gathered together. They were all trying to search for each other, but due to South Morning's collapse and subsequent change, it was difficult for them to look for one another. The people on the fated kin's islands were all worshipping the statue of their god at that moment, and during that instant they started trembling. They could feel their blood being set on fire, but this burn was different from that of the berserkers. It was direct, and their blood was boiling in a manner they could not describe. At the instant Su Ming had turned into the fated kin's god, it was as if there was already a connection that could never be weakened or broken between Su Ming and this race. It was also this connection that existed between them that made the fated kin feel their hearts quivering at that moment. Their blood being set on fire had caused their power to increase by a large margin during that instant. It was as if a river had been split into hundreds and thousands of small streams as it flowed downwards. A large amount of those split streams swiftly dried up, but there were also some that still had water running. But if one day an endless amount of water suddenly appeared at the start of this river, then the endless branched-out streams would also change because of it. It was how the density of a big tree's branches and leaves was determined by sunlight, but also by the water at the roots of the tree. This was the power of the source. Respected Senior Mo is calling us. The fated kin on the small islands that belonged to their race lifted their heads slowly. Excitement and desire appeared on their faces, and without a single bit of hesitation, they flew up together and left the island, charging towards eastern wastelands with all the members of their tribes. At the same time, There were also numerous long arcs flying out from a large amount of places among the islands around South Morning. All of these long arcs were the fated kin that had been separated from their people. Among them were those who had remained silent for many years, those who were somber and stayed unnoticeable to others, and there were also those who had become outstanding people who stood above all others among their factions of power. However, all of them gave up everything without any hesitation and charged towards Eastern Wastelands to follow the direction where their burning blood and that faint connection existing within them was leading to, all so that they could search for their respected senior MO. I can no longer serve you. Please excuse me. On a small island, a strong and able-bodied man wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards the middle-aged man before him. There was resolve on his face, and without any attachment within him towards the place, he turned around and rushed towards the sky. He even tore off the silver armor he wore on his body, and he left the people behind him, along with their silent gazes. Booming sounds were continuously echoing from a small island, along with low growls. Nan Gong Hen, our master has treated you well over the years. You know that. Why are you betraying him? Our master has been kind to me, and I have been serving him with my life over the years. But respected Senior MO is calling me. I have to leave. As those booming sounds roared in the air, a middle-aged man turned into a long arc and charged into the sky. There was another small island where a young man stood silently at the top of the mountain. Right behind him was a woman, and she was biting the bottom of her lips as she stared at the young man blankly. Must you go? She asked softly after a long while. When I was young, he was the one who brought me and my entire race out of that place. At that time, I looked at his back and swore that I will be as strong as he was in my life. Now, I've grown up and have my own family, my own life, but I am a fated kin. The young man closed his eyes, then opened them swiftly after a moment and took a step into the air. He left the woman behind him, who looked as if she had lost all her strength as she watched him silently. Wait for me. I will return eventually. A similar scene appeared on a large number of islands, among the vast amount of scattered forces of power around South Morning. No matter what forms of power or what people, they were unable to stop the fated kin from responding to their respected Senior Mo's call and leaving in search of him. The entire land of berserkers was trembling. Northern Province and the alliance of the Western region were too far away. Even if their people felt their blood boil, they could not come to this place. But the feeling of their blood boiling for those in South Morning and Eastern Wastelands had caused the sky above these continents to be filled with endless long arcs. Nonetheless, there were also quite a few people who forced down the calling that came from their blood burning and did not choose to answer the summons. They were perhaps people who did not believe in the legend, or perhaps they believed only in themselves, and some perhaps did not want to give up on everything. Su Ming did not know any of these. At that moment he was lying on the grass. Above him were an innumerable amount of brilliant rainbows, the illusion of Dark Mountain, which was his berserker mark, and the ninth summit, which resided in his heart. These two mountains had swiftly overlapped with each other due to Su Ming's will. At the instant they did so, the world rumbled. The tens of thousands of immortals around immediately sensed a powerful wave of impact swiftly spreading outwards from Su Ming, forcing them backwards. Even the golden-robed Tion in the sky also took a few steps backwards with a dark face. Su Ming's berserker mark had manifested in the form of an illusion and fused together. Then, with the power of bone sacrifice in great completion driving his berserker mark together, his mark would gain physical form and gather together into a soul. This soul would be able to connect with the world and absorb its power, going through an evolution similar to a metamorphosis. After that, due to the merging of one's soul, will, and blood, the person would be able to create his or her own statue of the god of berserkers. Once the statue appeared, then it would begin forming itself in the person's image, resulting in the statue's face becoming exactly as that of its owner. Then it would fuse into the body, and the berserker will have successfully reached the berserker soul realm. It might look simple, but if there was even the slightest mistake during the entire process, the person would fail. Su Ming had failed in reaching the berserker soul realm previously at the very first step. He had tried to fuse all his power of a berserker into his soul, but his soul had been incomplete. Yet now, once the purplish-black stone fused into his body, Su Ming had a strong feeling that his soul had become complete. Dark Mountain is my soul, and Ninth Summit is my spirit, Su Ming whispered softly. At the instant these words left his mouth, Dark Mountain and Ninth Summit started showing signs of fusing together as they overlapped in the sky. More rainbows appeared above. The distortions behind them twisted even more violently, as if there was something trembling inside them excitedly, trying to break through and descend into the world. Right at that moment, Su Ming could once again feel the seal in his memories showing signs of breaking, just like it had done when he tried to reach Berserker Soul Realm the first time. Berserker Soul Realm. Today I will reach Berserker Soul Realm. Su Ming lifted his head and let out a low roar. He rose up slowly from the ground. He was shivering, but there was a burning flame of determination in his eyes. He glared at the golden-robed Detion, and the killing intent in his eyes was so strong that even the clone felt shocked when he saw it. This was not any ordinary killing intent. Neither was it any normal desire for blood burning in his gaze. It was a true murderous aura, and it shocked the golden-robed Detion because of the purple-robed clone's death just moments ago. Su Ming swiftly lifted his right hand and swung it against the sky. Destiny is my sky. Once Su Ming swung his arm, an infant's illusion appeared beyond the overlapping Ninth Summit and Dark Mountain. The illusion was changing rapidly into that of a young man with purple hair. As the infant and mountains transformed, they turned into a strange sight that almost made all those watching suffocate. More rainbows appeared. The distortions in the sky were so great that they looked as if they were about to make the entire sky collapse. The tens of thousands of cultivators around the area were still in a rather good shape, but the golden-robed Detion and Xianxia's expressions immediately changed drastically at the moment they saw the purple-haired young man's face. There were even expressions of terror and shock that could not be hidden on their faces. Damn it! He has actually managed to bring out a magical illusion. As Xianxia's expression changed, he moved swiftly backwards, as if the illusion of the purple-haired young man was an undefinable terror to him. Detion's face turned pale and he staggered, but after a moment, he started laughing maniacally. Destiny's magical illusion. So what if it is him? My soul is in the world. Su Ming closed his eyes and whispered softly. Once these words tumbled out of his mouth, the world immediately started roaring, and Dark Mountain, Ninth Summit, as well as Destiny's illusion instantly overlapped. As the three fused together, Su Ming started trembling, but a brilliant light shone through the fatigue in his eyes. Since all of you are afraid of the illusion with purple hair, then I will make my statue around this image and turn it into this appearance. Destiny will be the image, Dark Mountain will be the soul, and Ninth Summit will be the spirit. Fuse! With a low growl, the purple-haired young man immediately closed his eyes in the sky, becoming the center of the three illusions. The Ninth Summit was on his right, and Dark Mountain was on his left. As they overlapped, a deafening rumble rang into the air, and the three illusions fused completely together. A bang rang out in Su Ming's mind. The seal in his head was swiftly breaking at that moment, but it did not shatter completely. It was as if there was a wave of power coming from another dimension to prevent it from fully falling apart. A cold sneer appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. At the instant his soul became perfect and the three fused together, an illusion of a purple-haired young man appeared before the crowd's eyes. This young man had his eyes closed. His long hair danced in the air as he stayed still, but there was an endless amount of power from the world rushing madly from all directions toward him. Due to it, this soul swiftly transformed and rapidly went through the process of gaining physical form. As the soul absorbed the power of the world as if it was devouring it, a great amount of pressure swiftly descended on the place as the sky behind the endless amount of rainbows distorted. Once it came down, the tens of thousands of immortals immediately started shivering. Some of the ones who had injuries on their bodies coughed up blood and were forced to kneel down as they shivered. They felt as if they did not kneel, then their bodies would crumble. Once the first immortal knelt down, the others immediately followed suit, and a large number of them knelt down. Even the golden-robed Dtion and Gn in the sky could feel that wave of pressure, and their expressions changed. He's just trying to reach Berserker Soul Realm. How could such pressure and such a shocking change in the world appear? Even if he gathered the Berserker's Kismet on himself, such pressure wouldn't appear when he's just trying to reach the Berserker Soul Realm. Only if he was trying to reach the next realm after the Berserker Soul Realm would it be possible. The golden-robed Dtion's heart trembled. He whipped his head to look at Su Ming, and as he stared at him, his pupils suddenly shrank. Gn, who had moved back a little and also had his gaze gathered on Su Ming, found his breathing gradually quickening. He instinctively tightened his grip around the fan. He too had discovered some clues. Solidify, statue of the god of berserkers. At that moment, Su Ming lifted his head swiftly and let out a roar towards his soul in the sky. As he roared, the soul's eyes flew open. At the instant it did so, the purple-haired figure turned his head around and looked towards the golden-robed Dtion. Dtion's pupils shrank, and he instinctively took a few steps backwards. He might have hidden away his inner thoughts, but his retreat exposed his terror to the world. Half of the rainbows in the sky collapsed when Su Ming roared, turning into spots of crystalline light that charged towards his soul. In the span of a breath, they fused into the purple-haired soul, and at that instant, Su Ming's soul shattered with a bang. This collapse was not failure, but a sign that he had solidified his statue of the god of berserkers. As the purple-haired soul crumbled, the glistening crystalline light came towards it and fused together with it to form a statue in midair. This was Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers. However, right at the instant the crowd in the area saw the statue appear, an uproar rose up that could not be suppressed and reverberated in the air. That noise came from the tens of thousands of people on the ground. Even the golden-robed Dtion and Jian were stunned when they saw it, but right after that brief moment of surprise, their expressions changed once again, and this time, shock was the dominant expression on their faces. Because Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers was incomplete. It only had one hand. It was a right hand. The whole limb was shining with crystalline light, just like a piece of jade. Those brilliant rays of light surrounded it, making it seem as if it had gathered the magnificent colors of the world. That right hand was floating in midair at that moment, and it was exuding a powerful presence that belonged to those in the Berserker Soul Realm. As for Su Ming, the power he had lost appeared with a bang right at that moment, and as it rushed madly into his body, banging sounds rang out within him. He floated up, and his hair began moving without any wind. The arm that belonged to his statue of the god of berserkers charged towards his right hand at that moment and fused into him in the span of a breath. Right then, the true presence of those in the Berserker Soul Realm erupted from Su Ming's body with a bang. At that moment, he had finally broken through the Bone Sacrifice Realm and stepped into the Berserker Soul Realm. He might only in its initial stage, but the difference between Berserker Soul Realm and Bone Sacrifice Realm was like heaven and earth. They were completely different. The power of the world fused into Su Ming's body in a mad rush, causing the fatigue in Su Ming's eyes to disappear, and it was replaced by an endless amount of brilliant light. Due to that light, it seemed as if there were stars in his eyes, and no one could look straight into them for a time. The rainbows shone, and the distortions in the sky spread out once again. This time, they did not just cover eastern wastelands alone, but most of the land of berserkers. Loud booming sounds came from above those distortions, and the pressure descending from there became even stronger. His statue only has one arm. Does this mean that this person still hasn't completed his path to reach Berserker Soul Realm? The anomaly in the sky is still around, and not only has it not disappeared, it's growing stronger. Just what is going on? In the midst of those uproars, suddenly, a loud bang that signaled the sky shattering came from the distortions in the sky. It was so loud that everyone's hearts started roaring. The thing that descended was an incomparably huge right hand, and the sound came from the shock it had created as it stretched down from the shattered sky. Su Ming moved and came to stand on the gigantic palm that had stretched down from the sky. As he stood up above, He lowered his head and looked down towards Dtion. Dtion, we can continue fighting now. Once Su Ming said that, the pressure that prevented Dtion from getting closer instantly vanished. Su Ming could be said to be the center of all attention at that moment. The arm that had stretched out from the distortions in the sky was thousands of feet long. The great presence it exuded created an oppressive feeling in everyone's hearts while at the same time bringing shock. Su Ming stood on the palm of that arm. His long hair floated with the wind and his eyes were like stars. Rainbows filled the area behind him, and the pure presence of the Berserker soul realm was spreading out from his body. At that moment, he had a strangely enchanting air about him, one that was dazzling to the eyes. His aloofness fused with the strange, enchanting presence around him as if it was trying to draw a picture scroll that was to be handed down the ages. If any artist could draw this scene, then it would surely be a picture that would shock the entire world. However, there were no palm lines on the hand. The tens of thousands of immortals were staring at Su Ming with complicated feelings as well as shock on their faces. They could not hide it. Su Ming's existence, his identity as a berserker, the powerful ripples of power, and the anomaly in the world had all formed a picture of a berserker who was rising to the top. Su Ming! The golden-robed Dtion stared at Su Ming before he slowly spoke. This was the first time he said Su Ming's name right before the crowd in the battlefield. At the instant the golden-robed Dtion said that name, it was bound to be spread through the land of immortals and eastern wastelands no matter the outcome of the battle. This name would end up being remembered by all, and it would never be wiped away from their memories. It was especially so since there was an air of mystery to Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers. It was enough for everyone's hearts to start shaking endlessly while they filled with shock, because even though he had brought up such a great and vast presence, he had only managed to form an arm. If the anomaly in the sky had disappeared, it could have been explained that Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers only had a right arm, but the anomaly was still around. The rainbows had not disappeared but had instead increased. This could only mean one thing. Su Ming's path to enter Berserker Soul Realm still had yet to end. His path to reach Berserker Soul Realm had just begun. Su Ming stood on his statue's right arm, looking down on the world, and issued a challenge towards Dtion for the first time, from such a height. At that moment, the key to the battle seemed to no longer be about the ownership towards Eastern Wasteland's tower, but about Su Ming's rise and Dtion's fall. Perhaps a powerful warrior had to step on another's corpse to rise. Only then would he be able to strike a blow towards the hearts of all those who saw him. This blow would be like a brand, and it would be etched deeply within them. The tens of thousands of people on the scene found their breathing quickening. There was no excitement in their eyes, neither was there any agitation. There were only complicated feelings born from seeing a powerful warrior from another race. Aside from that, there was also silent respect. Almost at the same time, Su Ming broke through the Great Completion stage in the Bone Sacrifice realm and stepped into the initial stage of the Berserker Soul realm, besides making all the people's heart tremble in shock. He had also stirred up an even more intense change within the burning blood flowing through all the Berserker's veins. If the kindling of the Berserker's blood just moments ago was to be compared to boiling, then as Su Ming's power reached Berserker Soul realm, then the term boiling could no longer be used to describe the current state the Berserker's blood was in. This was an eruption, and it made them feel as if all the blood in their bodies was no longer in their control. It was as if it wanted to leave their bodies and roar, for it was set on fire. In a spot in the sky far away from where Su Ming was, near 10,000 people with the old man in the lead from all entities clan could not help but let out shocking roars. The excitement contained within those roars was difficult to describe with words, but these excited cries had been absent for a long, long time from the land of berserkers. The old man who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul realm from all entities clan was trembling at that moment. As he moved forward, he suddenly started laughing loudly. There was an ancient quality to his laughter, along with excitement that came straight from the depths of his soul. Those peals of laughter were accompanied by tears and elation. He knew that he had not chosen wrong. He also knew that there was no mistake in the Berserker's legend. He knew that the signs of the fourth god of Berserker's birth had truly appeared. These signs were erupting madly within him, and before long, they would completely reveal themselves. The Berserker's future is right before us, in the direction where our blood is burning. All Berserkers will remember this day. This will be the day one when we Berserkers reached our most glorious moment in all of history. The time for the Immortals to be completely chased out of our land is not far away now. My fellow tribe members, bring out your fastest speed. Reveal your brightest presences. We will slice through the sky and pay our respects to the god of Berserkers. As the old man spoke, all the disciples from all entities clan behind him let out similar roars in their excitement. We will slice through the sky and pay our respects to the god of Berserkers. These roars shook the sky and earth, causing the sky to look as if it was swaying. The originally desolate ground also started showing signs of green, as if grass had grown on the land just to sway its body and show its excitement. There were also 10,000 long arcs charging through the sky from another direction in eastern wastelands. These people might also be berserkers, but most of them were thin, almost to the point of being emaciated. However, the fire burning in their eyes was not a single bit weaker than in those from all entities clan. They did not say a single word, but the excitement and the eruption within their blood was enough to make all those on the ground who saw them in the sky to feel their hearts trembling. This group of people were like a pack of crazed wolves, but they were not out to hunt for prey. They were instead going to pay respects to their king. The person in the lead was a thin old man whose eyes were bloodshot. The fire and eruptions in his blood had stimulated his cultivation base so much that it had grown once again, and it made him feel that he had absolutely not made the wrong choice. Hurry! Hurry up! Surging Cloud's tribe will be the first to appear before the fourth god of Berserkers. We will make the first Berserkers the fourth god of Berserkers cease to be the children of Surging Cloud's tribe. The 10,000 people let out low roars at the same time, and their voices were enough to shake even the galaxy, causing the ground to tremble, and their speed to be even faster. Besides them, there were also an endless amount of scattered groups of figures charging through the sky above eastern wastelands. These people were all charging towards the distance based on the direction their burning blood led them. They could clearly feel the burst in their blood just now. That eruption that occurred as their blood was on fire not only made their power increase slightly, but also made the call within their hearts grow stronger, up to a point where it was enough to make them go insane. The question of the Berserkers' hope, future, and whether their world still belonged to them was answered right at that moment. The fated kin had also found an endless amount of potential erupting within them, causing them to charge forward without care for anything towards their respected senior MO. The entire eastern wastelands were shaking because of them. The members from an endless amount of small tribes had also risen into the air to fly madly towards the place where they were summoned by their blood in the midst of their confusion as their blood was set on fire. The urge the berserkers hidden within the mountain range had managed to suppress after much difficulty stirred up once again, and this time it was much more intense than before, but after some time they managed to calm it down once again. However, thousands of people in the prime of their youth, filled with determination and agitation, swiftly flew out of the mountain ranges. They were the small handful of people in the tribe who had chosen to take this path. They were different from the older generation. They did not want to hide, and did not want to live in the shadows of the immortals. They wanted to fight for their future. This is why they chose to fly out on their own and charge towards where Su Ming was according to the direction where their blood led them. Their tribe did not stop them, only watching them silently. When the people within the tribe where Chi Lei Tian was found their blood erupting once again, Chi Lei Tian gritted his teeth and swung his arm. About 10,000 people from his tribe flew up altogether, and in the midst of their excitement, they charged into the air. It doesn't matter whether I live or die because of this. What harm would it do to me if I, Chi Lei Tian, believed in the legend this once? My fellow sect members, come with me to see our god of berserkers. The world rumbled, but Berserker Fang tribe still did not have much change. They continued to remain hidden in the forest, but on the empty spot within the depths of the forest. There were no longer 8 people kneeling behind the old man in beast skins. There were nearly 30 of them. They were kneeling silently on the ground with obstinate looks on their faces as they clearly showed their thoughts. As an endless amount of long arcs charged through the sky in eastern wastelands to reach the place where Su Ming was, the golden-robed Dition suddenly started laughing loudly. As he laughed, his expression was no longer sullen, but slowly changed to that of calmness as he took a step towards Su Ming. "You are a person who is about to die. What right do you have to speak that way to me?" The curse's black smoke was surrounding the golden-robed Dition's body. But when a golden light shone on him, a dignified expression appeared on his face, and he took a step forward. An explosive presence erupted from within him. Once the golden light surrounded his entire body, that presence became stronger. The superiority of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors suddenly started radiating off him, one that was familiar to all the tens of thousands of immortals on the ground. "That right comes from me killing one of your clones many years ago outside the shaman's sacred mountain in South Morning. And just moments ago, I destroyed another one of your clones here," Su Ming said, his words calm. When Dition moved towards him, he, too, took a step forward. There might still be 1,000 feet between them, but once they took those steps forward at the same time, an indescribable wave of impact erupted from their bodies at the same time. Those waves crashed into each other with a bang, fighting to suppress the other. From the distance, this scene looked like an illusion. Right before everyone's eyes, as Dition was surrounded by a golden light, and it looked like half of the world had been dyed in gold. The illusion of a golden dragon with 5 claws manifested. It roared at Su Ming, then flew out with the golden light. As for Su Ming, when he swung his arm, black smoke that had surged into the sky immediately spread out from the right arm of his statue of the god of berserkers under his feet. That black smoke was like the curse. As it spread in all directions, the statue's right hand swiftly moved upwards once Su Ming left its palm and furled its fingers into a fist. With a savage air, it hurled itself towards the golden dragon. Both fist and dragon crashed into each other in an instant. A loud bang that surged into the sky rang out and reverberated in all directions. During that instant, Su Ming took another step forward. "If I could destroy 2 of your clones." Su Ming's voice rang in the air. At the same time he said these words, the step he took caused the air to roar, and Dition could feel the power of the world from all around the area charging towards him once Su Ming's foot landed. It was as if Su Ming already had complete control over the world. This was the strength of Berserker Soul Realm, the ability to control the power of the world. "I could have the entire world cursing your clones until they all died," Su Ming said, and immediately took another step forward. The world rumbled. The golden light on Dition's body also changed swiftly, as if it had sensed the pressure from all the area and the endless power of the world surging towards it. Once Su Ming took 2 more steps, his chi rose once again, and at that moment, his body seemed to have grown much bigger in everyone's eyes. This was just a figment of their imagination, but this illusion remained incredibly clear in all their hearts. "I have the berserker's kismet on me." Su Ming took another step forward, and with a roar, his chi grew to the point it could shake the universe. The golden-robed Dition let out a cold harumph. He had a strong hunch that he absolutely could not let Su Ming's chi continue growing, or else he would attract even more power from the world to gather in this place. Just as he was about to take action, Su Ming also took another step forward. "I have the power to reach Berserker Soul Realm. I have the anomalies might still in the sky. Dition, how could you not die? What right do you have to fight against me?" The final question was practically yelled out with an interrogative tone. Once those words left Su Ming's mouth, they stirred up an endless string of echoes that made it seem as if the sky, the earth, and the entire world of berserkers were roaring at that instant, demanding to know the reason why Dition should not die. Those roars shook the sky and reverberated in the air, turning the faces of immortals pale and pushing them back. Jian's face turned dark then, but he still remained slightly hesitant. The golden-robed Dition's pupils shrank. Almost at the instant Su Ming said those words, he took a step forward and lifted his right hand to point swiftly towards Su Ming. "Since you used your berserker soul to gather the power of the world, then I will first take away the spirit of your berserker soul." As Dition spoke, he pointed at Su Ming. At that instant, booming sounds immediately rang out from the air before him. An illusion wearing a crown manifested at that spot, and as golden light shone on him, he charged towards Su Ming. There was a destructive power that could rip apart the world contained within that golden light, and as it shone, the entire world looked as if it had lost all other colors except gold. There was once only black and white in my existing eyes. Black was your soul, and white was your spirit. As Di Tian spoke, black and white immediately colored Su Ming's body as he was enveloped by the golden light, just like what Di Tian had said. Black was his soul and white was his spirit. Gold is the light which I use to purify the world. With this light, I will purify your black soul and wipe away your white spirit. I will take away both your soul and spirit from your body. Di Tian's left hand instantly formed 99 seals, and once he was done, he pushed his left hand on his right. At that moment, the black and white shades on Su Ming's body began distorting, showing faint signs of turning into gold. Or perhaps more accurately, they were showing signs of being replaced by gold. With a calm expression on his face, Su Ming slowly lifted his left hand under that golden light, and without bothering about the black and white shades that appeared on his body, he lifted the first finger on his left hand. Wind, he said languidly. At the instant this word was voiced, a strange runic symbol immediately started flashing on the left index finger, and in a moment it had already flashed 9 consecutive times. A gigantic runic symbol appeared around Su Ming's body, looking as if it overlapped with him. That runic symbol also shone 9 times in succession. After that, there was a loud moaning sound, which was the sound of the wind as it charged forward. A violent gust appeared out of nowhere around Su Ming. It started spinning with loud booming sounds, turning into a whirlwind that connected the sky and earth. In an instant, there was no longer just one whirlwind, but 9 of them. They surrounded Su Ming before sweeping swiftly outwards. They were also a part of the power in the world, and once Su Ming reached Berserker Soul Realm, his soul could connect with the world so that he could use it. As long as Su Ming's body could withstand it, then he could endlessly gather up the boundless energy in the world. The body of a normal powerful berserker in the Berserker Soul Realm would definitely be unable to compare to Su Ming's, even if they had already attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm. Su Ming's body was unprecedented for all those in the Bone Sacrifice Realm and had never once appeared over the tens of thousands of years in the Berserker's history. His body was the powerful existence that only appeared after all his bones, flesh, and blood had been turned into those of a true berserker. Once a body like this reached Berserker Soul Realm, what would be born would be a terrifying existence that could not be conceived with any form of imagination. Su Ming was that existence. Since he was just in the initial stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, his speed as he gathered the power of the world was still not very quick. However, it still managed to make the wind runic symbol he had come to understand from Hidden Dragon sect to erupt forth with incredible power. Almost at the instant it appeared, the eyes of those from Hidden Dragon sect went wide open as they stood on the ground with the other immortals. They stared above in disbelief, because they had just seen the wind runic symbol that belonged to their sect. Yet before they could register its appearance in this place, Su Ming's aloof voice once again caused all the immortals in Hidden Dragon's sect to tremble. Rain, he said flatly. At the instant he said this word, Hidden Dragon sect's rain runic symbol shone on his left middle finger. This symbol swiftly grew in size and overlapped with the wind runic symbol before they fused together in front of Su Ming. All of this caused the sky to roar. A violent storm swiftly formed and descended on the land. The rain poured down violently and stirred up an abnormal sight that caused all those who saw to be in shock. Rain, whirlwind, and the world roared to fight against the golden light, as if they wanted to tear apart that golden light around them. Hidden Dragon sect's Jingnan started breathing rapidly. No matter how powerful Su Ming had been, once he recognized his identity, he had not been too surprised. His heart might have been trembling, but he maintained calm. However, when the wind and rain runic symbols appeared, his expression changed drastically. This was Hidden Dragon sect's art, but even among those within Hidden Dragon sect, there were only a handful of them who could master these 2 runic symbols. Then, right at that moment, a scene that made Jingnan's eyes go wide as his heart filled with so much shock that he almost cried out in surprise swiftly took shape. Thunder! Su Ming lifted his head and let out a low roar. Before his voice disappeared, it turned into a roaring thunder that reverberated throughout the world, causing the rain and whirlwinds to look as if they were aided by the might of heaven itself as they swiftly swept outwards. This is impossible. He actually mastered the wind, rain, and thunder runic symbols? This is... Jingnan swiftly looked towards Chenchong. Chenchong's face had already turned pale at that moment. He was looking at Su Ming blankly in the sky as his body overlapped with the 3 ancient runic symbols. Misery appeared on his face. He had mastered the previous 2 runic symbols, and it was precisely because of this that he had become hidden dragon sex prodigy. However, he had only managed to master half of the 3rd runic symbol, which was the thunder one. He still could not fuse with it completely and achieve mastery over it. Yet now, that thunder runic symbol had appeared distinctly on Su Ming's hand, and it was causing thunder to roar louder in the universe with each passing moment. Lightning! Su Ming's final word completely shattered the thought of him being lucky in the depths of Jingnan's heart. It also utterly destroyed Chenchong's pride. A broken smile appeared on his lips. Prodigy? Head disciple of his sect? Compared to Su Ming, he was nothing. Su Ming's voice reverberated in the air. After a loud bang, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, making it seem as if it had ripped apart space. It did this with a loud bang, and as the light from the lightning, the madness from the storm, the howls from the whirlwind, and the roars from the thunder overlapped together beside Su Ming, similarly to those 4 runic symbols, the golden light that had covered the entire world was immediately torn apart. Once it was shredded into pieces, it completely dissipated. Dition's body shuddered, but he still forced his body to not move back even after his art turned on him after it was destroyed. As for Su Ming, once the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning runic symbols overlapped and destroyed that golden light, his face turned slightly pale, but there was clarity in his eyes. Since you can't snatch my soul away, then it's my turn to attack. While speaking, Su Ming took a step forward and lifted his left hand swiftly, swinging it at Dition. Immediately, the 4 overlapping runic symbols charged forward with loud booming sounds. Dition was instantly surrounded by pouring rain, shredding whirlwinds, roaring thunder, and destructive lightning. At the same time, when Su Ming took that one step forward, he appeared right above Dition and lowered his head. As he did so, he lifted his right hand and pushed down swiftly. With it, as thunder roared in the world, the right hand from Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers appeared and stretched out all 5 of its fingers wide to press down on Dition. In the process of that palm charging towards Dition, the immortals in the area immediately saw Dark Mountain and Ninth Summit's illusions appear around the statue's right hand. Right in between the 2 mountains was that murderous purple-haired young man. These 3 things were everything that formed the right hand of Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers. The mountains were falling on Dition, and the berserker soul was pressing in. All of these things were the strongest power Su Ming could muster in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. The power of the world, which he had gathered from the area, caused the world to lose its color and the universe to change. It made Dition's face turn incredibly solemn during that instant, and his pupils also shrank once more. Soar to the white sky! A low growl swiftly tumbled out of Dition's lips as he was surrounded by the whirlwind, rain, lightning, and thunder, and the mountains that were Su Ming's berserker soul came crashing onto him. Once he spoke, the entire world immediately fell silent. The world turned black, and white flames appeared around Dition. At the instant that happened, a power that could destroy the world spread out, and those flames caused most of those who saw them to feel their hearts and minds instantly turning blank. I will offer up the power of this clone, and even at the price of this body being destroyed, I will execute the true form of Soar to the white sky. Su Ming, I'd like to see how you manage to not die. The golden-robed Dition looked as if he had gone mad when he activated that art while white flames spread out from his body. During that instant, Su Ming closed his eyes with a calm face. His berserker soul spread out, and his will fused together with the world. Middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm. Activate. The world roared. The rainbows filled even more of the sky, causing the 7 colors to be even more abundant, up to the point they were endless. The distortions in the sky started showing even more signs of tearing, as if that one sentence from Su Ming had caused the universe to tremble. With the power in the initial stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, Su Ming could not win against the golden-robed Detion, but his path towards the Berserker Soul Realm had just started. If he could not win against Detion in the initial stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, then he would rush to the middle stage. Almost at the instant the changes in the sky became even more intense. A great wave of power immediately spread out and swept outwards from Su Ming's body. In the blink of an eye it looked as if it had filled up the entire world, causing everything in it to look as if they had slowed to the point of becoming still. The white sun from that golden-robed Detion rose into the sky, continuing to grow bigger. It was covered by a great mass of power, and while it did not stop, it still slowed down. That vast mass of power was the power of the world. It was also the law of the world of berserkers that looked as if it was using all of the world's kismet and everything else to suppress this place. Su Ming was in midair, and he still had yet to open his eyes. He was not intentionally increasing his level of cultivation. Instead, when he had broken through Bone Sacrifice Realm and reached the initial stage in the Berserker Soul Realm earlier, he had a feeling, and that was, when his statue of the god of berserkers was eventually completed, he would arrive at a state which he had never reached before. This feeling was incredibly strong. When he was fighting against Detion, he had even felt that he could become stronger. My statue is still incomplete. It only has one right arm it still lacks, Su Ming mumbled, and his eyes flew open. Immediately, the light of burning flames appeared in his eyes. That light was crimson red, and it was the blood moon. The burning blood moon was reminiscent to the burning of blood, resulting in Su Ming looking even more bizarre in midair. He lifted his left hand and formed half a circle above his head. His right hand rose up at the same time and touched his left hand to form a complete circle. There was red light shining within the circle, and for all those who could see it, it was as if Su Ming's arms had turned into a blood-red full moon. Moonlight shone in all directions, causing the entire land to turn instantly red. The moon during my youth appeared red like blood due to fire. Su Ming's voice reverberated in the world, and despite him moving his arms away from each other, the blood moon he had formed did not disappear. Instead, it looked as if it had gained physical form and charged into the sky. Once it flew up, it absorbed all the endless power from the world, making it all surge madly towards it. At this moment, the blood moon looked like a real moon, and its existence above Su Ming exuded a presence that caused the hearts of all those who saw it to tremble in shock. When Jian saw this in the distance, there was no longer any hesitation on his face. Instead, his expression turned into that of dead silence. He looked at the blood moon quietly, then at Su Ming, and finally at the golden-robed Detion, who was suppressed by the power of the entire world of berserkers. Even if Detion had executed that extremely powerful soar to the white sky, he was still suppressed by the power of the world. All the people in the world had become outsiders. Only Su Ming remained as a matchless existence in the place, becoming the sole focus of everyone's eyes in the area. The appearance of the blood moon had caused loud rumbling sounds to come from the distorting and shredding sky. Those sounds were each louder than the last, eventually reaching a volume that was deafening to the ears, making it sound as if the entire world was howling. There was once a person who said something to me as we stood in the midst of snow. She said, "If we continue walking in this snow, can we walk until our hair turns white?" Many years later, I still remember that scene, which seemed so real, but at the same time was like an illusion. But it doesn't matter whether it is real or fake. The snow on that day has now turned into white hair in my memories, Su Ming mumbled softly. Grief tinted with nostalgia appeared in his eyes. The images of two people moving through the snow gradually appeared before his vision, and as they continued walking, their figures were slowly concealed by the snow before his eyes. It caused everything that Su Ming saw to turn into endless snow that covered the sky, the earth, and all of his memories, causing him to be unable to find the two figures. All he could remember was the snow and the locks of hair that had seemed to turn white. A sigh came from Su Ming's grieving heart, turning into waves of ripples as it echoed. At some point in time, his hair gradually turned white, and that shade of white was due to snow. Snowflakes quietly appeared in the distorting sky and floated down to the ground. They fell on Su Ming's body and his hair, making it look as if his hair had truly turned white. The snow slowly floated down without any wind. It covered the entire area around Su Ming and concealed the gazes of the tens of thousands of immortals. Slowly, the snow fell even harder in the vast world. The blood moon was in the sky, and snow was falling down to the ground. As that scene took form and fused together with Su Ming as he stood in the snow, it turned into an incredibly beautiful picture. However, there was a forlorn incompleteness within this beauty. A depressing sensation rose within the hearts of all those who saw this, causing the entire area to fall silent. Only the people's focused gazes remained unchanged. The blood moon is my soul, and the memories in the snow are my spirit. The blood moon represents my persistence during my youth. The nostalgia toward the snow is my reluctance to part with my past. Today, Dark Mountain, Ninth Summit, and Destiny have become the first soul of my berserker soul and turned into the right arm for my statue of the god of berserkers. Now I will use the blood moon and my memories in the snow to form the left arm for my statue. Su Ming lifted his head. At the instant he looked towards the sky, the roars from the distortions turned more shocking, as if there was some shocking changes that were unfolding madly within the cracks. The blood moon and snow fused swiftly above Su Ming during that instant, and as they did so, the power of the world merged into one with a bang. The snow and blood moon were about to fuse perfectly together. The roars from the distorting sky became even stronger, as if the left arm of Su Ming's statue was about to appear, just as he had said. A glint suddenly appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The right arm of my statue contains Dark Mountain and Ninth Summit, allowing it to obtain the power of mountains, which can cause the world to crumble. It also possesses Destiny's power, allowing it to turn back time. This reversal of time is the skill contained within the right arm of my statue, and the mountains are the spells contained within it as well. This is what is known as art. It is the same for my statue's left arm. The blood moon and floating snow allows my statue's left arm to contain bloodlust and the power to shred. This is its ability, but now it lacks spirit. I will fuse my origin vessel, the origin lightning, into the blood moon and floating snow, turning them into the divine ability for my statue's left arm. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and lightning sparks swiftly appeared within his body. This lightning was not formed by the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning runic symbols but born straight from his body. When he finished speaking, a 9-holed cauldron-shaped item surrounded by lightning flew out swiftly from his mouth and charged into the sky. As it closed in on the blood moon and floating snow, an infinite amount of lightning erupted explosively. As those bolts of lightning roared, all 9 holes within the cauldron were filled in an instant, turning into piercing light that resulted in no one being able to see, but a deep wave of shock still burst forth from their minds. Divine Will's lightning. Jian's eyes went wide, and he stared fixedly at the 9-holed cauldron. His breathing instantly quickened. At the same time, some of the tens of thousands of immortals on the ground immediately recognized this lightning's name, and an uproar rose among them in the midst of their shock. This is Divine Will's lightning. It is said that this is the third type of lightning heavenly judgment. It barely exists in the world, and there are few who can control it. This Su Ming, not only is he powerful, he can also control Divine Will's lightning. No wonder he could draw hidden dragon sex lightning runic symbol. Blinding bolts of lightning erupted from Su Ming's origin vessel in the sky, and during that instant, it fused with the blood moon and the floating snow. Once that happened, an arm that was surrounded by an endless amount of lightning sparks and filled with a bloodthirsty, destructive air swiftly appeared before everyone's eyes. At the instant it came to be, it was as if some established law had been changed within the world of berserkers. An endless amount of lightning bolts gathered toward this place from all directions. The whole eastern wastelands, all the other continents, and the entire world of berserkers. Those bolts of lightning replaced the entire sky, causing it to turn into a gigantic pool of lightning, and right in the center of it was the statue's left arm, which had been formed once all the elements fused together. The left arm controlled the lightning in the world, and an illusory blood moon also appeared among them. That moon was the real moon in the world of berserkers, but during that instant it shattered. It was as if the moon did not dare show its face before the left arm of Su Ming's statue. When it shattered and gradually dissipated, above the eastern wastelands, South Morning, Alliance of the Western Region, Northern Province, and the endless Dead Sea, it started snowing. Snow floated down in the wind and covered the entire sky and earth in the world of berserkers, causing it to instantly turn into a world of snow. What other anomaly in the world could be more shocking than the sight of the entire world of berserkers snowing because of Su Ming? What other anomaly in the world could be more unbelievable than the sight of the berserker's sky being covered by lightning? The world roared. At the instant the left arm of Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers appeared and charged towards him to fuse with his left arm, the immortals saw the distorting sky among the snow and lightning collapsing with a bang. A gigantic statue's left arm stretched out from the sky with a presence that could make all the people's hearts crumble, bringing with it lightning, bloodlust, and a chill that could tear apart everything. Su Ming's divine ability was contained in this left arm, and his art was in the right arm. These two gigantic statues' arms came into contact with each other in the sky and each formed a seal. Su Ming stood on the two fingers that were lifted up on the statue's left hand once it finished forming the seal. His long hair floated in the air, and his face alternated between being brilliantly illuminated and sinking into darkness as the bolts of lightning flashed around him. By that time, the brilliant light and calmness within his eyes had turned into a picture of eternal peerlessness. When the statue's left arm appeared, all of Su Ming's power burst out from his body with a bang. This explosion was out of his control, and it continued like water gushing out of a well, causing loud booming sounds to travel out of his body, while also making his cultivation base instantly reach the peak of the initial stage of the Berserker Soul Realm. At that moment, the explosions within his cultivation base paused for a moment. However, even if it did stop, it only stopped for an instant before a loud bang rang into the air, and the explosions broke through the initial stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, causing Su Ming to lift his head and let out a long roar. As he cried out, he became a powerful berserker in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm. Those who had reached this stage could gather even more power from the world at a faster rate. In fact, they could also touch upon the laws of the world slightly, allowing them to use the laws within the world of berserkers. If it had been any other berserker in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, then perhaps they would not be unmatched, but it was completely different for Su Ming. To him, being in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm was already enough to bring out the full potential of his powerful physical body and the different powers contained within the left and right arms of his statue of the god of berserkers. As Su Ming's cultivation base erupted, the seal placed within his mind broke down even more. By the looks of it, it was about to crumble at any moment. However, there was still a hint of power whose origins were unknown coming forth to increase the strength of that seal, trying to prevent Su Ming from breaking the seal on his memories fully. When Su Ming was still in the initial stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, he had already sensed this, but he could see only brief signs of this external force within him. However, when he reached the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm and the seal broke even more, he swiftly engaged this external force in an invisible fight. Su Ming could also vaguely feel that this external force did not come from the land of berserkers, but from somewhere above, beyond the sky, from the galaxy that belonged to the Immortals. In fact, Su Ming had a strong feeling that if his power could increase a little further, then he could find the source of this external force using it as his lead, and he would see just who was sealing his memories. Even if Su Ming already had an answer, he still wanted to see Tion's real self, who would surely be residing within the world of immortals, since he could only send his clones to the land of berserkers. It was also during that instant that Ji and finally made his decision. He temporarily gave up on the fight over the ownership for Eastern Wasteland's tower, because he had to stop Su Ming. Even if this meant that he was helping Dition, Jian would still do it because he was, in the end, also an immortal. It was impossible for him to just watch Su Ming continue becoming stronger. This sort of result was something he could not accept. All of this is Dition's doing. I might not know his plans, but clearly they failed. Instead, he made destiny become this way. Jian's expression turned dark. He did not immediately attack, but instead chose to keep his gaze on Su Ming and wait for his chance. And this isn't a statue of the god of berserkers anymore. I've been researching the berserkers for many years, and I've never heard of any berserker having this sort of statue appear when they reach Berserker Soul Realm. Usually, once they reach Berserker Soul Realm, the complete form of their statues would manifest in one go. But this Su Ming still didn't manifest his full statue of the god of berserkers despite merging his soul twice. He could only manage to make 2 arms appear. If we just let him continue like this, then once this unprecedented statue of the god of berserkers manifested completely, just how strong would it be? Based on evil sex investigations, nothing this strange had occurred when the 3rd god of berserkers inherited the 1st god of berserkers will either, and it was the same for the 2nd god of berserkers. We don't know whether this happened for the 1st god of berserkers, but Jian's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart instantly started racing in his chest. He lifted his head swiftly and stared fixedly at the arms that belonged to Su Ming's statue. His face instantly turned pale. Sovereign Qi made a prediction in the past. The 1st god of berserkers' inheritance would end once he passed it to the 3rd, and there would no longer be a 4th god of berserkers who would inherit the 1st god of berserkers will. There is no possibility of error for this. Yet if there's someone who won't inherit the 1st god of berserkers will but manages to craft a path that is similar to the 1st's with his own strength and becomes a new god of berserkers, then this will not be within Sovereign Qi's predictions. He gathered the world of berserkers' kismet on himself, and his berserker soul brought out an anomaly in the world. Snow started falling on the entire land of berserkers and lightning replaced the sky. All of these things are telling openly that this Su Ming is about to become the 4th god of berserkers. Jian's pupils shrank even more, and his expression also started changing rapidly. In the end, the killing intent within his heart increased several thousand times. The Immortals could absolutely not allow any god of berserkers to appear among the berserkers once again. It was especially so when it was one who would not inherit the 1st's will but would be like the 1st and become the god of berserkers on his own, and who had even obtained the entire world of berserkers' kismet on himself while bringing forth such a change in the world. However, at the instant Jian made this decision in his heart, Su Ming, as he stood on his statue of the god of berserkers' left hand while his qi continued rising to reach the middle stage of the berserker soul realm, lowered his head and looked towards Dition. He then lifted his right hand and swung it outwards, and, immediately, the world roared. All appearances of things having slowed down vanished at that instant, and the pressure in the world also dissipated. Everything returned to normal, and Su Ming took a step forward. It was also at that moment that the golden-robed Dition let out a roar that reverberated in the air. The true soar to the white sky that he had activated by offering up his body had turned into a white sun, and with a loud bang, it charged towards Su Ming. The white sun contained an indescribably vast power and a presence that could wipe away everything within the world. Hong Luo had been unable to match up to this art in the past, and Su Ming had also been injured gravely because of this art several years ago. In the end, he was brought away by someone while he was at death's door. However, it did not mean that there was no way to break this art. Su Ming still remembered that by using the power from the god of berserkers, not only had he managed to break this art the first time he had fought against Dition, but he had also destroyed one of Dition's clones. He had managed to do it in the past. Even though he had relied on the power of the god of berserkers to do so, with his current abilities, he might be able to do this again even without the assistance. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. An eye-catching glare appeared in his eyes, and he lifted his right hand to swing it against the incoming white sun. Immediately, the right arm of his statue rose up, and as it formed a seal, it charged towards the white sun. The right arm contained the ninth summit and Dark Mountain, and had been formed after these two mountains overlapped, resulting in that right arm having the power to destroy the sky and earth. With a vast amount of pressure spreading out from within it, it charged forward, and since it also contained Destiny's art to reverse time, it caused the space where it passed to look as if it was withering away. As wrinkles appeared in space, inch by inch, it looked as if it had been struck by more than just one fist. Instead, it looked as if there had been another fist that had struck space a breath ago, and another one 2 breaths ago. Even if the Immortals tried to track down the start of this tunnel of time, none of them would be able to know just how many punches were contained within this reversal of time. They would only be able to see an endless amount of afterimages, which made it look as if there were worlds being born and destroyed around it. It was as if everything had happened within an instant. When the fist closed in on the sun, the world lost its color. The right arm looked as if it had controlled the reversal of time to get closer to the white sun with a bang. Su Ming lifted his left hand at the same time and pointed towards the white sun. With it, the left hand of his statue swayed before immediately turning crimson red, the color of the blood moon. An endless amount of snow also appeared around it, and a power that thirsted for blood as well as aimed to tear apart everything erupted. 9 divine will's lightnings appeared on the statue's left arm. With a roar, they surrounded the entire area, as if having spread out through space and shattered the universe. With that indescribable presence, the left arm charged towards the white sun with its earth-shaking divine ability. The statue's arms contained Su Ming's will, along with his art and spirit. As these two gathered together, they turned into a realm that even Su Ming did not know about. That was Tao. This is Tao. He actually mastered Tao. Ji sucked in a sharp breath. He should not be doing this with his status, but at that moment, he could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Once he voiced those words, the tens of thousands of immortals in the area found their jaws falling slack out of shock as their minds filled with absent-mindedness and confusion. The powerful warriors who were in ascendance, like Shandong, had even widened their eyes as they looked at Su Ming. That was indeed Tao. It was the personal Tao that was rare even among the immortals. Tao! Tianlan Meng's knees went weak as she stood among the crowd. She bit her bottom lip as she stared silently at Su Ming in the sky. Her heart was empty, and her face was rife with anguish. She could still remember vaguely that there had been a faint possibility of a future between her and Su Ming in the past, but as time passed by and she took that particular action in the world of Nine, that possibility had been cut off. Over the years, she had originally thought that she would forget about the past, but at the moment she saw Su Ming on the battlefield, tears still flowed down her eyes. He doesn't suit you. These words were spoken with a sigh from beside Tianlan Meng. They belonged to her older sister, Tianlan Yu. A shocking roar covered the sister's words. The 2 arms from Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers crashed into the white sun at that moment, causing a loud bang to erupt into the air, one that made most of the tens of thousands of immortals cough up blood. Numerous immortals endured the intense pain in their bodies with gritted teeth and looked towards Su Ming so that they could see his Tao, as well as the end of the battle. They saw Su Ming closing his eyes in midair in the midst of that loud sound, and with his lifted right hand, he looked like an artist sinking into a trance before he drew the first stroke of his painting. That one stroke was for berserker obliteration. Su Ming had executed this art many times in his life, but he had never used it under such circumstances, when he had been acknowledged by the land of berserkers, had the world's kismet on his body, and with the status of the 4th god of berserkers. This was the first time he executed the god of berserkers song with berserker obliteration like this. The place where I was born still did things according to the laws of the universe. When I was born, the berserkers had weakened. If the heavens are heartless, then we will all be separated. The earth was heartless, and it made my dark mountain die. If the heavens don't have eyes, then I will step on it and watch myself seal the heavens. The world's kismet is upon me, and I will surely kill Tion with my own hands. If the deities don't have souls, then I swear I will slaughter the deities and become the emperor. My berserker soul has formed, and I will dye the immortal sky red with millions of their lives throughout my life. This berserker obliteration was sung by Su Ming, placing his whole life within it. And with this will, why should he not destroy all the immortals? That one stroke was the song for berserker obliteration, but even as it was sung, it could never capture all the emotions contained in the berserker's tears. Su Ming closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he looked as if he was holding onto a brush in his right hand. It was still lifted in midair, and he drew one stroke, right across the white sun and the golden-robed Tion, even as the two arms from his statue of the god of berserkers was charging over. This one stroke looked as if it had gathered the world of berserkers' kismet and contained the laws within the world, as well as Su Ming's oath to turn it into a glorious scene as magnificent as the world being created. It was like someone had lifted an old dust-colored curtain to reveal the prideful sun rising into the sky behind it. It represented the world being turned back in time, and also represented the possibility of the berserkers rising in hope and glory once more. At the same time Su Ming drew the stroke, a loud, deafening bang rang into the air. This came from the arms of the statue. With the time contained in the right and lightning in the left, these two arms collided with the white sun with a bang, causing a shocking bang to erupt into the sky. Su Ming's berserker obliteration seemed to have changed the law within the world of berserkers during that instant. If the world of berserkers had a spirit, then the change in that law would mean that the spirit would remember Su Ming's, as the god of berserkers, oath, especially the last line, "I will dye the immortal sky red with millions of their lives throughout my life." It was precisely this god of berserkers' oath that caused the golden-robed Tion's white sun to start crumbling swiftly from the middle at the instant Su Ming drew that stroke across it. The sun eventually exploded completely, turning into a wave of impact that swept through the area in the sky. Wherever it went, the space would crack, and it would also cause the earth to collapse. The immortals on the ground looked at this scene in the sky in shock, and a chill slowly crept up their spines. If this destruction had started on the ground, then perhaps none of them would be standing anymore. As that white sun that contained the golden-robed Tion's life shattered, his body showed up. He staggered backwards and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crown on his head crumbled into pieces and disappeared. His emperor's robe was also torn apart before it exploded. The golden-robed Tion fell back once again, looking incredibly pathetic with his pale face. His gaze was unfocused and had lost its previous brilliant shine, but the grudge in his eyes was now much stronger than before. At that moment, his grudge fused together with his broken smile. He looked at Su Ming, and he knew that from this moment onwards, perhaps Su Ming was truly completely out of his control. But it did not mean that he no longer had a chance. Compared to Tion's current pathetic state, Su Ming remained as calm as ever, even though his face was slightly pale. However, the 7 colors of the rainbow were shining on his body. That light seemed to be spreading out from his body and reflecting off the sky while fusing with the ground. At that instant, a feeling that they did not know whether what was happening was their figment of imagination filled up all the hearts of those who were watching Su Ming. And that was, Su Ming had fused together perfectly with the world due to an opportunity. He was the sky, the earth, and the whole world of berserkers. This perfect fusion caused all the people to feel as if they were facing the world when they looked at Su Ming. It was impossible to describe this feeling with words, but it was incredibly strong within each and every single person's hearts. Yet none of them were able to give it words. Fusion with the world. Jian sucked in a breath and mumbled to himself. He could tell with just one glance that Su Ming's power had already surpassed the first step and was in the process of moving through the second step. He was going through the fusion with the world, and once he completed it, his power would increase by leaps and bounds. He might have gathered the world of berserkers' kismet on himself, but it was just that. He had only gathered it, but had not fused with it. What happened previously was that the kismet used the child's body as a carrier to explode, and now he had fused with it. This fusion means that it is no longer something as simple as the kismet gathering on him and using him as a carrier. He has taken control of it. If this person falls, the berserkers will fall. If this person rises to glory, the berserkers will also rise to glory. This is the sign of the god of berserkers. As I expected, he's really the fourth god of berserkers. The world of berserkers Kismet only reacted this way because it has acknowledged his oath as the god of berserkers. Jian stared at Su Ming, and a deep wave of killing intent rose in his heart. He was acknowledged by the world of berserkers. Destiny. Just as expected of destiny. At the instant killing intent ran rampant in Jian's heart. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He lowered his head and looked towards Di Tian, swiftly taking a step forward. The world's kismet is upon me, and I will surely kill Di Tian with my own hands. This was his oath as the god of berserkers, and it meant that he had to fulfill this oath. At that moment, the golden-robed Di Tian was in an incredibly weakened state. The burning of his life had dealt a heavy blow to him, and the shattering of his art had caused him to suffer a huge backlash. He was no longer Su Ming's opponent. Di Tian did not choose to dodge when Su Ming charged towards him. A strange light started shining in his eyes, and at the instant he looked as if he had made some sort of decision. Jian, who had been watching from afar and had not chosen to truly attack since the start, lifted his foot swiftly and stomped the air before him. With it, the world roared, and a powerful wave spread out swiftly, like the gusts of violent wind, from around Jian. That's enough! Jian let out a cold harumph. As he lifted his right hand, he opened the fan in his hand swiftly, and a layer of black fog moved with a bang from within it to turn into 9 black dragons, which then charged towards Su Ming. Su Ming had long since expected Jian's attack. He might be from evil sect, but he was, in the end, an immortal. Due to his position, there was no way he would just stand by and watch Di Tian's clones die one after another. Almost at the instant Jian activated his divine ability, ripples showed up around Su Ming. As they shone, they turned black, surrounding him layer by layer and preventing him from moving forward. Soon after, Jian took a step forward and appeared right before Su Ming. With a wave of his arm, a force that surpassed the golden-robed Di Tian's power charged towards Su Ming with a bang. From several directions behind him, the 9 black dragons roared and closed in on him as well. Su Ming remained as calm as ever. Right from the moment he stepped out and fought against Di Tian, he had already known that this battle would be exceedingly difficult. Not only would he have to fight against Di Tian's clones if he caused too much commotion, this Jian would also attack. In fact, even though the sky was distorting and crumbling, the 2 gigantic vortexes were still there, not having dissipated. They had only become slightly duller, as if they had been hidden away. However, they were still around, and this meant that during the final moments of this battle, new immortals would descend to this world, and Di Tian's real self would definitely not just sit back and watch his clones die. His real self might not be able to come to this place personally, but he would definitely think of something and send stronger people to this place. Su Ming could not stop any of this. There was only one path that lay before his eyes, and that was to fight. He would fight till the world turned dark. He would fight till the sun and moon no longer shone. He would fight till a sea of blood surged into the sky. He would fight until he killed millions upon millions of immortals. Besides, Su Ming knew that his statue of the god of berserkers only had 2 arms at the moment, and there was a powerful urge within his body telling him that he could become stronger. However, even though this feeling of becoming stronger was incredibly great, it was still not enough for an outburst. It was as if his blood had not reached its boiling point just yet. If he wanted to make himself stronger, bring out more of his statute, then he would need a full outburst. Then, in the midst of all these explosions of understanding his own power and all the battles and dangers, he would latch onto his own potential so that this feeling of becoming stronger would become reality. Su Ming had not completely understood all of these things previously, but once he lost against the golden-robed Di Tian during their first exchange of blows, once he was overcome by madness due to his hate and made his decision to kill Di Tian, he clearly sensed that he could reach the middle stage of the Berserker Soul realm. That was why he reached the middle stage of that realm. Right then, what he needed was to sense the signs that told him he could reach the later stage of the Berserker Soul realm. Among these endless battles, he could make himself become a berserker in the later stage of the Berserker Soul realm. He could even attain great completion in the Berserker soul realm, and even life cultivation. All those that block my path have the same sin as Tion. Su Ming's blood was burning in his body. As his voice traveled outwards, he swiftly lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the ground. The powerful enchanted treasures that had been activated between Evil Sect and all the immortal sects on the ground no longer moved, since both sides were no longer fighting. But they were not taken back either. At that moment, the blood Kirin within Evil Sect standing among the tens of thousands of immortals on the ground had become Su Ming's target. The blood Kirin had spread out and covered the evil lust sect disciples as if it was protecting them. Yet now, as Su Ming seized the air with his right hand, that creature started trembling, and it even lifted its head to let out a shrill roar. The next scene after shocked the evil sect disciples to the heart. The blood Kirin only let out one more roar before flying up against its will. This creature might be evil lust sect's treasure and was formed by the blood of the evil lust sect disciples, but since it appeared in the land of berserkers, then there was even more aura of death compared to blood in its body. That aura of death was naturally born in the land of berserkers. It was one of its kismet and laws. At that moment, if Su Ming wanted to use this Kirin, then this beast could naturally not go against him. Almost in an instant, the blood Kirin flew into midair, but before it could get any closer, Su Ming formed a seal with his hand and pointed at it. The blood Kirin let out a shrill scream of pain and its body crumbled with a bang. As it did so, a large amount of aura of death spilled out. It was also at this moment that the 9 black dragons behind Su Ming closed in on him. Jian also appeared right before him, but Su Ming's expression remained calm. During the instant the blood Kirin crumbled, he lifted his left hand and formed a seal. The blood Kirin's collapse caused a large amount of aura of death to spread out, and during that instant, that aura of death formed a gigantic seal in midair. It was the verdant abyssal seal. "Shatter," Su Ming said softly. The verdant abyssal seal swiftly exploded, causing the sky to tremble. In the midst of the distortions, an endless amount of aura of death spilled out and descended from the sky above Su Ming to charge towards him. Then, with Su Ming acting as its center, it swept outwards. Su Ming stood in the middle of it all with his hair flying and his robes dancing. His eyes were turning red with killing intent. Whoever blocked his path, he would kill. The instant the verdant abyssal seal formed by the blood Kirin crumbled, it turned into a huge wave of impact that instantly crashed into the waves that limited Su Ming's movements. A loud bang came from the crash, and Su Ming's body was freed. At the same moment, the aura of death from the sky descended and enveloped the 9 black dragons behind Su Ming. Yet Jian only paused for a moment before he faced that aura of death hidden and charged towards Su Ming. He lifted his left hand and struck him through the air. It looked like a simple strike, but once he delivered it, dozens of illusions that belonged to dozens of strange, ferocious beasts manifested before Jian. They appeared within an instant, then disappeared within the next, and his palm had already closed in. At the instant his left hand crashed into Su Ming's right fist through the air. An even louder bang shook the sky and earth as it reverberated in the air. Blood trickled out of Su Ming's lips and he fell back almost 1,000 feet. As for Jian, his body swayed a little, but he did not retreat. However, the color of his face did change several times in succession. Clearly, Su Ming's punch and the impact from the aura of death had also had quite the impact on him. Su Ming wiped away the blood at the corners of his mouth. A great fighting spirit shone in his eyes, and his blood was boiling. He could feel it. The greater the pressure from Jian brought with it the signs of him being able to break through the middle stage of the Berserker Soul stage becoming greater. "If you want to fight, then we fight." Su Ming swiftly rose into the sky, and with a swing of his arm, his statue of the god of Berserker's arms appeared once again beside him. They then charged towards Jian once more. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As a thought appeared in his head, an illusion manifested behind him. That illusion was his nascent divinity. It appeared with an incredibly dense presence, and at the same time it exuded waves of pressure from its body. It brought out a loud commotion among the immortals underneath the instant they saw Su Ming's nascent divinity. Even Ji-en was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Nascent divinities were something unique to high-level immortals. It was impossible for these things to exist in berserkers. Nascent divinity, that is a nascent divinity. That person is a berserker. But he managed to create a nascent divinity. Could he be practicing both the ways of the berserkers and the immortals' cultivation? Someone researched this many years ago, but in the end, they discovered that both systems couldn't exist at the same time in one body. Yet he actually managed to do it. Amid those loud voices, the arms of Su Ming's statue charged towards Ji-en. The power contained within them was something that even Ji-en did not dare underestimate. At that moment, he did not have any time to think about anything else. He swung the fan in his hand, and black fog immediately rose around him, turning into black armor on his body. Su Ming closed his eyes once his nascent divinity appeared. He then lifted his right hand and formed a seal. Once he transformed it 9 times, he executed Hong Luo's 9 transfigurations and implemented it within the divine ability he was about to cast, then pointed towards his right leg. Right after, he lifted his head and took a step forward. At the instant his foot landed, the entire world looked as if it was shaking, and right before everyone's eyes, a huge foot manifested in the sky above Ji-en. This was the god of berserkers' 7 steps. Su Ming took 7 steps in succession. Once the first foot appeared in the sky, 6 others followed, each of whom had the presence stronger than that of the one that came before it. Once these 7 feet fused together and turned into one, it came crashing down. The world roared, and Ji-en's pupils shrank. He let out a low growl, and the black armor on his body spread out. At the same time, an illusion immediately manifested behind him, looking extremely bizarre. The creature had 2 horns on its head, but was in the shape of a human, yet not. It looked like a monster from beyond the world, and it was 10,000 feet tall. That illusion lifted its head and let out a piercing roar, then charged towards Su Ming's god of berserkers' 7 steps. Even in the midst of those roars, Su Ming still had his eyes closed and did look toward the results of the battle. Instead, he continued stimulating his own mind, causing the signs of him being able to break through the middle stage of the berserker soul realm to become stronger. After executing 9 transfigurations, Su Ming lifted his left hand. He did not form a seal, but instead chose to lock his left hand with his right. He then formed 10 different signs. The area around him turned indistinct, and that indistinct state would grow stronger with each sign he made. When Su Ming formed the 9th one, the indistinct, hazy area turned into an illusion, and his body could no longer be seen clearly. This was the art Hong Luo had obtained by chance numerous years ago, but due to the nobility of his bloodline and his confidence towards the royal blood's divine abilities, he had regarded it with scorn and never bothered to practice it. The 9 transfigurations, 10 transformations, 1 voice art. This art could take the form of everything in the world, as long as there was a connection between the caster and the thing they wanted to create. Like Su Ming at that moment. Once he executed the 9 transformations from the 10, he found that he could not form the final one. That was why he chose to give up on continuing. Instead, he fused his mind with his snake. During that instant, right when the immortals below calmed down, the indistinct area around Su Ming's body increased exponentially to 100, 1,000, 5,000, and up to 10,000 feet. Due to the indistinct area, no one was able to see Su Ming anymore, but the appearance of such a scene in the world was still enough to cause all those who saw it to feel their hearts trembling in shock. At the same time, they also felt their hearts racing against their will, as if they were being controlled. In fact, all the tens of thousands of people's hearts were forced to beat at the same high rate. Because of that, the pressure that was formed was enough to make all those people feel overwhelmingly shocked. Badump. Badump. The sounds of the heartbeats caused all those who heard them to feel as if they were listening to their own heartbeats. However, if they listened carefully, they would find, with pale, ashen faces, that those heartbeats came from the indistinct illusion in the sky. It was as if there was a heart within that illusion, and everyone's hearts had to follow its heartbeat. If they did not obey, then their hearts would explode because they did not harmonize with the world. Even Jian was shocked by it. At the instant the arms of Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers locked with each other, he cast a sideways glance towards it. The moment he looked over, a shocking roar came from that indistinct illusion. That roars did not seem like it belonged to a person but a ferocious beast that could destroy the world. All the people's hearts started beating even faster. As more roars reverberated through the air, the indistinct illusion swiftly broke and turned into an endless amount of crystalline lights that tumbled backwards. During that instant, a gigantic beast of 10,000 feet swiftly shot out. The beast's appearance stirred up a commotion that surpassed all the previous ones. It also immediately caused the tens of thousands of immortals instinctively retreat, causing the land to be in a state of chaos. In the midst of that chaos, Jian's pupils shrank. Disbelief could be seen entering his eyes. Candle dragon. That's a candle dragon. Just how did Su Ming manage to do it? How could he obtain a candle dragon as his pet? That's not a pet. That's Su Ming himself. He transformed into a candle dragon. Could it be that he's actually a candle dragon that transformed into a human? In the midst of those voices, Su Ming's face appeared right above the head of that candle dragon in the sky. He had his eyes closed and was not moving. The giant snake's body moved in the sky, and when the candle dragon lifted its head, it let out a roar. That voice was filled with a power that could capture souls, and it made all the people who heard it feel their hearts and minds entering a daze. In an instant, illusions rose within their minds, and they could not control themselves. At the same time, the candle dragon charged towards Jian. At the instant it closed in, it opened its eyes, and once the dragon did so, Su Ming too opened his eyes. The power to capture souls that was a countless amount of times stronger than before erupted forth. This was the candle dragon's true power for soul catching. At that instant, the world lost its color because of that power, and everything looked as if it had turned into emptiness. The candle dragon's eyes were the only source of dark light remaining in the world. Even someone as powerful as Jian could not help but enter a daze. This absent-mindedness might have only lasted for several breaths. But when his mind became clear, the arms of the statue of the god of berserkers were already very close to him. But this was not the main point. What mattered was that the candle dragon's body was no longer before him, but was behind him, and it was charging straight towards the dazed and incredibly pathetic-looking golden-robed Dition. Jian's pupils shrank. Without any hesitation, he lifted his right hand and struck his body. He could not let any more of Dition's clones die. At the very least, they could not die in Su Ming's hands. With his power, he had long since been able to see that something was off about Su Ming. There was an incredibly powerful determination within him, and that determination was focused on killing Dition. With each clone he killed, that determination would be stimulated, allowing Su Ming to absorb more power from the world and causing his cultivation base to increase explosively because of it. Jian knew clearly that if the golden-robed Dition was killed by Su Ming, then Su Ming might immediately have the thought to reach the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm. In fact, there was even a possibility that he would arrive at the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm with just one step. At that moment, when Jian struck his body with his right hand, his body immediately started distorting, as if he was about to split up. Overlapping shadows immediately manifested behind him, as if they were about to form another clone. However, right at the instant this clone was about to appear, Su Ming, who had turned into the candle dragon, turned his head around and let out a loud roar at Jian. This roar was the candle dragon's roar, and it was also Su Ming's, god of berserkers' roar. That roar also contained Su Ming's understanding towards the 9 transfigurations, 10 transformations, 1 voice. That one voice was like an order that caused the world to lose its color. The booming roar caused Jian's body to freeze, and at the same time, an eyeball also flew out from Su Ming's body. That eyeball swelled up in midair, and within it was a sealing power that belonged to hidden execution of justice. The roar, seal, soul capture, arms from the statue of the god of berserkers, and the god of berserker steps had all been executed by Su Ming for one reason alone, to trap Jian. At that moment he succeeded. At the instant Ji-an was trapped, the candle dragon that was Su Ming brought with him madness, killing intent, and hatred when it opened its mouth wide in the direction of the dazed Tian. Then he sucked in a deep breath. The world became dark, and Tian died. At that instant, the world lost all light, and darkness replaced everything. When light reappeared and darkness gradually disappeared, the tens of thousands of cultivators who had retreated far away saw that there was no longer any candle dragon in the world, and neither was the golden-robed Tian anywhere to be found. The only thing remaining in midair was Su Ming, who looked exhausted, but whose eyes were shining with a brilliant light. The 10 transformations art might be powerful, and Su Ming might be able to last in that form even longer. But the small snake could not withstand the chance after it had fused with Su Ming's will. That was why once he devoured Tian, Su Ming gave up on remaining in the form he had gained after casting the 10 transformations art. He stood in midair, and at the instant the area around him sank into dead silence. He lifted his head and let out a roar that had been suppressed for a countless amount of years. All those years ago, Tian's first clone, whose existence had been like the might of heaven itself, had died. The powerful purple-robed clone who had pushed Su Ming to death's door on the Dead Sea had been destroyed. The strongest among the 3 clones, the golden-robed Tian, had burned his own life to bring forth the soar to the white sky that was greater than that of the previous 2 clones. And he was still devoured. The mountains that had pressed down on Su Ming's body over the years crumbled at that moment, and a feeling of freedom instantly rose within his heart. But he knew that the ordeal had yet to end. Tian had 4 clones. There was one more remaining. His roars sounded like he was venting. All his depression and hate towards Tian erupted forth. At that moment, his roars reverberated in all directions, and when they fell into the Immortal's ears in the area, their hearts trembled. Ji-an's expression was incredibly dark. He had watched Su Ming devour the golden-robed Tian right in front of his face, but he had been unable to do anything to stop him. Right then, Su Ming's chi was also rising endlessly right before his eyes, and as it did, even more powerful waves of power erupted from his body. Su Ming could sense it, the signs telling him that he could break through the middle stage of the Berserker soul realm had become incredibly strong. He could clearly feel the existence of the cracks in his power signaling his breakthrough, and he could sense the later stage of the Berserker soul realm lying right behind a single thought. He lowered his head, and his gaze fell on the ground, right on the erect coffin that was void of the presence of any cultivators around it. Almost at the moment Su Ming looked towards the coffin, a muffled boom immediately traveled out from within it, as if there was a fist striking the lid from inside, causing some cracks to appear on it. Bang, bang, bang. This sound continued ringing, and the cracks on the lid increased with each passing moment. At the same time, a wave of power that surpassed the golden-robed Tian's and could even compare with Ji-an's magical body gradually spread out from that coffin. Judging by Tian's expression and his words previously, he originally only had 3 clones, and the 4th one was created in the land of Berserkers. A complicated look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He remembered the location where the coffin was and recalled the near 100 shaman warrior souls that belonged to his eldest senior brother appearing from Sky Mist Dao. He could also sense a hint of familiarity from the presence spreading out from the person in the coffin. That hint of familiarity caused Su Ming's heart to tremble, and it made the excitement he felt when he had killed Tian's clones instantly vanish. Is it you? Su Ming closed his eyes. The shivers in his heart turned into sadness and the most extreme form of pain. There was no way he could forget this familiar feeling. This familiarity came from the 9th summit. As if he had noticed the fluctuations in Su Ming's emotions, Ji-an no longer fought against the hidden execution of justice. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, and once he cast a glance at Su Ming, his gaze fell swiftly on the coffin on the ground. A dark light appeared in his eyes. He knew clearly that Tian had only sent 3 clones to this place. That was why this 4th clone had to be quite interesting. Controlling him through worlds using your will. Tian, oh Tian, you have really spent a lot of effort so that you could control destiny If this clone dies as well, then even you might have to suffer a grievous injury. By destiny's expression, he might know this clone personally. Interesting. Very interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Jian's lips, and it grew wider with each passing moment. An increasing amount of cultivators in the area saw Su Ming's abnormal expression at that moment. The silence and grief about him could not be hidden away. There was also an increasing amount of people who saw the complicated look in Su Ming's eyes as he looked at the coffin. The person in the coffin is. It belongs to Great Leaf Immortal sect. Could it be related to Lord Detion? Low-voiced discussions slowly spread out in the silent world. Su Ming's abnormal behavior had caused most of the people to gather their gazes on the coffin. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled thuds from the coffin continued without stop. The cracks on its lid spread out even more. With each bang, a large amount of shards would spill everywhere. The cracks spread out, and as they intersected with each other, a fist shot through the coffin's lid with a bang and appeared right before everyone's eyes. They could tell that this was a man's fist. Once it shot through the coffin, it slowly retreated back. When the banging sounds appeared once again, the coffin started shaking viciously. This time, 2 fists shot through the lid. The sorrow on Su Ming's face grew even stronger. He stared at the fists in the coffin with a blank expression, and the sense of familiarity grew even stronger within him, so much so that it made his heart hurt even more. A muffled bang instantly shot out at that moment. With it, the coffin's lid shattered, and a large amount of fog spilled out from inside. A powerful wave of power swiftly spread out into all directions. As it did so, a murderous aura shot up into the sky and surged through the universe. With the coffin as its center, a gigantic vortex swept through the area. A tall person gradually walked out from within the vortex. His body was hidden within the fog and his face could not be seen clearly, but the instant Su Ming saw his silhouette, even though he had already formed a guess in his heart, he still felt as if a mountain had crashed on his body. He staggered a few steps back, and his eyes turned bloodshot. His face filled with grief, and he looked as if he was about to descend into madness. At that moment, his hatred towards Detion became even stronger than before, so much so that it already surpassed the level where he could not bear to be under the same sky as Detion. He stared at the person gradually walking out of the fog, his figure slowly becoming clearer, and he cried. Su Ming rarely cried. In fact, it could even be said that besides weeping silently in the unfamiliar south morning after he left Dark Mountain, he had never cried, because his elder had once told him that boys could bleed but could not cry. These were words his elder had told him kindly when he was still very young, and he always remembered them. Yet on this day when he saw this person, Su Ming cried. However, those tears were only in his heart. They did not fall on his face, so no one could see him crying. Eldest senior brother. Su Ming stared at the clear figure, and everything in his world disappeared. The only thing that remained was the tall, big figure standing on the ground and lifting his head to look at him. He was half naked, revealing his powerful torso to the world. There was an incredibly complicated runic symbol on his body, covering most of his exposed skin. The color of his skin was purple. There were a large amount of scars on his body. They might have already closed up, but there were many of those that ran through his entire body, and Su Ming could tell that even if they had closed up, they had just been inflicted on him recently. They did not seem to have been left on him a long time ago. At the instant Su Ming saw the scars, he seemed to have seen his eldest senior brother searching for his master and his junior brothers, again and again in Eastern Wastelands. He saw the madness and desperation within him as he searched for his family from the 9th summit. His eldest senior brother stood on the sand with bare feet. His back was straight. He was not bending his back in the slightest, making it seem as if it represented his will. He no longer had any hair. He was bald, and there were 9 steel needles in his skull. His face was no longer as it was in Su Ming's memories. There was now an ancient air to his face, along with a cross-shaped scar. That scar went through the center of the eldest senior brother's brows and his ears. Su Ming could clearly tell that this was not a scar he sustained in battle. This was inflicted on him by someone carving it on him bit by bit. Then, so that it would not recover, that person had used some unknown method to make purple smoke fill that scar, which in return fused together with the runic symbol on the eldest senior brother's body. It caused Su Ming's eldest senior brother to no longer be the gentle person from his memories. There was a large hook attached to his right arm because his right hand was already gone. That hook was now his hand. His left arm was still there, but there were popped veins on it, and they were squirming about, as if there was some foreign objects in his body. Su Ming looked at his eldest senior brother. Then, in the midst of his grief and sadness, he let out a shrill roar that shook the sky and earth. Blood slowly trickled out of his eyes. He could not cry tears, but he could have blood flow out in place of tears. Su Ming knew that his eldest senior brother was not a very expressive and eloquent person. He was even a little slow. He always showed his concern in an unseen manner and did not ask for anything in return. That was why, even though others might not be able to detect it or feel it deeply within them, his concern was always around. When Su Ming had just arrived to the 9th summit and had cleared his mind for the first time, Ziche had arrived at that moment. Even though his second senior brother had been the one who attacked, his eldest senior brother's gaze had gathered on Ziche. He would not allow any outsider to hurt his junior brother. Only when second senior brother attacked did he avert his gaze. During the battle against Phantom Deus tribe, the entire 9th summit had traveled out together. Eldest senior brother had been worried and sent one of his shaman souls to go with them. He had even given that person the order to protect his junior brothers even if he had to die in the process. The 9th summit was Su Ming's home, and his eldest senior brother was his older brother. Eldest senior brother. Su Ming shuddered, and a crazed wave of emotions erupted from his body. Fourth, you just came to the mountain. It's a pity that I can't come out of isolation just yet. I can only do so after a few years. How about this? I'll give this to you, use it to protect yourself. That was the first time Su Ming had seen his eldest senior brother with his own eyes. His gentle gaze and kindly words were things that he would never forget. Youngest junior brother, your journey to the land of the shamans will be perilous. I'll give you a slave of mine. Her name is Fa Zong. These were his eldest senior brother's words before Su Ming left the 9th summit to the battlefield between the berserkers and shamans, and there was no way Su Ming could ever forget the concern in his voice. Youngest junior brother, let me tell you this. Our eldest senior brother is in constant isolation. He will only come out on the day of eternal creation, and every single time he comes back, he'll make a huge ruckus. Even if you're dead drunk, you'll still wake up because of him. You'll have to listen to him shouting that he's finally out, and it's a real headache. You can treat him like a turtle. He usually sleeps, and when he wakes up he'll let out a loud yawn. Then he'll go back to sleep. This was Hu Zi's description of his eldest senior brother. Our eldest senior brother is our older brother. He is an older brother who will stand in front of us and shield us from danger. These were words once uttered softly by Su Ming's second senior brother as he looked at the foot of the mountain. The scenes that appeared in Su Ming's head caused blood to flow down from his eyes. The color of that blood was crimson red, and it was formed by the maddened roars in his heart, as well as an outburst that was caused by a raging killing intent and extreme pain. Eldest senior brother. Su Ming looked at the man walking out of the vortex on the ground, and his vision seemed to have become indistinct. Eldest senior brother's eyes were lifeless. Not a single hint of light could be detected within them. His eyes were dull, as if they belonged to a dead person. However, the presence bursting forth from his body at that moment was strong enough that he could fight against Jian. This was clearly an attack Tian had prepared for Jian, and it was the killing move that would help him determine the ownership of Eastern Wasteland's tower. Su Ming's gaze met with his eldest senior brother's, but the two of them had changed since that time long ago. Due to the grief on Su Ming's face and the apathetic expression on his eldest senior brother's, the meeting of their eyes brought no joy to either of them, like what had happened when they were a family in the 9th summit and their gazes had met. There was only a feeling of unfamiliarity between them, as if they were strangers meeting in a foreign land. Ditan, As long as I live, I will definitely kill all immortals. I will make you suffer utmost pain. And if I cannot achieve this, I will sink into the netherworld forever and have my soul disappear. Su Ming let out a shocking roar towards the sky as he cried tears of blood. Within that roar was a wave of madness and hatred that made all those who heard it feel their hearts tremble in fear. At the instant Su Ming roared, his eldest senior brother lifted his right foot from the ground and, with his still apathetic face, took a step forward and appeared instantly in front of Su Ming. His speed had already surpassed that of warping. At the instant he appeared, Su Ming instinctively lifted his hand, but the familiar presence, the warmth of his eldest senior brother from the past, and the endless scars on his body made Su Ming unable to attack. A loud bang shook the sky and reverberated swiftly through the air. Su Ming coughed up blood and staggered backwards until he was several hundreds of feet away. He had lifted his right hand, but had never attacked. Instead, he chose to guard against his eldest senior brother's punch. This punch was also so familiar it made Su Ming feel as if his heart was being torn apart. At the presence of a shaman. As a descendant of Nine Li tribe, his eldest senior brother was exuding the ripples of power that belonged to a shaman. As they spread out, a gigantic statue of the god of shamans appeared. That statue had his arms crossed over his chest, and once it appeared, Su Ming saw that it had the same scars, same tears, and the exact same runic symbols as his eldest senior brother. This statue of the god of shamans was also covered in wounds, but not a hint of weakness due to them could be detected from it. Instead, there was a huge wave of overflowing life force. However, Su Ming could sense that the life force was burning. His eldest senior brother's life was being burned so that this statue could appear. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly. In the midst of his grief, he looked at his eldest senior brother and lifted his trembling right hand. He told himself that his eldest senior brother was no longer around. Only when he attacked could he chase away Detion's will from his eldest senior brother's body and let his eldest senior brother have a slim chance of survival. However, even Su Ming himself found that he could not believe in these words. At the instant he lifted his right hand, which was trembling, and formed a seal. A gentle voice suddenly echoed in his ears, and that voice came from his eldest senior brother's lips. Youngest junior brother, how long has it been since we last met? That voice was rather stiff, but it was incredibly gentle. That was, indeed, his eldest senior brother's voice, the one that belonged to him in Su Ming's memories. The appearance of that voice caused Su Ming's lifted right hand to freeze, and he looked towards his eldest senior brother as more tears of blood flowed down from his eyes while his heart clenched in pain. That familiar voice made Su Ming feel as if he had returned to the 9th summit. He knew this was not real. He knew. But there were certain times when even if someone knew what they saw was fake, they would still choose to look and listen because that was no longer their bodies taking action. Those were actions taken by their hearts driven by familial love. Almost at the instant Su Ming looked towards his eldest senior brother, he lifted his head swiftly, and blood-red light shone in his lifeless eyes. Nine Li tribe relic, forbidden curse, blood swamp. Veins popped on eldest senior brother's skin at that moment, and his body was swiftly torn to pieces before he turned into a sea of blood that quickly disappeared as it rushed forward. He's not Detion. He's my eldest senior brother, Su Ming mumbled. There was still blood trickling out of his mouth, and he was still feeling the sharp pain which was caused by latest strike just now. If eldest senior brother had executed Detion's divine ability, then Su Ming might have been able to deceive himself by saying that the person before him was not his eldest senior brother but Detion's clone. But he had cast a shaman divine ability, Nine Li tribe's art. All of this made Su Ming unable to attack. He could not attack his eldest senior brother, who was like a brother to him. Su Ming laughed brokenly, and during that moment, the sea of blood that had disappeared just now swiftly appeared around him. Youngest junior brother, why don't you tell me where you've been over the past few years? When that sea of blood appeared, eldest senior brother's apathetic voice echoed in the air once again, and it caused Su Ming to be filled with an indescribable sorrow in the midst of his broken laughter. He did not choose to dodge as that wave of sorrow filled his body. Instead, he simply allowed his eldest senior brother to surround him. Then that sea of blood swiftly gathered on him, and in the blink of an eye, it had Su Ming completely covered. An even more shocking loud bang reverberated in all directions during that instant. Once the sea of blood regained its human form, Su Ming's body was like a kite with a broken string flying in a storm. Blood gushed out from his mouth, as well as other parts of his body. Su Ming's face turned pale. He fell back several thousands of feet before he managed to find his footing, and as he smiled brokenly, he looked towards his eldest senior brother. His injuries had become worse. However, at this moment, his eldest senior brother's words reached him again. Youngest junior brother with this power, how could you look for master and your second eldest brother? Eldest senior brother took a step forward, and a loud bang exploded before Su Ming. Su Ming coughed up blood and fell back once more. If his body had not been strong enough, he would have collapsed and died a long time ago. But even so, his body was still hurting badly, and the pain would not stop. Su Ming wiped away the blood at the corners of his mouth. In the midst of his grief, his body was no longer the one in pain. It was his soul hurting. He was about to lift his hand again, but right at the moment he was about to counterattack in his sorrow. Do you still remember the time when we worked together and attacked Phantom Deus tribe? His eldest senior brother's voice echoed in the air. Su Ming's hand shook. Do you still remember the shaman soul I gave you before you went to the battlefield? Those words reached Su Ming's ears, and a shocking boom immediately resounded. Su Ming fell back again. His whole body was covered in blood, but no matter how much blood he spilled, it could not hide away the pain in his heart, and neither could it cover the thick sorrow that surrounded him. A layer of silence covered the area. All the immortals were watching the battle with complicated expressions on their faces. They could see Su Ming's abnormal behavior and could tell that the person who walked out of the coffin had an incredibly unique relationship with him. Eldest senior brother, this was what Su Ming had called the person in the coffin, and youngest junior brother was what that person had called Su Ming. These titles only served to prove their guesses correct. Tianlan Meng stared at Su Ming's eldest senior brother in the sky with a dazed look, then at Su Ming. She bit her bottom lip, and an absent-minded expression appeared on her face. She had only learned of her identity as an immortal moments before the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands. This had caused her to sink into a long period of silence, and no one could have possibly understood the confusion and mixed feelings in her heart. When she gradually began to accept her identity, she found that the immortals she saw and the things she heard them say were vastly different from those of the berserkers. The berserkers might also fight among themselves, but they were much less sinister and had way fewer methods they could deploy against their enemies compared to the immortals, just like what was happening right at the moment. A fight to the death between brothers of the same master. Perhaps Tian had already predicted this. He might had even wanted to see this. Eldest senior brother. Su Ming lifted his head and let out a loud roar towards the sky. He told himself that his eldest senior brother's voice was numb and apathetic. He told himself once again that as long as he destroyed Tian's divine will, his eldest senior brother could return. Su Ming repeated this thought in his mind again and again, taking a swift step forward as he roared. With it, tears of blood were shed, and as he formed a seal with his right hand, the arms of his statue of the god of berserkers immediately appeared behind him and charged towards his eldest senior brother with a bang. This time, his eldest senior brother did not dodge. Strangely enough, he chose to stand in the spot. He did not move, but at the instant the arms of Su Ming's statue closed in on him. Youngest junior brother. Kill me. Youngest junior brother. I'm your eldest senior brother. Youngest junior brother. I'm under Tian's control. I can only fight against him for a while. Kill me, and in our next life, let us be fellow clan brothers again. There was an anxious tone in eldest senior brother's voice, along with a wave of grief, causing Su Ming to forcefully stop his charging statue of the god of berserkers at that instant. Yet when he stopped, his eldest senior brother opened his eyes, and the apathetic, lifeless look in his eyes, along with the words he just said, made Su Ming understand that everything he had told himself was false. Youngest junior brother. Kill me. Eldest senior brother may be saying these words, but he also took a step forward and closed in on Su Ming, ramming his head into him. With a bang that rang in the air, Su Ming staggered backwards, and a cross-shaped shadow appeared on his face. That cross-shaped shadow was the same as the cross-shaped scar on his eldest senior brother's face. Once it appeared on Su Ming's face, it looked as if it had sunk deeply into his flesh, and a burning, rotting sensation swiftly came from it. However, Su Ming was completely unbothered by this pain. He looked at his eldest senior brother and the apathetic, lifeless look in his eyes, before he closed his eyes. After a brief instant, he reopened them, and the grief in his own eyes had been hidden in the depths of his heart. What appeared at the front were complicated feelings, as well as understanding and anguish towards life. Eldest senior brother, I understand now. With pain and grief in his body and soul, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed towards the sky. Later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm. Activate. Su Ming's voice almost turned hoarse from his roars as he vented the endless depression in his heart at that moment. I wasn't strong enough. If I was strong enough, Tion wouldn't have dared to do this. My power still isn't enough for me to be considered a powerful warrior, or else I would be able to break the will connecting Tion and eldest senior brother. All of this is because I'm too weak. I want to become stronger. I want to become endlessly stronger. I want to become a powerful warrior that can dictate its own fate. Su Ming roared in his heart. Red filled his eyes, and his chi burst forth from his body at that instant. This was his roar towards fate, his roar towards Tion. The anomaly in the world caused by his berserker soul had yet to disappear. It was still around, and Su Ming's serendipity had yet to end. He could still become stronger, but he needed enough stimulation and incentives. The stimulation he had obtained from his battle with Ji and had not been enough. By devouring the golden robe Tion, that stimulation had reached an incredibly high level. Eldest senior brother's appearance and fate's decision against him had caused Su Ming to understand many things within a moment. There were certain things that were out of a person's control when he lived in this world, just like what happened between eldest senior brother and Su Ming himself. This was, perhaps, a form of life, and they needed to gain control over the power that was needed to break this life themselves. Only by endlessly becoming stronger and making themselves the lords of everything could they make sure that something like this never happened a second time. This was life. In anguish, Su Ming knew that he had gained a deeper understanding towards the word life, but the price for this epiphany was too great, and he would rather have not gained it. As his chi erupted and his power in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm continued rising until the large amount of signs for the later stage in the Berserker Soul Realm showed up, Su Ming saw his eldest senior brother being pushed back by an invisible force. At that moment, Su Ming lifted his right hand slowly and swung it at the sky. I understood how to clear my mind in the 9th summit, and after that, I understood the power of wind. I fused with the wind crystal and became the wind berserker. As Su Ming mumbled and swung his arm, the sky started roaring again. More rainbows appeared, and their numbers were endless. They covered the entire sky until even the distortions up ahead looked as if they were only the wrinkles of the sky. When anyone looked over, they would find that their vision had been blocked off. As loud booms echoed in the air, a humming sound that made it seem as if there was someone roaring begun in the sky. It was as if that person was trying to say something, but due to the distorted sky standing in between his words and the people's ears, no one could understand him. Yet even so, the pressure and the anomalies in the world as Su Ming began his endeavor to reach the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm already surpassed what was brought out when he reached the initial and middle stages of the Berserker Soul Realm previously. It was bound to happen. The vast presence of Su Ming's venture into the Berserker Soul Realm would be unprecedented. It was bound to happen. All those who watched Su Ming reach the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm would find this scene to be the most brilliant and beautiful light that they had ever seen up to that point in their lives. I, Su Ming, now bring forth the Berserker's Wind Berserker. Appear. Su Ming's voice spread out, and as the world rumbled, an infinite amount of wind rose swiftly around him. The violent gusts then rose above the 9 heavens. The sky and earth trembled. At the instant this sight caught the world's attention, waves surged and tumbled about the endless Dead Sea far beyond eastern wastelands. It was as if there were an endless amount of raging dragons roaring in the sea, and their roars swept up the seawater to bring up waves that surged into the sky, making it seem as if the entire Dead Sea was boiling and erupting. Within the deepest depths of it was a place that practically no one knew about, and it was a place that was separated from the world by an immeasurable amount of seawater. That place was once a continent many years ago, but now, it had turned into a frozen world. There was an entire city frozen solid within the depths of the Dead Sea. Freezing air spread out from it, causing that place of the Dead Sea to be much colder. There was an innumerable amount of buildings and palaces within that frozen city. A tall altar could be seen within the silent city as well. On that altar was a frozen old man, and right before him was a long animal spine. That was Great Yu Imperial City. In the midst of all the silent years, Su Ming seemed to have been the only living person who had coincidentally entered that place. Aside from him, it seemed like no one else had come to bother Great Yu Imperial City's sleep. Yet at that moment, as Su Ming summoned the Wind Berserker from eastern wastelands, a powerful presence suddenly erupted from a lofty palace to the right of the frozen Great Yu Imperial City, right in the depths of the silent Dead Sea. The appearance of that presence broke the silence that had lasted for years there. As it erupted, a loud boom reverberated in Great Yu Imperial City. The lofty palace shattered in an instant and turned into broken pieces of rubble that spread out to reveal a huge statue that was several thousands of feet tall. The statue looked incredibly ordinary, but there was an endless amount of light breezes surrounding its body. That wind grew stronger with each passing moment, until it eventually stirred up the entire Dead Sea and caused a giant whirlpool to appear at the surface of the sea. As the whirlpool spun with loud booming sounds, a shudder shook the statue before it rose from the ground and charged towards the area above. Then it disappeared into the whirlpool in the Dead Sea. Almost at the instant that happened and Su Ming pointed forward with his right hand the moment he finished speaking, the world rumbled, and a long arc traveling with an indescribable speed that far surpassed Su Ming's own swiftly closed in from the distant sky. The sounds of wind that were stirred up because of it were strong enough to tear through everything, including the sky and the earth. Quite a number of the tens of thousands of immortals collapsed due to the piercing howls of the wind. During that instant, a gigantic statue appeared right above Su Ming. Naturally, this statue was the one that had appeared after the palace was destroyed under the Dead Sea. A power that belonged to wind burst forth from within the statue, stirring up all the wind within the land of berserkers to gather about. The weather changed, the winds and clouds moved, and the shock from this sight caused the entire world to fall silent within a moment. The statue did not move, continuing to float in midair. Yet for some unknown reason, all those who saw it felt as if they did not know whether what they were feeling was just a figment of their imagination or not. The sense they got was that while this statue might not have been revived just yet, it still gave off an air as if it was worshipping Su Ming. Right at the instant this feeling appeared within the hearts of all those in the land, their eyes immediately went wide. In the midst of their shock, they saw the statue slowly raising its arms and wrapping a fist in a palm before it knelt down and worshipped Su Ming. This feeling of perfection made it seem as if the statue was supposed to do this right from the start. It was as if the statue had been in this form when it was created. Lightning, I deceived you in the past with a trick and obtained half of the lightning crystal. I fused with that half to let myself become the lightning berserker. Right now, I no longer need the other half of the crystal. I will use the half I've obtained as the guide and have the berserker's lightning berserker appear. Su Ming waved his arm, and an endless amount of lightning erupted from within his body with a bang. Those bolts of lightning swam in all directions and turned into lightning arcs that swept through the sky. In another direction of the frozen Great Yu Imperial City was another hall in a palace. With a bang in the depths of the Dead Sea, an endless amount of lightning shattered the hall, and thunder traveled out, causing the entire Dead Sea to boil and erupt. A large amount of lightning spread out madly within the Dead Sea, causing the ferocious beasts there to instantly let out shrill roars and dodge madly. At the same time as the hall was destroyed, a statue that was surrounded by lightning sparks appeared. As thunder roared, it moved through the entire Dead Sea and shot straight out of the water's surface. The statue turned into a bolt of lightning that could break space itself, allowing it to leave that way. Chi Lei Tian was leading his people in a charge through eastern wastelands, when his expression suddenly changed drastically, and lightning started bursting forth from his body uncontrollably, filling the entire area around him. Those bolts of lightning let out thunderous cracks that sounded like roars, excited cries, and shouts of submission. The sudden change caused Chi Lei Tian to be momentarily stunned before he whipped his head around to look in the direction of the Dead Sea with disbelief on his face. I can sense the lightning berserker deity statue. It was also right at that moment that Su Ming swung his arm and finished calling for the lightning berserker. An endless amount of lightning instantly appeared in the wind. At the instant those bolts of lightning turned the sky into a pool of lightning, shocking roars instantly closed in from afar, and they belonged to a gigantic statue that was exuding an endless amount of lightning. That statue stopped right above Su Ming, directly opposite the wind berserker statue. Then, as if it was looking at Su Ming, it slowly lifted its arms and wrapped a fist in its palm, and like the wind berserker statue, it knelt down with a bang and worshipped Su Ming. This world originally did not have any fire berserkers. The fire berserker was just an incarnation of the third god of berserkers and was what the people called him. I inherited the fire berserker's art when I was young, and since this berserker died with the third, then now, the fire berserker will appear in the world through my hands. Su Ming closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, fire raged within them. Immediately, in another direction of the lightning and wind berserker, a wave of flames appeared out of nowhere in the sky. He Feng has died, but his will still exists in this world. With his will as your soul, the fires of the berserkers as your body, and the berserker's kismet as your consciousness. Fire berserker, appear. Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed towards the flames that had appeared out of thin air. Those flames immediately exploded with a bang, and at that instant, the entire land of berserkers was set on flames by invisible fire. Right at the same time it seemed as if the entire land was responding to Su Ming. A figure with wings appeared within the flames Su Ming was pointing towards. The figure was like the wings of the moon, but it resembled He Feng even more so. However, He Feng had already died, and the one that appeared right then was his will, which was remembered by the world after his death. Right then, his will manifested and fused with the world of berserker's kismet, and as it burned, a figure gathered in the air. It was also a statue, but it was burning statue. It appeared as He Feng, and as it opened its eyes and met Su Ming's gaze, the fire berserker statue slowly lifted its arms and wrapped a fist in its palm as a salute before it knelt swiftly on the ground to worship him. The fire berserker, wind berserker, and lightning berserker statues formed an equilateral triangle, and they were all kneeling towards Su Ming, who stood in the center, as if Su Ming was their king, their sovereign, the god of berserkers which they acknowledged. Later stage of the berserker soul realm. Su Ming was standing in midair, right in the center of the three berserker statues. He looked at the sky, and there was an endless amount of rainbows shining around him, as if they were all worshipping the berserker's king. The distortions in the sky became a backdrop for this scene of Su Ming being surrounded by the statues, resulting in him looking like the core of the world. Su Ming's chi erupted forth with a bang as the three berserker statues knelt down and worshipped him. An invisible wave of air surrounded him, howling, and caused Su Ming's hair to move without wind and his robes to flutter. The presence of his cultivation base also erupted forth at that moment. It continued rising until it reached the peak of the middle stage of the berserker soul realm in the blink of an eye. He was only half a step away from the later stage, and he felt as if he could reach that stage if he just took one step forward. However, this half a step was not easy to take. Su Ming's chi and cultivation base might have increased exponentially, but they only reached the peak of the middle stage of the berserker soul realm. Su Ming could not take that one step forward to truly become a powerful berserker in the later stage of the berserker soul realm. It was as if there was a membrane lying between these two stages, and he could not break through it. The seal within Su Ming's memories was also mostly broken as his cultivation base exploded forth, bringing with it sharp stabs of intense pain. This pain remained in his head, and as the seal cracked even more, it grew stronger. Yet Su Ming always felt a wave of power that traveled through dimensions on him, preventing the seal in his head from breaking. It was as if that power would absolutely not allow the seal in Su Ming's head to break, and it was increasing its strength in attempts to stabilize completely. It was this power that had become the membrane preventing Su Ming from stepping into the later stage of the berserker soul realm, causing him to be unable to completely reach a full outburst to push through. A freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and swung at the sky. Immediately, the world rumbled, and the fire berserker, lighting berserker, and wind berserker statues lifted their heads, their movements causing a bang in the air. At the instant they stood up from their kneeling postures, they fused together right above Su Ming's head. With the power that came from the fusion and the power of the world that was surging towards him from all directions, Su Ming charged once more towards the later stage of the berserker soul realm. That charge turned into a loud bang that surged into the sky in his body and shook Su Ming's heart and soul. But he was still slightly lacking and could not break that membrane. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. These are 4 of the 8 runic symbols in Hidden Dragon Sect. I fused lightning and thunder into my lightning berserker art, and wind also has its own berserker art, only rain remains. Then, with my will, I will now gather all the rain under the sky to fuse it into my rain runic symbol and merge it into my statue of the god of berserkers. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When he lifted his hands and formed a seal, he spread out his arms, and a large amount of rain immediately appeared out of nowhere as thunder roared and lightning filled the sky. Together they swept through the land. This area was not the only place that was visited by rain. The entire eastern wastelands, Dead Sea, and the land of berserkers were covered by rain during that instant. It poured down from the sky, and as it continued without stop, an endless amount of raindrops gathered together to form a gigantic runic symbol before Su Ming. That symbol was shining with a brilliant light, and it charged towards the place where the 3 berserker statues had fused together before it instantly merged with them. Once that happened, the power that erupted from Su Ming's body became even stronger, but he did not immediately attempt charging into the later stage. Instead, with brightly shining eyes, he stared at the sky as if his gaze could penetrate space itself, pierce through Death region, and see the world outside, straight at the source that was trying to stabilize his seal. I understood the curse from Madame G's ring and the candle dragon's eyes, and I mastered it when the reincarnations in the undying and imperishable world could not wipe away my soul. It was completed because of ugly little thing's paw and the grass knot doll in his hand. Today, I will fuse the curse in my statue of the god of berserkers and make the person who is trying to seal my memories have a taste of my curse. At the instant the dark light appeared in Su Ming's eyes, he lifted his left hand, and a wave of black fog instantly seeped out of his fingers. It swiftly turned into a doll that was surrounded by fog. That doll was an illusion. It looked as if it was made from grass, and its features could not be seen clearly, but there was an incredibly strange presence spreading out from it. The fog doll seemed to possess a soul. It let out a piercing roar towards the sky, then charged to the 3 berserker statues that had fused together with the rain runic symbol above Su Ming's head. The figures overlapped and merged together. At that instant, Su Ming's chi and cultivation base reached their pinnacle. This was the fusion of power from the fire berserker, lightning berserker, wind berserker, the rain runic symbol, and the curse. As they gradually overlapped and fused together as one, a large amount of the rainbows in the sky collapsed and turned into an endless amount of crystalline light that charged towards Su Ming, then fused into the overlapped figure of the 3 berserker statues, the curse, and the rain runic symbol. A loud bang that turned into a humming sound replaced all manner of sound in the world, causing the immortals in the world to feel their minds roaring. And at the instant their minds turned blank because of the violent tremors in their heads, the 3 berserkers became one. The curse fused together with the rain runic symbol and joined completely the three berserker statues. When there was no longer any distinction between them, a huge body appeared in the world. This was just a torso, but at the moment it appeared, the pressure that spread out from within it was powerful enough to shake the sky and earth. Su Ming swung his arm, and the torso immediately crumbled with a bang, then turned into pieces that charged towards Su Ming. Once they fused into his body, Su Ming lifted his head and let out a long howl that made the world tremble. His howl reverberated through the 9 heavens, and his cultivation base erupted at that moment, increasing madly within the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm before breaking through and allowing Su Ming to step into the cultivation stage that would only appear in his dreams when he was still in Dark Mountain. The later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm. The number of powerful berserkers in the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm might be a little higher than those who had attained great completion in the entire world of berserkers, but no matter in which region they resided, they could be said to be the most powerful warriors there. And even those who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm would go out of their way to recruit them to their side. All those who reached this stage were no longer weaklings, unless they ran into people like Su Ming, who had managed to turn his whole body into that of a true berserker and whose power could not be measured with any of the previous conventions because his condition had never appeared before. Then they were people who could look down upon the world. Almost at the instant Su Ming's level of cultivation reached the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, the power which had come from another dimension and was holding down the seal in his head was faced with a direct resistance. Once Su Ming's cultivation base erupted, his power caused a large part of the seal to break. As Su Ming fought back against that power, a bang went off in his head, and he immediately felt the power holding him down growing stronger. But even if it did so, it was not as pure as it was previously. It seemed that if more power was sent down, it would become increasingly murkier. In fact, when Su Ming observed it with his power once he arrived at the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, he found a trace of an invisible path that was used by this person to send his power into him. That path seemed to have been carved into his soul and had turned into an indirect picture. This picture was formed after 6 points were connected together, and that seal was contained within what they had drawn. This was the first time Su Ming saw the passage formed by those 6 points in his head. He let out a cold harumph and did not bother about the power of suppression that descended on him. Instead, he traveled up against the flow of the path, and his divine sense instantly fused into the picture formed by the 6 connected points. He wanted to travel up the path this person used to descend on him and see just who was the person who was suppressing him through another dimension. Almost at the instant Su Ming's divine sense touched the 6 connected points, a loud bang rang in his head, and his consciousness instantly became clouded. He could vaguely see the endless death fog surging about around him, and he felt like he was walking on a thin thread to charge towards the void. He had no idea how much time had passed. When the area around him became clear, he saw the brilliant galaxy once again, as well as the vortex that was in death region below him. He also saw 9 gigantic planets surrounding that vortex. He could also see a thin thread stretching out from that galaxy into the vortex, and his consciousness had come out of the vortex through that thread. Su Ming's consciousness swiftly traveled up that thread, but perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a shred of his will instead of his consciousness. He wanted to see with his own eyes Tion's will, which he believed was suppressing him from the real body. The sensation of a shred of will wandering about might feel as if it had only gone on for an instant, but could also feel as if it had lasted for years. Su Ming had no idea how much time had passed. His will gradually grew weaker, and the reason behind it almost disappearing was because his power was still not enough to support his will spreading out like this. Right at the instant it was about to disperse, Su Ming saw an innumerable amount of floating continents in the galaxy up ahead. There was a great amount of altars on those continents. He had seen this place before. He saw it when Sima Xian died. Su Ming's will dispersed, but right at the instant he was about to disappear, he saw himself following that thread and entering into the depths of the endless continents in the galaxy. It also meant that perhaps Tion's real self had cast an art from this direction and caused Su Ming to be unable to break the seal. Su Ming's eyes flew open. He stood in the sky, and there was an innumerable amount of gazes around him gathered on his person. He might have seemed to have gone on a long journey with his will, but in reality, it had only lasted for an instant. At that moment, as Su Ming's cultivation base erupted and he entered the later stage of the Berserker Soul realm, the world roared. In the midst of the endless distortions, a large area of the sky immediately tore apart, and a gigantic body descended with a bang. This body had no limbs, no head. It was only a torso. However, at the instant it descended, the arms of Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers instantly manifested and fused with the torso at the empty spots where they fit. Then, what appeared before the people was a gigantic statue of the god of berserkers that had no head and legs. A savage presence spread out from the statue, and there was no attempt to hold back that presence at all. The later stage of the Berserker Soul realm, Su Ming took a step forward and stopped before the statue. He averted his gaze from the sky and looked towards his eldest senior brother in the distance. His apathetic eldest senior brother also turned his gaze towards Su Ming at that moment and looked at him with thousands of feet separating them. After a short period of silence, as the pressure around Su Ming dissipated once his level of cultivation rose, a low growl that sounded as if it came from a wild beast swiftly fell out from eldest senior brother's lips. This battle could not be avoided. This battle must be fought. This battle was known as a shaman's sacrifice. As Su Ming's eldest senior brother roared, his expression turned incredibly ferocious. He lifted his left hand and seized the air. Immediately, a gigantic war drum was dragged out from the space in front of him. That war drum was 100-something feet tall and was entirely purplish-red. It looked as if it had been dyed in an immeasurable amount of fresh blood over the ages. There was also a large amount of vengeful souls surrounding it, and as it appeared, those vengeful souls immediately let out piercing roars. Eldest senior brother stood apathetically by the drum, and with the hook acting as his right hand, he struck it. A drum's beat that shook hearts and made the world tremble instantly spread out in all directions. Layers of ripples reverberated in the sky. That drum was no ordinary drum. It was 9 Li Shaman tribe's 9 Li war drum. Once it was struck, it would terrify enemies and cause the person who had struck it to find their blood boiling. As it was stimulated, their cultivation base would also burst forth as if it had been set on fire. The single beat of the drum caused eldest senior brother's face to instantly flush red. His eyes were no longer lifeless, but were shining with a glow that made him look like a wild beast that possessed no intelligence. At the instant he opened his mouth and roared, he charged towards Su Ming. There was an endless amount of vengeful souls swirling about in the area behind him. These ghosts came from that 9 Li drum, and as its sound reverberated in the air, they became so agitated that they would only rest after devouring enough flesh and blood to calm their emotions. Eldest senior brother rushed over with a shocking momentum. Su Ming stood in his place and silently lifted his right hand to point forward. Immediately, the gigantic statue of the god of berserkers behind him phased through his body and appeared right before him. The left hand, which represented lightning and thunder, was swiftly lifted up, and the statue hurled its left fist forward. At the same time, the right arm that represented destiny was lifted and swept toward the eldest senior brother's side. Due to being attached to a body, not only did the two arms become much more agile, they also became a lot more stronger than before. A boom echoed in the air, and Su Ming closed his eyes behind the statue of the god of berserkers. He formed a seal with his right hand before throwing a punch forward. His statue was in the way, between his punch and eldest senior brother, but his attack still exploded at the spot where his statue clashed with eldest senior brother's divine ability. Su Ming's statue swayed and fell back several hundreds of feet before phasing through Su Ming's body to appear behind him. Eldest senior brother staggered backwards until he arrived beside the war drum. Crimson gradually appeared in his eyes. They might still be dull and lifeless, but that crimson shade in his eyes could cover all of them, and almost at the instant that crimson started flashing, eldest senior brother struck the war drum with the hook acting as his right hand once more. This time, 3 beats rang out. The sounds from the drum rumbled in the air, and even if Su Ming was in the later stage of the Berserker Soul reel, he still felt his heart tremble. The statue of the god of berserkers behind him even began showing signs of distorting. At the same time, right after those 3 beats of the drum rang through the air, eldest senior brother opened his mouth and let out a shocking roar. As he did so, an endless amount of cracks immediately appeared on his body. Black blood spread out from them and turned into magenta fog. Once it surrounded him entirely, a powerful presence erupted from within that fog with a bang. This presence was the pure presence belonging to a shaman, and along with it was the strangeness and the ancient air of the shamans. As that presence erupted, a hoarse voice spread out from the fog. I, the descendant of Nine Li, will now transform into the Shaman Lord. As his voice echoed in the air, the fog was swiftly absorbed by his body. When there was no longer any of it remaining, the eldest senior brother that appeared before Su Ming was distinctly different from before. Even though he still looked as before, but complex runic symbols had appeared at the center of his brows, his arms, his legs, and his chest. These runic symbols did not seem like they belonged to the immortals, but looked more like words that could be found among the berserkers, yet no berserker would be able to recognize them. These were the shaman's seals for their spells. Youngest junior brother. I struck the war drum 3 times previously so that my blood would boil. As my blood was stimulated, I could turn into the Shaman Lord. But I couldn't maintain this form for long in the past, and I wouldn't have been able to cast the more powerful legacy spells. Today, with Lord Detion's help, I can do it. This feeling of obtaining control over power is great, very great. Eldest senior brother's expression was still as apathetic as ever. He spoke slowly, and his voice reverberated in all directions. Since fate arranged for us to fight, then I hope that you will not disappoint me in this battle. As eldest senior brother spoke, he lifted his left hand and knelt down swiftly, but he was not kneeling towards Su Ming. He was kneeling towards the sky. I am the descendant of Nine Li and the Lord of Shamans. Youngest junior brother, let's see how much shamanic power you will be able to make me bring forth. With the first shamanic spell, Song of Heavenly Worship, I ask the shaman vessel of the heavens to destroy this person who dares go against us shamans. Eldest senior brother bowed towards the sky. With it, the distortions above instantly stopped moving, and threads of purple fog seeped out of the air before they gathered together into a purple skull in the sky. That skull floated in midair and started spreading out a similar presence as all the berserkers' supreme and priceless treasures in all continents that existed to destroy the immortals. This was clearly Nine Li Shaman tribe's supreme treasure, the god of Shaman's skull. At the instant this treasure appeared, it looked as if it had been revived, and dark light instantly appeared within its eye sockets. As it swept its gaze through the land, its eyes landed on Su Ming. A chilling presence instantly filled Su Ming's heart. That skull's gaze immediately made a sense of danger rise within him. At the same time, his eldest senior brother lifted his left hand and pointed forward, and the skull let out a buzz and charged towards Su Ming. As it moved forward, its powerful presence erupted, and an illusion also manifested above it. That illusion was of a hand, and by the looks of it, it wanted to crush Su Ming within its grip. Detion, what a clever move. So this child is the direct descendant of Nine Li tribe? But by the looks of it, he shouldn't be the real direct descendant. He should lean more towards Xinggan's line. Yet even so, just by using his blood as a lead, he could still summon the supreme treasure that belongs to Nine Li Shaman tribe. Detion? Oh Detion, by controlling this child, I can see that you're aiming for many things. Jian's eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Ming's eldest senior brother, and he looked as if he had understood something. This land is indeed mysterious. Not only did a terrifying existence like Lai Xianxia appear, it also has a powerful person like Nine Li's Shaman Lord. But it's also precisely because of this that the berserkers were divided and the shamans appeared. That was also why Lai Xianxia could not use many of the countermeasures he had left behind. Nine Li's Shaman Lord was born at the wrong time. His strength could compare to the first god of berserkers, and he even created the shamans on his own. Then, he imitated Xianxia and created several treasures to protect his race. These treasures can only be summoned by the direct descendants, and this alone makes him inferior to Xianxia. Nine Li's Shaman Lord also has 3 clones that possess divine thoughts and intelligence. Each of them could be considered as direct descendant, and 9 Li Shaman Lords could appear from the descendants of those clones. As Jian was busy musing, Su Ming looked at his eldest senior brother and nodded his head in silence. Almost at the instant his eldest senior brother executed the first shaman spell as a descendant of 9 Li, and that purplish-black skull appeared due to his song of heavenly worship. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He formed a seal with his right hand, and his statue of the god of berserkers also lifted its right arm behind him, forming a seal. Its left arm also moved. God of berserkers alteration towards the stars, sun, and moon. First alteration. Disaster of the stars. Su Ming's hands touched slightly above his head before they parted swiftly, and he swung his arms at the sky. With it, the distorted sky looked as if it had been torn apart by a pair of invisible hands, and an illusion appeared in the air. It was a piece of sky which had an endless amount of stars shining there, and the place was bright with starlight. At that moment, the stars moved about, and as they shone, they formed rays that grouped together into one to form a shooting star that charged towards the hand that had manifested from the skull. This battle was a fight between Su Ming and his eldest senior brother. But it was also a battle between the god of berserkers and the shaman lord. Su Ming was executing the god of berserkers' arts, and his eldest senior brother was casting the spells that he had inherited as a blood descendant of 9 Li's shaman lord. As these two clashed against each other, they seemed to have returned to ancient times, when the second god of berserkers and 9 Li's shaman lord had fought as if it was their fate to do so. Loud rumbling sounds surged into the sky at that instant, and the entire sky filled with stars crumbled, turning into an endless amount of shards. This was Su Ming's divine ability shattering. The hand formed by that skull also fell back under that roar, with all its fingers crushed. Yet when it fell back, that skull let out cracking sounds and more illusions spread out, allowing the hand to instantly recover. At the instant that happened, the hand stopped falling backwards and charged forward to seize Su Ming once again. Disaster of the stars. Su Ming stayed in his spot and did not dodge. He instead formed a seal and pointed towards the crumbling starry sky and shouted those 4 words. In an instant, the broken starlight that still existed within the shattered and fragmented starry sky shone once again, and as they charged forward with their crumbling forms while the sky was still being swept away, the starlight shone down with a sense of incompleteness. The rays of starlight started intersecting with each other as if they had gained corporeal form and turned into waves of murderous aura. This murderous aura came from the sky, the starlight, and the broken universe. At the same time the ground was illuminated. The starlight that filled the sky turned into arrows that rushed towards the hand that had gathered once again above the skull. An even stronger bang reverberated in the air. Su Ming staggered backwards and coughed up a mouthful of blood, as a dispirited expressions appeared on his face. His fighting spirit started boiling uncontrollably in his body. This fighting spirit did not come from his will, but was born from the world as a berserker and a shaman fought. His eldest senior brother fell back and also coughed up a mouthful of blood, but that blood was black. As he was forced backwards, he lifted his head swiftly. The second shamanic spell of 9 Li's descendants, Earth's Burial. I ask the shaman treasure of the ground to destroy this person who dares go against us shamans. The third shamanic spell of 9 Li's descendants, Cauldron Transmutation. The berserkers may have a cauldron as their priceless treasure, but we shamans also have a cauldron, and it is the treasure that we shamans use to hold down our kismet. As the blood descendant of 9 Li's shaman lord, I now ask the shaman cauldron to appear. Eldest senior brother lifted his head and pushed his left hand towards the ground. As eldest senior brother's voice traveled throughout the region, the ground started shaking non-stop, and the entire eastern wastelands looked as if it was tumbling about. The entire Dead Sea also trembled because of it, as if there was something that had been buried under the land of berserkers and under the Dead Sea. And at that moment, those things were being summoned into the world. 3 breaths. Only 3 breaths. Then, a loud boom that surged into the sky immediately shot up from under the ground. Right before everyone's eyes, the land squirmed and was continuously torn apart before a gigantic mountain shot out of the earth. That mountain was clearly not buried here, but had gathered together from the land of berserkers due to eldest senior brother's call. Once it broke out and appeared, what revealed itself before everyone's eyes was a mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall and standing erect on the ground, causing the pupils of all those who saw it to shrink. Right when Su Ming shifted his gaze to the mountain as it shot out of earth, cracks appeared on it and booming sounds reverberated in the air. The mound of earth crumbled swiftly and turned into an endless amount of pieces that tumbled backwards. At that moment, a green armor appeared within it. That armor had been clearly buried within that mountain, and when eldest senior brother summoned it, it was finally brought into the world. The armor shone with a piercing blue light and flew up from the crumbling mountain, appearing on eldest senior brother's body within an instant before turning into a blue vortex. As he stood inside it, he equipped the armor and stood there, stirring up the aura existing in all directions, just like a supreme king. Nine Li's shaman lord. He lifted his right arm, and a circular hole that was the size of a palm appeared above the right hook. That hole was pitch black, and it looked as if it could swallow all light from the area, causing the space around its edges to look as if it was continuously shattering and disappearing. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The black hole was lifted up by the right hook on eldest senior brother's arm, and he turned his gaze towards Su Ming. This is the shaman's cauldron. Su Ming stared at the hole, then closed his eyes slowly. At the instant his eldest senior brother took a step forward and charged towards him like a blue shooting star. Su Ming's eyes flew open. He lifted his right hand, then bent his body slightly to make himself look like a crescent moon. At the instant he formed that shape, he whispered softly, "God of Berserker's alteration towards the stars, sun, and moon." Second alteration. Shift in the moon. When the shattered starry sky turned dimmer due to his words, a crescent moon appeared in the night view above. A powerful dark light shone from Su Ming's body, and he turned into a crescent moon whose light scattered through the area. Wherever it went, a biting, desolate air would fill the place. Almost at the same time Su Ming executed this divine ability, an illusion of a moon appeared on his eldest senior brother's body, who was still closing in on him in the form of a blue shooting star. That illusion enveloped his body, making him look incredibly bizarre. Moon slaughter. Right at the instant his eldest senior brother was about to arrive, Su Ming opened his mouth swiftly and shouted. The moon in the sky cracked right from the center, and the moon on Su Ming's body also cracked, but it did not result in any harm to him. The illusion on him had just dissipated. However, an incredible amount of power erupted forth from the cracks that appeared in the moon on his eldest senior brother's body, making it seem as if it wanted to rip apart all that existed. Destiny's reincarnations created my right arm. Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed forward. The right arm of his statue of the god of berserkers immediately turned into a young man with purple hair, and the two mountains behind him closed in on his eldest senior brother. The lightning enchanted vessel became the divine power in my left arm. Su Ming swept his left arm sideways, and his statue's left arm instantly turned into a bolt of crimson lightning that rushed towards his eldest senior brother. The three berserker statues, the curse, and the rain runic symbol became the source that formed my torso. Su Ming's words were still echoing in the sky. His statue's torso immediately turned into the three berserker statues and surrounded his eldest senior brother. At the same time, black rainwater poured down from the sky, bringing with it powerful curses. And the final alteration for the god of berserkers' alteration towards the sun, moon, and stars, sun's sacrifice. Once Su Ming said these words, a piercing golden light instantly erupted from his body. As it spread out madly through the area, his body looked as if it had turned into a golden sun. That sun was radiated a powerful light and heat, causing the entire world to be swiftly illuminated by its brightness. Within that light, Su Ming fused together with that sun, and with a heart of a martyr, he executed the strongest style within the alterations towards the sun, moon, and stars. The entire world was replaced by the sun's light, causing no outsider to be able to see what was going on inside. But the continuous booms and tremors on the ground, as well as the endless waves that were spreading in all directions, were enough to prove just how powerful and shocking the clash was this time. As booming sounds rang into the air, eldest senior brother fell back and black blood gushed out of his mouth. The blue armor on his body disappeared, and the shaman cauldron, too, vanished. His body fell to the ground with a bang, right beside his war drum. He lost, but he did not lose to Su Ming. He had instead lost to time, the time which allowed him to burn his blood. In the end, he could not make the span of time which he could become Shaman Lord last long enough. The light in the sky disappeared, and Su Ming walked out from within. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and with a pale face, he looked at his eldest senior brother lying on the ground. If it was not because his eldest senior brother was unable to continue, then the victor for the battle just now would have still been undecided. Youngest junior brother, it is done. Eldest senior brother struggled to stand up and lifted his head to look at Su Ming. I have a final style. This style is the limit of my blood. It is my fate, and also my return. There was something unusual with an eldest senior brother's words, and when Su Ming heard it, the grief that had originally been hidden away appeared once again. He nodded at him. Just like how he had understood what was going on previously, he now understood that his eldest senior brother's will was not something that Ditian could control completely. His will still existed, and it wanted to go through the shaman's sacrifice. If he did not, then he would not live. This was a form of life. I have the blood of 9 Li flowing through my veins. All the shamans think I am a direct descendant, but I know that I am not. I am the scion of the 3 clones that belong to 9 Li's shaman lord, Xinggan. Xinggan's descendants have always been headless. Eldest senior brother stood up and sliced through his neck with the hook on his right hand. With it, his head flew up, but even as blood gushed into the air, his body remained standing on the ground. He showed no signs of falling down. At that moment, a human face emerged on his chest. That face belonged to eldest senior brother, and the head that flew up crumbled in midair, turning into an illusion wearing a crown and an emperor's robe. His face was filled with disbelief. As a descendant of Xinggan, I will now forget my original name. From now onwards, I am Xinggan. Acts of execution. Return. A bang rang out of eldest senior brother's body, and the world went mad. Then, in eldest senior brother's lifted left hand, a gigantic bronze battle axe immediately manifested. As the battle axe appeared and eldest senior brother grabbed it, a primal and savage air erupted swiftly from his headless body. That presence turned into a gigantic vortex and started sweeping in all directions from the entire area where eldest senior brother was standing. The world rumbled, causing drastic changes in the faces of immortals around the area. It was especially so for Jian, whose eyes had begun shining with a brilliant light. He stared at Su Ming's eldest senior brother, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Even with all his experience, he had never noticed the plans Su Ming's eldest senior brother had harbored. Only at that moment was he able to see that determination and resolve within him. This person has an incredibly powerful will. That was why he was able to retain a small portion of his will even after he was controlled by Ditian, and that will was resisting all this while in the depths of his soul. But the way he resisted was a little unique. He didn't struggle, but instead used Ditian's power to stimulate his blood, which was equivalent to Ditian helping him gain the greatest boost in the evolution of his blood. He even cut off his own head so that his blood would return to that which belonged to his ancestors. With Ditian's power, he allowed himself to successfully turn into Xinggan's will and bravery. This person is the same as Su Ming. They're both incredibly difficult to deal with, and by the looks of it, this Xinggan's presence is even a little stronger than Su Ming's. The things he told Su Ming previously belonged to Ditian, but were also his own words. It was especially so when he used his head to knock against Su Ming previously. No one would be able to see anything off with his actions just now. But their fellow brothers under the same master, so it's clear that Su Ming had been able to detect something. Ji An's expression turned dark. The process of forming his deductions after the events was much easier compared to forming all those guesses before everything happened. It was just as Ji An had thought. Su Ming had mentioned that he had come to understand something earlier, and what he had come to understand was the meaning behind his eldest senior brother's actions. His eldest senior brother was a blade, and the person holding onto that blade was Di Tian. That blade wanted to become sharper, and it needed a whetstone. Su Ming understood his eldest senior brother's intentions, and he was willing to become that whetstone and sharpen the blade used by Xing Tian to fight against the heaven. The moment the edges of the blade were sharpened marked the instant the blade would turn against the person controlling it. Not only did the act of sending his own head flying into the air show how fierce and powerful eldest senior brother's will was, he had also managed to cut off all ties connecting him to Di Tian. That was why the Di Tian which had appeared from the head, when it flew up, had shown disbelief on his face. As his soul disappeared and eldest senior brother lifted his body from the ground, the face that was protruding from his chest seemed to look at the sky. During that instant, a muffled roar that shook the sky erupted from eldest senior brother's mouth. Youngest junior brother, I don't know where Master went. His presence has disappeared from the land of berserkers, but I can sense that he hasn't died. However, your second senior brother's presence is incredibly weak. He's in Great Leaf Immortal sect. No matter the results of this battle, you must go to the land of berserkers' Great Leaf Immortal sect and save your second senior brother. Eldest senior brother's voice reverberated in the air until the ground trembled and the sky roared. Youngest junior brother, your cultivation base is still showing signs of increasing, and you still can reach an even higher level of cultivation, but your heart is not resolute. I can tell that the world of berserkers has acknowledged you. The world of berserkers' kismet is upon you, and you are the fourth god of berserkers. But you still haven't acknowledged the world of berserkers and the kismet in you. You also haven't acknowledged the status of the fourth god of berserkers. I will fight this battle for you. Think carefully on whether you want to accept the title of god of berserkers. Eldest senior brother was usually a man of few words, but at that moment, he uttered a long string of them. Almost at the same time he said that, he took a step towards midair. During that instant, Ji An's pupils shrank. He could feel a wave of killing intent and savagery from Xinggan. Ji An moved and formed a seal with his hands before he swung his arm. Immediately, an endless amount of light hoops appeared around his body. Those light hoops surrounded him like a dimensional mouth. At the moment that happened, an eerie and sinister presence swiftly spread out. Su Ming's eldest senior brother closed in and lifted the battle axe in his hand to cut down on Ji An. A booming sound surged into the sky. These two people immediately started fighting fiercely. The near 100 imperishable shaman souls on the ground lifted their heads, and at the same time sobriety returned to their faces. They roared towards the sky, then cut off their heads at the same time. Once they became similar existences to Su Ming's eldest senior brother. Their heads turned into battle axes. When they held them, they instantly flew up and charged towards Ji An. Su Ming was silent by the side. As he watched his headless eldest senior brother fight against Ji An and listened to the continuous rumbles in the world, what appeared in his head was his eldest senior brother's words. They branded themselves in his heart. It was indeed as eldest senior brother had said. Within the depths of Su Ming's heart, he had not acknowledged the world of berserkers and its kismet. He did not have the desire to become the god of berserkers. If his memories of Dark Mountain were fake and if everything was fake, then he was not a berserker and he did not have the blood of berserkers flowing in his veins. If he continued tracing back, he would find that the memories of his childhood were clearly different from those of other berserkers. The only reason he had succeeded in the first berserker's initiation and obtained the right to practice the ways of berserkers was because of Su Ming touched the black stone fragment that had been hanging over his chest for many years. It was all because of it. Su Ming was feeling slightly miserable in his heart. In truth, he had noticed a long time ago that he was a tree without roots. He floated in the sky and did not know where he was supposed to go and where he could return to. Neither did he know where he was born. In this state, he was indeed unable to acknowledge the world of berserkers, its kismet, and that he could possibly be that god of berserkers. "I'm not a berserker," Su Ming mumbled. The rumbles in the sky continued. 18 gigantic statues appeared behind Ji-en. Each of them looked incredibly strange and evil, and all of them had different appearances. There were some in the form of people and some in the forms of beasts. They were filled with ferociousness and evil, and they were also exuding an eerie and chilling presence. There were also presences akin to those of vengeful souls on the 18 statues. However, they were not filled with grudges. They were instead filled with bloodthirst and murderous intent. It was as if they were not creatures that existed in the world, but came from the boundless galaxy. They were ferocious spirits that had drifted about for years. Their roars were incredibly unique. While sounding piercing to the ears, they were also sonorous. When anyone heard them, they would find their chi and blood flowing backwards, their heartbeats increasing, and their emotions changing. As Su Ming looked at the 18 statues, his pupils suddenly shrank. He seemed to have recalled something and felt that the roars from these ferocious, murderous fiends from the world beyond sounded rather familiar. It was as if he had heard them somewhere before. Yet right at the moment this sense of familiarity appeared, but before Su Ming had the time to mull over it carefully, a loud boom that sounded as if the sky had shattered suddenly traveled from the sky. At the instant these roars rang out, a presence that did not belong to the land of berserkers spilled out from the sky. Su Ming sensed it instantly, because at the moment that presence came down, his body immediately started showing signs of decaying. Su Ming swiftly lifted his head. When he looked up, he saw the 2 gigantic runes that had originally been there but had later on been hidden away by the distortions in the sky. The presence that did not belong to a berserker but clearly was one of an immortal was spreading out from the runes in the vortex, which looked as if they had sunken quite considerably. Bright Yang's presence. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. His past self would have been completely unable to withstand the bright Yang's presence. Yet now, he had one half of a bright yang stone sealed within his body. As he continuously resisted that presence, he could last a little longer under compared to his past self. His eyes sparkled at that moment, and with one move, he charged towards the 2 runes in the sky. He did not need to listen to the excited voices coming from the tens of thousands of immortals underneath. He could tell himself that there were immortals descending to the place. Almost at the instant Su Ming closed in, the booming sounds instantly increased exponentially. Right before everyone's eyes, 2 gigantic light hoops appeared, shining with a piercing light in the sky. They descended to the ground with a bang, forming 2 gigantic pillars of light that connected the sky and earth. Several figures could be seen within the 2 pillars of light as they shone. In their distorted and indistinct states, these figures gradually appeared, and as if they were being elongated, as the forms of these figures gathered together and shrank, their bodies slowly showed up. Almost at the moment these people showed up, but before they completely regained their forms, Su Ming closed in on them with killing intent surging within him. He was so fast that he rushed into one of the pillars of light in the blink of an eye. At the instant he stepped in, black fog that surged into the sky immediately spread out from his body. He was not letting out this black fog intentionally, but due to the thick and dense power of bright yang, it had naturally come out from within him as his body withered and aged. Su Ming's body started aging quickly, but not only did his speed not decrease, he instead traveled even faster. He quelled the pain that had appeared all over his body due to the power of bright yang, and lifted his right hand swiftly to swing it in the direction before him. With it, 3 of the people who had yet to regain their forms immediately trembled, and shrill screams of pain came from another dimension. The 3 figures instantly crumbled and disappeared into the air. Su Ming did not stop for even a single moment. In a flash, he tapped another figure who had regained most of his or her form with his right index finger. As that figure shattered, Su Ming stomped the air beneath him, and with it, a large amount of ripples spread out violently under his feet. The ripples caused the 3 nearest figures to immediately begin trembling, and they exploded with a bang. Su Ming moved and clenched his right hand into a fist before punching the final figure in this pillar of light. This punch contained the full force Su Ming could gather within the later stage in the Berserker soul realm. Along with the power he gained after turning his entire body into that of a true Berserker, even Di Tian's clone would need to be wary of this punch. As he hurled his fist forward, he punched the figure that had regained most of his or her form. The figure seemed to have let out a low growl and even showed signs of resisting against Su Ming's attack even if he was still caught in the state of regaining his form as he descended. Clearly, this person had extraordinary power, since he could do such a thing. After all the other immortals descending to the place had been unable to put up even the barest form of resistance while their bodies were in the process of regaining their forms. They could only vanish while hate burned within them as Su Ming attacked them with his swift execution of his divine abilities. The figure lifted his right hand and formed a seal before he pressed towards Su Ming's incoming fist. The two sides clashed, and loud bangs surged into the sky. A layer of ripples instantly spread outwards before tumbling backwards, shaking the pillar of light so much that it almost crumbled. Su Ming staggered nearly 1,000 feet backwards and his chi churned within his body. When he lifted his head, a brilliant light appeared in his eyes. The figure in the pillar of light shuddered and crumbled swiftly, turning into thin black threads that eventually vanished into thin air. This person had failed in his descent, and even if he did not die, he would definitely be injured gravely. A roar filled with discontent came from the pillar of light from another dimension. Who attacked me? I'll remember this. Next time I come here, I'll definitely destroy you 1,000, no, 1,000,000 times over. Su Ming turned a deaf ear towards those words. He might have dealt with the immortals descending from this pillar of light, but there was another one. At that moment, several figures were rapidly gaining form within it, and two of them had even taken a step forward, as if they wanted to walk out of the pillar of light. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Immediately, threads of black smoke manifested around him. That black smoke instantly gathered on his right hand, and almost in an instant, the Undertaker of Evil's spear appeared. Once Su Ming grabbed it, he swiftly lifted it up and tossed it towards the other pillar of light. The Undertaker of Evil's spear was like a purplish-black dragon that sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. It instantly shot into the pillar of light and penetrated through one of the figures who was taking a step forward. When Su Ming lifted his right hand, formed a seal, and pointed towards him, that figure instantly exploded and turned into a large wave of impact that swept through the entire area within the pillar of light. It caused the figures that were still regaining their forms to freeze for a moment, and during that instant, Su Ming closed in on them like a shooting star. He rushed in among them. The black fog around him had covered his face, and wherever he went, the only thing that could be seen of him was an emaciated hand that looked like a skeleton stretching out from the fog. That hand crushed all the figures that could not put up any form of resistance, but among those who descended, there was one who retreated swiftly under Su Ming's ambush. That figure had only regained half of its form, but he did not slow down the slightest in his retreat. Almost at the instant Su Ming stepped into the pillar of light, that figure avoided the Undertaker of Evil's spear and shot back in desperation. He turned into a pale-looking middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, and as he ran, his expression was filled with livid sullenness. The evil Sky Sect Elder was among the first batch of immortals descending to the land, even though he could not have his real body come to the place. He could only form a magical body and send it to the land of berserkers. But even if this was just a magical body, it could still bring up power that could suppress the berserkers. After all, based on the immortals' knowledge, the strongest group of people in the land of berserkers were only equivalent to those who had reached Great Circle in ascendance. Yet during the instant he descended, he sensed a life-threatening danger that made his skin crawl. He had never expected something like this to occur in the process of him descending to the land of berserkers. This was something that he had never even considered. No matter how intense the battle between the immortal sects and evil sect were, they would not do something like destroying the bodies of those who had yet to regain their forms. This sort of thing was too despicable, and the immortals would definitely not accept it. Who are you? Once the black-robed man shot out of the pillar of light, he swiftly retreated. When he lifted his head to look, There was no longer any of his people in the pillar of light. There was only an illusory figure surrounded by fog, and that person was leaving with a single step. Once the person surrounded by fog walked out of the pillar of light, most of the fog dissipated to reveal an old face. However, his face soon started squirming about, recovering rapidly. When he took his 7th step, Su Ming regained his normal appearance. Just what is going on? The man in black's face turned even paler. The strange sight of Su Ming's body had filled him with fear, and his act of destroying the immortals who descended made him wary. In the distance, he could see a headless person fighting against Ji and the booming sounds that surged into the sky due to their battle left him shocked. He did not know just what had happened in this place. It was especially so for the tens of thousands of immortals standing on the ground. They consisted of people from evil sect and the immortal sects, but they only watched the immortals who descended be destroyed. None of them did anything to prevent this. In fact, as he looked over, he could see hesitation and even fear on their faces. They're afraid. What are they afraid of? The black-robed man retreated once again, then lowered his head swiftly. Once he swept his gaze across the ground. He fixed his stare on evil sect's crowd. Shindong. Tell me what is going on? The black-robed man clearly knew evil spirit sect's Shindong. As he roared, he could see the pained look on the man's face, but he did not manage to last till his answer. Su Ming's gaze landed on him at that instant. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he turned into a bolt of lightning that charged forward. The man's expression immediately changed. He instantly turned into 7 figures that spread out rapidly into 7 directions. His power had not completely descended at that moment, and he only had power equivalent to those who had achieved Great Circle in Ascendance. As the figures spread out, he did not choose to escape, but instead had them charge towards Su Ming from 7 different directions. Su Ming might have intimidated him previously, but he also managed to determine Su Ming's origins. He had the presence of a berserker, and the most powerful group of people among the berserkers were only equivalent to those who had achieved Great Circle in Ascendance. He had been ambushed in the Pillar of Light previously, so the man believed that it was completely impossible for Su Ming to fight him on even grounds now that he was out. As long as I hold him back for a moment, the second batch of immortals will descend, and at that time, this person will surely die, and I'll also know just what had happened here. But there's something really strange here. Who's the person fighting against GN? He's actually preventing GN from even have a chance to speak, for he has to pour every single bit of his attention on attacking. And where is Di Tian? As these thoughts raced in the head of the black-robed man, he charged towards his attacker. Su Ming swept his gaze around him. There were 7 figures. This divine ability was incredibly ingenious, he decided, but he didn't need to spend too much effort to find the real person. Instead, he chose to stand on the spot. Almost at the instant Su Ming stopped moving and froze in midair, the 7 people that were transformed from the black-robed man spotted glints in their eyes, and cold sneers appeared on their lips. In the span of a breath, these 7 figures accelerated and appeared around Su Ming right away. All of them formed a seal at the same time. Then, with a low shout and several dozens of feet between each of them, they pushed their palms at Su Ming. A power that belonged to those who had achieved Great Circle in Ascendance rammed into Su Ming's body at that instant. Booming sounds reverberated in the air, but Su Ming did not move. He simply allowed those waves caused by the attack land on his body, then lifted his right hand to punch the 4th person. The world trembled. The 4th figure shuddered and coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He immediately fell back, and disbelief as well as shock appeared on his face. This is power that has surpassed Ascendance. You! As the 4th figure fell back, the other 6 figures shattered and were destroyed. The 4th figure was the black-robed man's real body. At the instant he started falling back, Su Ming had already disappeared from his sight. His heart trembled, and a strong sense of danger rose within his heart. He turned his head around, and as his pupils shrank, the final picture that he would see for the rest of his life appeared in front of him. It was a finger, and it filled his entire vision. That finger tapped the center of his brows, and a destructive power surged into his body with a bang. It tore through his flesh and blood, and at the same time it crushed his nascent divinity. A curse also fused into his soul, charging straight towards his real self in the land of immortals through the faint connection that existed between them. "This is impossible!" The black-robed man let out a shrill scream, and there was true terror within that scream. In truth, even if his magical body died, his real self would at most feel a decrease in its power, but his life would not be in danger. As long as he did not die, then he could redo everything. Yet now, the chilling curse within his soul could attack his real self through his magical body. This was something he had never expected and was the true source of his terror. When shrill scream rang out in the air, the black-robed man erupted with a bang, and died. In the region of the endless floating continents in the Immortals galaxy, there was one continent at the center that had several altars built on it. There was a middle-aged man sitting on one of the, and that man was the black-robed person Su Ming had just killed. At the same time his magical body died. His body started trembling violently, and black patches appeared on his skin. They began rotting rapidly, and almost in an instant, they covered his entire body. That person opened his eyes and let out a shrill scream of pain. Fear appeared on his face and he swiftly stood up. He swung his right arm before himself, and a rune immediately appeared in front of him. He lifted his foot, intending to step into that rune. Yet almost at the moment he lifted his foot, his eyes turned dull and he trembled, then fell to the side. His body turned into black blood at that instant, and even his nascent divinity was unable to escape. He truly died. Moments before that, he saw more than 100 altars around him, as well as in the other continents shining with a powerful light. It was as if the Immortals were about to activate another round of transportation and send another batch of people to descend. Su Ming pulled back his finger in the land of berserkers. He lowered his head and looked at the tens of thousands of Immortals on the ground. All those who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads. Even if they were prodigies, and even if they were people who were familiar to him from his memories. The berserkers gave me strength. Su Ming's gaze swept past the crowd on the ground. The berserkers gave me the power to search for the truth. There are people here who I can't bear to part with. The home which I will find hard to forget is here. I was born here. My existing memories contain the presence of the land of berserkers. Then, from now onwards, why should I not be a berserker? Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the two still operating runes in the sky, which had the presence of immortals descending to the place appearing once again. There was no longer any confusion in his eyes, but a look of determination, resolution, and also acknowledgement. When you learn who you are no longer you. When you no longer know who you will be you. The faint song of a Sun that carried with it an ancient air resounded in Su Ming's ears. I am the god of berserkers. Su Ming lifted his head and said these words quietly in his heart. At the instant they echoed in his heart. The presence of those descending appeared once again within the runes in the sky. Those presences came from new immortals, and they were coming from their distant land. It was also at that moment that the rainbows beyond the two runes increased, and the distortions also became even more violent. Sounds of something being ripped apart shook the sky and earth, and there seemed to be a faint voice roaring continuously towards the ground from those distortions. God of berserkers! If anyone listened closely, they would be able to tell vaguely that those roars were crying out these three words. Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers appeared instantly before him. The torso that had no head and only two arms was exuding an endless mighty pressure. Under that pressure, Su Ming's eyes shone with a brilliant light that surged into the sky. My statue of the god of berserkers still lacks a pair of legs before it can reveal itself in its complete form in the universe. I am the god of berserkers, and the third god of berserker's soul shall be my statue's left leg. As Su Ming spoke, he lifted his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, the three pearls that were transformed from the third god of berserker's body after he died flew out. Those pearls turned into an illusory old man in midair. That old man opened his eyes, and once he swept his gaze across the land, He looked towards Su Ming. His obscured face made it impossible for anyone to see his appearance clearly, but they could still tell that he was smiling. As he smiled, the old man's figure gradually disappeared. Almost at the moment he completely vanished, the left leg of Su Ming's statue appeared. Su Ming's hair moved without wind. He watched the old man disappear and saw the smile on his face. That was the smile the third god of Berserker's soul left behind throughout the ages. That smile contained acknowledgement. At the instant the statue's left leg manifested, Su Ming's cultivation base erupted within his body and reached the pinnacle of the later stage in the Berserker soul realm within an instant. Only a membrane stood in his way to attain great completion. As Su Ming's cultivation base increased, his presence was like a tidal wave that shook the sky and earth. The roars within the distortions in the sky grew stronger, and more rainbows appeared all around the area. The figures within the pillars of light that were formed due to the immortals descending from the runes were gradually showing up. There were about 100 of them, and they were rapidly gaining form. Su Ming did not bother himself with them. He looked at his own statue of the god of Berserkers, then closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he lifted his right hand and swung it swiftly against the sky. With it, the sky boomed, but those booming sounds could not cover Su Ming's voice, which brought shock to all the people's hearts at that moment. Second god of Berserkers, you, who exist as soul fragments in the world, who cry out during each day of eternal creation, are you willing to gather here and become my statue's right leg? I swear the oath of a Berserker to you. I will surely destroy the immortals and take revenge for you. Su Ming's voice reverberated in all directions, causing all those who heard it to swiftly fall silent. Besides the booming sounds from Jian and Su Ming's eldest senior brother's battle still ringing in the air, the area was in dead silence. Su Ming silently waited for his answer. If it had been any other moment, his words would not have obtained any answer, but now, he had the world of Berserker's kismet in his body, and he was in the process of forming his statue of the god of Berserkers. His voice fused into the world of Berserkers, and it reverberated with his meaning. All the soul fragments in the world could hear it. Time passed. With each breath, more immortals appeared within the two pillars of light from the vortex. Some of them had even almost completely gained their forms. Then, a whiff of green aura appeared out of nowhere at the empty spot where the right leg was supposed to be for Su Ming's statue. Soon after, more of it manifested from all directions of the world. As that aura gathered together, it formed an indistinct green figure before Su Ming. This figure's appearance was as obscure as that of the third god of Berserkers. His eyes were blank when he turned, as if observing Su Ming. Su Ming also cast his gaze on the indistinct green figure. The meeting of their gazes made the sense of familiarity that was hidden within the depths of Su Ming's memories rise up once again. This had happened the first time when he fought against Sima Xian and stepped on the second god of Berserker's arm. Right then, as this sense of familiarity rose up the second time, a dazed look appeared on Su Ming's face. He seemed to have returned to that unknown time all those years ago. In his ears he heard a baby girl's cries, a woman's gentle voice soothing her, and also a man's voice that was filled with dignity, but at the same time a sense of gentleness. The second god of Berserkers. The green figure in Su Ming's eyes was made up of the second god of Berserker's soul fragments, which had scattered through the world. This was the embodiment of all his unwillingness to admit defeat and his grudge before his death. At that moment, he was looking at Su Ming, and his empty eyes slowly gained light. Then he gradually closed his eyes. At the instant he did so, the green figure charged towards Su Ming's statue of the god of Berserkers to turn into its right leg, causing this statue to truly stand in the world. At that instant, Su Ming's cultivation base erupted with a bang. At the same time, his statue became mostly complete and was only lacking a head. The statue of the god of Berserkers that stood in the world was 10,000 feet tall and looked like a colossal giant that was exuding a mighty pressure which shocked all the immortals in the sky. The first god of Berserkers, Xianxia, who left the land of Berserkers, who crafted the Berserkers' enchanted vessel to protect the entire land of Berserkers, The legacy you left behind will only last till the third god of berserkers. It is impossible for the fourth god of berserkers to appear among the berserkers because they no longer have any legacy and inheritance. That is why if that person really appears, he would no longer be the fourth god of berserkers, but would be a new god of berserkers. Then, I will use the monument you left behind and the items you scattered in the land of berserkers today to make the head for my statue. From now on, I will lead all the berserkers into new glory. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he swiftly opened his mouth. His words reverberated through the world and caused the world to resonate with him. During that instant, all the ferocious beasts in the entire land of berserkers, Eastern Wastelands, the islands of South Morning, Northern Province, and the alliance of the Western region, started worshipping the sky while letting out shocking roars. Hidden in the forest of Eastern Wastelands was Berserker Fong tribe. There were several thousands of people kneeling on the ground behind the old man standing on the empty ground at that moment. Their bodies were trembling, and the desire as well as the expectation in their eyes had almost reached their limit. Their gazes were gathered on the old man, who was the only person standing. At that moment he was looking silently at the sky. After some time he seemed to have made a decision in his heart, and he turned his head around and looked at all his tribe members behind him. Oh well, the flames within us have caused our blood to reach a boiling point. We of Berserker Fong tribe will take this risk, and if we succeed, the berserkers will be different from now on, and if we fail, we will die buried under the berserker sky. Berserker Fong tribe, come with me to pay our respects to the god of berserkers. The old man swung his arm, and roars immediately rose from within the forest. In the span of a breath, nearly 10,000 long arcs charged out into the sky to move towards the spot where their burning blood directed them. The person in the lead was the old man. The tribe that was hidden in the mountain range had moved out earlier than Berserker Fong tribe. They could no longer remain silent. The flames in their blood had increased their level of cultivation, and at the same time a will had also erupted within their blood. Eventually, most of the people in the tribe chose to fly into the sky to meet the god of berserkers. All the berserkers in Eastern Wasteland erupted at the same time and charged towards the spot where Su Ming was from all directions. Right at that moment, Su Ming swung his right hand at his statue of the god of berserkers, and a gigantic stone monument immediately flew out from his storage bag. An ancient air spread out from it, and it was the legacy the first god of berserkers had left behind after he went away. Su Ming's words made the stone monument shake as it flew out. It crumbled on its own and gathered instantly on the empty spot where the head of Su Ming's statue was supposed to be. Within an instant, that dust turned into a head. That head had no features, but its appearance completed the statue of the god of berserkers. As his statue of the god of berserkers was completed, a vast presence spread out. The world rumbled, and the statue slowly turned its head around, and its featureless face was like a mirror that was looking at Su Ming. During that instant, he completed the final requirement to arrive at the Berserker Soul Realm, having his own reflection on the god of berserkers. Curves immediately appeared on the featureless face of the god of berserkers, and gradually, a face that was the exact same as Su Ming's took shape. At the instant that happened, all the rainbows in the sky crumbled with a bang and gathered within the statue. The distortions in the sky all collapsed as well, until there was not a single one left, and the sky to become transparent at that moment. The sky in this area was not the only part that became transparent. The entire berserker sky turned transparent during that instant, causing all the berserkers to be able to see, perhaps for the first time in their lives, the true berserker sky. The world of berserkers had no sky. There was only a gigantic vortex. It was large enough to cover the entire land of berserkers. It did not matter which corner a person resided in the land of berserkers, they would be able to see that gigantic black vortex in the sky. The vortex was still spinning at that moment. It was formed by an endless amount of dense fog that isolated their world from everything beyond. As it rotated with loud, booming sounds, some ferocious beasts that were several hundreds of thousands of feet in size or even bigger occasionally appeared within the fog. However, while these creatures might be big compared to the vortex, they looked like little animals in an ocean, and they could not even hope to compare with it. This was the true Berserker's sky. This was also the sky that had existed during the first god of Berserker's time. The sun, moon, and stars that appeared later on were all fake. They existed because of the Immortal's rune. At the instant everyone saw the sky, all the Berserkers who were flying stopped moving and stared blankly at the vortex. As for Su Ming, at the instant the face of his statue of the god of Berserkers appeared, his cultivation base broke through the later stage of the Berserker soul realm, and he attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm. At the instant Su Ming attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm, a sharp, extreme pain immediately traveled out from the seal in his head. That pain caused veins to pop up on his face as cracks appeared on the seal. Su Ming sensed the power coming from the dimension once again, but it felt as if it was no longer coming from another dimension. It was instead not too far away from him. Over that spot was a pair of eyes, and they were staring at him. They were interfering with the cracks in the seal so that it would not break open. Instead, as the seal continued breaking, those cracks repeatedly closed up, resisting again and again within Su Ming's consciousness. He could clearly tell that this was the power that had been trying to seal his memories all this while. The only difference between then and now was that it had previously been in another dimension. Right then, it seemed to be right in front of his eyes, having arrived in the land of Berserkers. Su Ming lifted his head slowly. The eruption from his cultivation base, the resistance in his consciousness, as well as the cracking and subsequent closing of the seal caused a large amount of red to appear in his eyes. They looked as if they had turned crimson red, and as he swept his gaze across the area, his eyes landed on the pillar of light that was descending from the rune at that moment. "Are you all ready?" Su Ming asked hoarsely. There was an unimaginable amount of power from the world in his body. He even had the feeling that he could cause the entire world to crumble with a single thought. If he was the sky, then the sky was also him. As his words traveled through the air, his voice seemed to have become one with the sky and rose with a loud rumbling. His words even sounded like a law that was implemented the moment it appeared, resulting the trembling of the entire world. As his voice reverberated in the air, the two pillars of light from the runes began shivering, as if they were about to be unable to handle his might and crumble. There were nearly 100 figures within those pillars of light, most of which had already completed their descent, and all of them were silently looking at Su Ming with their hearts filling with shock. They saw the entire process of Su Ming attaining great completion in the Berserker soul realm, and they also saw the 10,000 feet statue of the god of Berserkers before him. The terrifying might spreading from it caused their hearts to race. Su Ming's voice caused the pillar of light to tremble, which brought disbelief to the faces of all those people watching. "Welcome to the land of Berserkers." Su Ming swiftly lifted his head. At the instant his words left his mouth, the world rumbled, and the two pillars of light trembled violently before they crumbled with a bang. At the same time, the people within them instantly shot out in all directions. Most of these people had extraordinary power, and some of them had even reached Great Circle in ascendance. There were even 2 of them who had power equivalent to Detion's clones. Yet at the instant they rushed out, Su Ming lifted his right hand, opened his palm, and seized in the direction before him, just as he did all those years ago when he saw the old man in the undying and imperishable realm, and just as he did towards the endless undying souls in that world. Su Ming was doing the exact same thing he did in that world. At the instant he lifted his right hand, his statue of the god of Berserkers also lifted its right hand and performed the same action. Booming sounds instantly rose into the air, and most of the immortals from the pillars of light froze. As their bodies trembled, they let out shrill screams filled with despair and exploded with a bang. As that happened, wisps of life force tumbled backwards and charged towards Su Ming's right hand. Once he held them in his fist, the power of his curse spread out and rushed straight to the land of immortals by tracing back the trails provided by the rune. At the same time, Su Ming took a step forward, and his body instantly appeared before one of the cultivators with power equivalent to Detion's clone. That cultivator turned his head around, and dark green light instantly appeared on his body. Just as he was about to retreat, Su Ming lifted his left hand and pierced through the dark green screen of light, completely unperturbed by it. He grabbed the cultivator's chest and squeezed. The man's eyes went wide, and his heart was crushed. A curse also spread out and destroyed this person's nascent divinity before it went straight towards the land of immortals to destroy his real self. From now on, the land of berserkers is forbidden grounds to immortals, Su Ming stated calmly. Once he unclenched his hand, he turned around, his long hair dancing behind him. He lifted his left index finger and pointed forward. At the instant he turned around, the other cultivator with power equivalent to Tion's clone had already warped towards him. Mountains and rivers appeared in his hand, and the sun, moon, and stars as well as the entire universe also seemed to be contained within it. These things turned into a gigantic flag, and he was swinging it at Su Ming. Su Ming's left index finger did not stop moving. It shot through the flag and touched the cultivator's chest. That cultivator coughed up fresh blood, and as shock appeared on his face, he fell backwards. Su Ming took a step forward and snatched the flag with his right hand. Then, with his left, he hurled a fist towards that cultivator through the air. All immortals who come here will be killed. As Su Ming's flat, emotionless words reverberated in the air, his punch landed, and a voice that surged into the sky and earth shot up, stirring up multiple ripples in space. The cultivator's body crumbled and turned into pieces of flesh that scattered outwards. This person hadn't sent an ordinary clone, and the person before him hadn't either. Both of them had sent their magical bodies. Magical bodies were of a higher level than clones. These were existences that were equivalent to nascent divinities among immortals. Cultivators could entrust their lives to these bodies and refine them into beings that could help them preserve their lives. That was why their levels of cultivation were equal to that of Tion's clones. However, now that Su Ming had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm and obtained the world of Berserker's Kismet, killing Tion's clones was no longer a difficult task for him. Su Ming waved his arm and took a step forward to appear on his statue's shoulder. As he stood there, he looked at the sky, and a wave of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Tion, since you arrived a long time ago, why don't you just show up? As Su Ming spoke, the two radiant runes in the vortex that was the Berserker's true sky let out rumbling sounds again. At that same time, a man with a black crown who was dressed in a black emperor's robe slowly revealed his body below the rune, to its right. At the instant he appeared, a wave of power that even had corporeal form spread out from him, turning into thunderous booms that surged into the sky and traveled through the air in the process. This was not a clone. Su Ming looked at the black-robed Tion with a calm expression on his face. He could tell with just one glance that this Tion was clearly different from the three others he'd killed previously. This person gave Su Ming a feeling that Tion had not obtained this body via possession, but that it was truly born after gathering the power of the world. His features were also incredibly stark. There was not a hint of indistinctness that could be found on his face. In fact, this was the second time Su Ming had this feeling. The first had been when a man in black robes standing on a gigantic head in the black void, while he himself was bound in chains after he left Dark Mountain to enter South Morning. The memory of it instantly rose in Su Ming's head. The first time he had had this feeling was when he had first encountered Tion's clone. With his power at that time, he had been unable to find many clues that hinted at the fact of him being a different Tion than the one he saw in the void, which was why the feeling he had the first time could be dismissed. From then onwards, he saw Tion's second and third clones. They might be strong, but they could not make that feeling appear within Su Ming, and he had never felt it again, up till now. It could be said that with Su Ming's current level of cultivation, at the instant he saw the black-robed Tion, a large portion of the seal on his memories tore up, and he seemed to have remembered something, albeit only vaguely. However, as vague as it might be, he had a clear feeling. This was definitely not the first time he saw this black-robed Tion. The person who had appeared in the void was this Tion. Perhaps more accurately speaking, this was the only one who could truly be considered as Tion. All the ones that Su Ming had killed previously were clones that Tion had controlled after he gathered his will and placed it on those bodies. This is the 37th time I sent my magical body to this place. the black-robed Detion said calmly. His voice had an ancient quality to it, and it was greatly different from that of his clones. The awe-inspiring air was absent in his speech, but there was an air of supremacy that made it seem as if he was looking down on all manner of living, even as his eyes were focused on Su Ming. Then he lifted his foot slowly and walked towards him. The previous 36 times I came here was because you broke your promise and failed to fulfill the pledge you swore all those years ago. You tried to fight against me, and in the end, I killed you 36 times. I never truly killed you, but only made you sink back into oblivion. This is the 37th time, and it will also be the last. Detion's emotionless voice seemed to be the law itself. As he closed in, the pain brought by the seal on the memories became stronger, and the cracks also increased in number. This time, there were more changes than ever before. It is also the only time you were able to destroy all my clones. However, in the end, you will still fall. There were only several thousands of feet separating the black-robed Detion from Su Ming at that moment. A sharp pain that was enough to drive him mad appeared in Su Ming's head, and his memories were gradually being restored. At the instant Detion took another step forward, a bang resounded in Su Ming's head, and a large amount of pictures erupted swiftly in his mind, turning into a chaotic mess in his brain. In the midst of all that chaos, he saw images that belonged to 1,000 years ago. The boy 1,000 years ago had been sucked into the void during the change in Dark Mountain. But he did not appear in South Morning. Instead, he had gone to a continent he had never been to before. That place was filled with wind and snow, and the people there were all strangers. The things there were all unfamiliar. Several hundreds of years later, when he arrived at the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, he found his memories and tried to turn against heaven. Detion appeared, and during that battle, he had been bound by an endless amount of chains. At that time he had lost miserably, and the person who defeated him was a man who stood on a gigantic head. He was the black-robed Detion standing right before his eyes at this moment. This is the 37th time I descended, and just like the previous 36 times, if you will manage to destroy my magical body, from then onwards, I will no longer be able to descend to the land of berserkers, and you will truly regain your freedom. I will even give you this plate. In Su Ming's newly appeared memories, these were exactly the same words spoken by the black-robed Detion before they fought 1,000 years ago. You truly disappoint me. This was the end of Su Ming's memories 1,000 years ago, and they came from the same person. The black-robed Detion walked towards him slowly and asked flatly, "Do you remember now?" Su Ming's eyes became even redder. He lifted his head and glared up at him with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just like the previous 36 times, if you can kill my magical body, then you will truly be free from now onwards, and I will give this plate to you. As Detion spoke, he lifted his right hand, and a black plate flew out. There was a complete spine on that plate, and a ghastly presence surrounded it. At the instant Su Ming saw this thing, a loud booming sound instantly resounded in his head. He'd seen this plate before. Among those 36 times, there were 19 when you fell under my abyss sword. This time, I'd like to see how you will fare. When Detion moved forward, his presence was like one Su Ming had felt when he first saw him all those years ago. It was the presence of supremacy that was like mountains crushing his body, and as it charged towards Su Ming in an attempt to intimidate him, Detion lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. A ray of dark light instantly appeared above and charged towards Detion's right hand before turning into a sword on his palm. This sword was Detion's abyss sword. It was still the same, but the wielder of it before had been Detion's clone. Right then, the person who held it was Detion's black-robed magical body, who had made Su Ming fall into oblivion time and again over a countless number of years. This magical body was connected to Detion's own life, and his strength surpassed all his clones. It was the strongest power he could muster in the land of berserkers. During the previous 36 times, Detion had used his magical body to perform the final judgment, and every single time he sent this magical body over, it would mean the end for Su Ming. Only at this moment did his magical body descend from the land of immortals, and it was telling enough that Tian had only now truly made his decision. The most important reason behind his decision was because his magical body had descended to this place 36 times over the years, and the force of the laws within the land of berserkers rejecting him had become incredibly powerful. Even if he did manage to descend, he could not stay for long, and so he had to end the battle as soon as possible. The other reason was because Tian had sensed a strong danger after the 36th time. He made Su Ming fall into oblivion and sealed his memories. This sense had not come from Su Ming himself, but a pair of invisible eyes in the land of berserkers. This pair of eyes always seemed to be staring at him, causing him to only send his clones to the land over the past 1,000 years and not dare risk sending his magical body again, as it was connected to his life. If it was not because he had to destroy Su Ming, he would not have sent his magical body to the land of berserkers. Tian was also too worried to send someone else to handle this matter, and since all his clones were destroyed, he could only send his magical body. Once the Abyss Sword appeared, the boundless vortex in the sky suddenly increased the speed of its rotation for an instant, and a wisp of death aura was dragged down by the sword to the land. It turned into a ball of black fog that surrounded the Abyss Sword, and that black fog seemed to have turned into several faces of malicious ghosts once they surrounded the blade, and all of them were roaring at Su Ming. The first Abyss Sword is to extol the heavens. The second Abyss Sword is to rise the land. The third Abyss Sword is to execute people. The black-robed Tian swung the Abyss Sword in his hand, and it immediately split into 3, resulting in 3 swords now flying around Tian. As they danced about, more death aura surged forth from the vortex in the sky. The fourth Abyss Sword is to send off souls. The fifth Abyss Sword is to mourn the body. The sixth Abyss Sword is to destroy the spirits. A glint appeared in the black-robed Tian's eyes. The 3 Abyss Swords swayed once more before they turned into 6 swords that formed a sword rune. They charged towards Su Ming with a sharp whistle, and the death aura that they stirred up turned into thick black fog that tumbled about and formed a gigantic face of a malicious ghost in the sky. As it howled, it charged swiftly towards Su Ming. A powerful sense of danger instantly rose in Su Ming's heart. That sense of danger came from his soul and from a spot in his memories that even he did not notice previously. It was as if his sealed memories remembered that there were a dozen more times when his body and soul had been destroyed under this particular style and he had sunk into oblivion because of it, just like Tian had said. If what you said is true, then this is the 37th time. I don't know why I would lose to this Abyss Sword the previous dozen-something times, but now. Su Ming did not finish speaking. As he left his sentence hanging, not only did he not retreat, but he even took a step forward. At the instant his foot landed, his body disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already right before those 6 Abyss Swords. At the instant he threw his punch forward. The 7th Abyss Sword is to bid farewell to life. The 8th Abyss Sword is to bury the void. The 9th Abyss Sword is to destroy. The black-robed Tian swung his arm, and shadows instantly overlapped the 6 Abyss Swords around him. Once another 3 other swords were added to their number. They turned into 9 Abyss Swords that clashed with Su Ming, and booming sounds reverberated in the air, surging into the sky. Su Ming's fist stopped for a moment. When the 9 Abyss Swords cracked inch by inch and fell backwards, they turned into fragmented pieces, but they did not disappear. Instead, once they fused with the fog, they turned into an eerie gigantic mouth of a malicious spirit that looked as if it had corporeal form, and it charged towards Su Ming to devour him. This power could devour all those who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul realm, so even those who had incredibly great cultivation bases would find it difficult to escape it. This backlash from the power of death came from Tian's ultimate divine abilities, and it was an attack that could kill Su Ming a dozen-something times in the past. Tian's magical body did not bother to hold back even a single bit right from the start of the battle. His attacks were all filled with killing intent. However, while this divine ability could destroy Su Ming a dozen-something times in the past, it could not deal even a little damage to Su Ming on this day. Tian had made a miscalculation, and this mistake would cause him to pay an unbearable price. In his memories, this was Su Ming's 37th awakening. To him, Su Ming's might came from the final burst in his cultivation base every single time after he awakened, and with each time, his cultivation base would be much stronger than before. Yet even so, he believed that he could control this destiny who had awakened for the 37th time. However, he did not know that this was not the 37th time Su Ming had awakened. He had awakened a countless number of times. Each destruction of his soul in the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world was like a real death. This resulted in not only the strength of Su Ming's will increasing by leaps and bounds, but he also obtained innumerable awakenings, the precise number of which even he himself did not know. With each awakening, his potential would increase a little. This unforeseen circumstance of him awakening an endless amount of times in the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world now caused a miscalculation in Di Tian's plans, and had also molded Su Ming to become greater. Almost at the instant the big mouth formed from the Yin death fog closed in on Su Ming, his expression twisted. He lifted his head swiftly and let out a low roar towards that mouth. Yin death aura is the aura within my body. How dare you try to devour me? Su Ming's roar reverberated in all directions. Veins popped up on his face, and as his roar echoed in the air, the gigantic vortex in the sky rumbled as well. The big mouth that closed in on Su Ming shuddered, and fear as well as hesitation appeared on the malicious spirit's face. Then, as Su Ming roared, it changed its direction, turned its head, and charged towards the black-robed Di Tian. Powerful killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. With a single move, he rushed towards Di Tian like a shooting star. It did not matter whether this was his clone or his magical body. The entire world of berserkers was filled with Su Ming's murderous aura, and whoever it was that he wanted to kill had to die. Di Tian, you're going to die. Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot. The seal in his head continued breaking, and his memories raged in his mind like a storm. Almost at the instant Su Ming charged towards Di Tian. Nearly 10,000 long arcs that looked as if they had blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed over from the horizon. The person in the lead was All Entities Clan's Grand Clan Elder, Tian Qi, a berserker who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm. Excitement was rife in his eyes. The berserkers behind him were all burning with passion, and their roars traveled forward with a loud echo. At that instant, there were also nearly 10,000 long arcs charging forward from another direction. The person in their lead was an old man that was as thin as a skeleton. That old man was Xuexia, the elder of the great tribe of Surging Clouds.